I'm Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how the ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just all.
All right, what's up, sons? It's 19 of the R, 5786, Wednesday, May 6th. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is what it look like. Rukad Adonai, Eloheinu Melech Haolam, Asher Kiddushanu V'Mishtav V'Tzivanu Al Sefer HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 35 days, which is 5 weeks of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beta Mikdash in its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom! Almost got it, kids. All right. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Chava. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahala, son of Kenan was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahala was born. We've been doing these bitch 131 days west side. Really? Oh, for sure, baby. How do you know? 'Cause I just do. Alright, baby.
Always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully, it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. But just as a recap from last time, what we handled was some level Christian Kabbalah and Lurianic Kabbalah. And I always look back on how I handled Lurianic Kabbalah, and there's always a problem with teaching it. And the problem with teaching it goes like this: is that either you go too thin or you go too thick. And I always feel like I go too thin, and then sometimes when I feel like I go too thick on Lurianic Kabbalah, I lose people. Even a very thin overview, I think, loses people really rapidly. It's just such a it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge in Kabbalah to really get a handle on it. So there's just no right way of covering it without sort of doing an entire class on it. But the main recap from last time is that by the 15th century, Kabbalah is spreading. It's moving. It's moving not just within the Jewish community, but it's also moving outside the Jewish community. Especially Christians are picking up Kabbalah. They're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking Kabbalah from their Jewish neighbors. They're hiring converted Jews to translate texts for them, folks like Resius and Flavius Mithridates. And so Christian Kabbalah becomes a part of this larger Renaissance movement of trying to mine older traditions for these perennial truths. In that process of mining those older traditions for perennial truths, it's going to build up a philosophy that sometimes gets referred to as esotericism, Christian mysticism, specifically in the occult mode. And this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah, they're going to adopt ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge is kind of what's sometimes referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is a form of Kabbalah that mixes occult ideas and Christian mysticism ideas and Jewish ideas into one synthetic thing, and this becomes the groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gets a life of its own in the Christian world and eventually becomes its own form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Of course, the big form of Kabbalah that develops at this time is the Lurianic Kabbalah. And just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it's been a couple of weeks because before in the way. But the big ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah is that Luria is going to really, really focus in on the mythological structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be all of reality. This is a very pantheistic or panentheistic, whatever shade of flavor of that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being, and he develops, or Vera helped develop before him, but the idea of the four or five worlds, depending on how you want to count them. And you have these various levels of reality. And what ends up happening is at every level of reality, there are more sphirot. You get more and more and more sphirot. If you ever come to the house, I can show you a book I have called the Ilan Hagadol, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classic Florianic take, where you have this enormously complicated system of sphirot within sphirot within sphirot. So if you ever come to the house and you want to see this book, I'll pull out the shelf to show you. But it becomes this incredibly Byzantine system of sphirot within sphirot, very Baroque, I suppose you could say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God retracted some of
I'm going to
God's
go and
self
smoke it
into
because we're going
creating
to
this
see that.
divine void, and that divine void is
Let's
filled with divine light, which shatters vessels inside of it, and this leads to a kind of cosmic tragedy. And that cosmic tragedy is repaired; it's subject to tikkun, and the process of tikkun is accomplished by the Jews basically maintaining the Torah, the Jews maintaining strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities, are repaired. They undergo tikkun olam, and that paves the way for the Messiah. And so the messianic idea, and this is going to be a big deal tonight, the messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really heavily alter during the period of Lurianic Kabbalah. And it becomes less the idea that God picked someone to become the Messiah and is sort of thrown into history as the Messiah, the sort of made Messiah before all time, so Jesus is. Rather, Messiah is something that you can become, that you can become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous or sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality in the interests of this tikkun process. And so we have a lot of ideas of exile and redemption in Lurianic Kabbalah that become very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in Lurianic Kabbalah is a radical renovation and systematization of Kabbalah as it's been inherited through the past several hundred years. Remember that the Sacred Zohar is only basically written down or published beginning in the 1270s, and that we're now in the late 16th century, and it's in the 16th century that Lurianic Kabbalah will come about. So it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah, and so 300 years is quite a long time. And it's in this 300-year period that the Kabbalah really undergoes its major systematization, and also its major systems theory, and that major systems theory is the one of Itzhak Luria. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Itzhak Luria did not leave us a system. He left us a bunch of teachings to a bunch of students, and those students don't even agree about exactly what his teachings were. Chaim Vital, his most famous student, leaves us one system of teachings. His earlier student, Israel Sarug, who doesn't really get any press these days for whatever reason, but he published another system first. It's very different than Chaim Vital. So the question is, what is the real Lurianic Kabbalah? And the answer to that is, we don't know. We don't know what Luria taught. Luria didn't write much down, and what he did write down, mostly just poetry and stuff. And so we actually don't have Luria's teachings. What we have are his students repeating his teachings many, many years later. And so how much of that is a game of telephone? That's a good question, and we actually don't know. In fact, even the main body of work that represents Itzhak Luria's teachings that went on to become Lurianic Kabbalah, a book called Eitz Chaim by Chaim Vital, that book was never even intended for publication. Chaim Vital actually tried to hide it. And it was actually illicitly kind of stolen from him and then published without his consent. And so it's not even clear that that book is even meant to be a systematic representation of Luria's teachings. So it's a mess. It's just a mess. And so often people teach Kabbalah as the definitive Kabbalah. You go to the Kabbalah Center and you learn the Kabbalah. You learn this definitive. That's completely not possible. The Kabbalah is a mess from an academic point of view, at least. And as you study it, you realize there are lots of different systems out there in the historical record, and they don't really agree with each other. They don't really agree at all. Tzimtzum is a big problem. It's exactly how the Tzimtzum happens. The degree to which when God tzimtzums, does everything come out into the vacuum? Is everything pulled out of the void? Or there's stuff left behind? There is stuff left behind. What's left behind? It's just a bit. It's just a bit. Let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. Two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that would be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is so much information that I want to get out about Shabbat B, and that I can only put it in slides. If I talked about all of it, we would be here all night. So there's a lot more information on the slides than is on that I'll be talking about. But I wanted to make sure the slides are there, so if you want to read the slides as they go, you'll get a lot more information from there. So that's the main thing to know about sort of the general flow. So if you're typically just listening to this as like a podcast style or something, then you'll be missing a lot of information by not looking at the slides. You do you. That is what Jesus is saying. So tonight we're going to be talking about Messiah, a failed Messiah. Judaism is full of failed messiahs. We have lots of failed messiahs. We have Jesus, we have Shadrach, we have Shimon, we have Judas. We have a lot of different failed messiahs. The question is, what is Messiah? What is this concept of Mashiach? What does it mean to be a Messiah? The idea developed primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period, that is to say, during the Persian period, under the sort of the reigns of the apocalyptic. And the idea does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh. And it seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do some world historical thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what any of that means. In fact, the only person in the Bible to be referred to as a Messiah is actually a pagan king, King Cyrus. He's a Persian king. He's not even a Jewish guy. So the idea that basically God picked Cyrus to do this very important historical thing, i.e. let the Jews return home to Judea, and that becomes grounds for the Bible to refer to him as a Messiah. He's the only person referred to as a Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you want to take the Bible for it, the only person referred to is a Persian king. Now, what ends up happening is that over time, this idea of Messiah evolves and changes. And as it evolves and changes, there are a lot of debates among Jews about what it means. And to be clear about this, there's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. To this very day, debates about the Messiah go on. It's never been a settled idea in Judaism. Typically, what's happened in Judaism, and I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, is that people grab onto a Messiah, they want a person to be the Messiah, and they kind of backtrack their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person to be Messiah, and then you figure out what that means, and then you go to the Bible and prove that they are the Messiah. There is no ready-made theory of the Messiah out there. It just doesn't exist. Now, we'll talk about some rough and ready ideas that we find in Judaism, but even they're pretty rough and ready. So, over time, what ends up happening is the notion of Messiah becomes more and more canonical, becomes more and more mainstream in rabbinic Judaism. And by the Babylonian Talmud, there are long, protracted discussions about what Messiahs mean, what is to be a Messiah. And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractate Sanhedrin toward the very end, in the 90s of the Dapim, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about even what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah could do, how you recognize the Messiah, what's the Messiah's name. There's an enormous amount of debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You have to fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles that makes a Jew, according to Maimonides. So there's the idea that you need to believe in Messiah, but it's still not hammered out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even clear there's going to be one. There's some messianic texts in Jewish history that even claim that there are going to be two of them. One of them is going to die, and then one of them will be like a military leader. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is that Messiah's out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they haven't made a Messiah in actu. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So, what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see when I go through this list in a second why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. It's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has failed. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, they have to be related by blood to David, you have to trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's a thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest, and they have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with Messiah is they tend to die. So show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals hunt each other anymore. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead, or at least they judge the dead. They don't resurrect them, but they judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell, which is weird. The Messiah is said to smell and judge. They can know your sins by smell alone. It's sort of like a sin sommelier. They stop all illness. They stop all death. They stop all sadness, hunger, and strife. They cause all the Jews to immigrate to the newly established Jewish kingdom, which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates, which is sometimes referred to as Greater Israel. So they got to do all that. That's the bare minimum. Just to be clear, this is the bare minimum. There are all kinds of other things that the Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum, right? That they have to do to even be a candidate. Now, as you can tell, no person who's ever lived has ever done any one of these things, much less all of them. Now, according to the Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but, well, they've been waiting for 2,000 years, and this guy hasn't showed back up. So, at any rate, these are the sort of general outlines of what we think of when we think of Messiah in Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this, but typically, these are the bare bones things that make a Messiah, and the reason why we are still waiting for one. Now, when we go back in time to the 17th century, when we go back in time to the world that's going to produce this false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, there's a couple different things that are going to be important about the historical and cultural context. So I want to go through those relatively briefly. The first thing that's really important about the Jewish world is that rational philosophy has lost the fight to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has won. There is no more Maimonideanism. Not really. There's not much in the way of rationalistic Judaism. Rational Judaism has kind of gone out the window. And what's increasingly taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah has spread very far and wide. It certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. Most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff via the Talmud, or they are doing that in Kabbalah, but philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so, in some ways, it may just be an unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is the Alhambra Decree. Of course, the Alhambra Decree was a complete disaster for the Sephardic Jewish world in 1492, where all the Jews were basically ejected from Spain, and eventually ejected from Portugal as well. And this ejection did two things. One, it heightened messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world, because it was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. But how could God just let all these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God would intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it, because that typically doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. They converted in mass, followed by the hundreds of thousands that converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these converso communities that's really important is a couple things that I want to go through relatively briefly here. The first is an intense feeling of exile, an intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. Both they're exiled from their homeland, i.e., Spain, and they're really going to return. And a big part of this is in that general area of Kabbalah and Kabbalah more generally, the kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea the world was about to end, was just a overwhelming cultural aspect of what was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in converso communities because they were more in contact with Christianity. They've been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now, at least a generation or two. Is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. The Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. They always change the world in concrete, this worldly manner. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah is different. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible, and the political world keeps on keeping on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came in contact with that more spiritualized version of Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more generally. You see this in the Mishnah today. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological supersessionism, which is just to say that having been raised as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. What's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways will be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism. They're going to revert back to Judaism, but they're going to be much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea, but many of these converso communities and many of these converso people would be open to it. And also, they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomian tendencies, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. They're not. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But for these converso communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law. That the law is not immutable. That the law is something that can be read as metaphor, or it can be read as a way that can easily change. That one could alter Jewish law into the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions. An idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of folks who have been exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that, in general, people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. The comments started appearing, all kinds of weird stuff is happening, and people were really convinced the world was about to end. Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. And that's one of the great things about printing. You can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these bizarre broadsheets being printed through Europe that are making claims that are completely crazy. That, what's one example of this? One good example of this is that all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel, they had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia. They had returned to Arabia. They had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and had destroyed Mecca. They had conquered Islam. This idea is completely nuts. It's not grounded in any history at all, but they were repeated broadsheets printed through Europe where people really believed the 10 tribes of Europe were literally about to reconquer Israel and bring about the end of the world. This was a very common idea. Um, so these kind of dissemination of bonkers notions were very, very popular. Not just that, but there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people to believe the world was about to undergo some big change. Columbus's discovery of the so-called New World. There were the ongoing religious wars of the Hundred Years' War, the Protestant Reformation. There's tons of talk about the Antichrist. Everybody was the Antichrist. Protestants thought the Pope was the Antichrist. The Pope thought Martin Luther was the Antichrist. Um, there's the witch trials. There are all kinds of things going on. If you want to get an idea about this time period, right, I'm sure most folks have all heard of Michel de Nostradamus, Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus is famous for his quatrains, his prophetic quatrains. He dies in 1566. It's around, he's living in so roughly this time. So what's going on here is that the entire world is basically expecting a kind of messianic or apocalyptic event. And so, in some ways, had it not been Shabbatai Tzvi, it'd have been somebody else. I really am convinced of that. It just happened to be Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, there's a huge massacre in Poland that kills thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky pogrom or Kaminsky uprising may have been the largest single killing of Jews prior to the Holocaust, which also occurs in Poland. And there was this massive killing, maybe a few 100,000 Jews. We're not sure how many died, but it was probably the largest mass killing of Jews until the Holocaust. And also, again, we have this messianic expectation that emerges in the aftermath of this giant massacre. And it's into that situation that we meet Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai is born into a mercantile family on Tish B'Av and on Shabbat. That's why he's called Shabbatai. It's not uncommon it wasn't uncommon then at least, for people born on Shabbat to be named Shabbatai. It's an honor to be born on Shabbat. Now, no one calls their kids Shabbatai anymore because of how bad Shabbatai Tzvi's reputation has become. But he's also born on Tish B'Av. You may know this, that on Tish B'Av, it's a custom in Echa Rabbah, Midrash, that the Messiah is going to be born on Tish B'Av. As you probably know, Tish B'Av is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. The temple's destroyed, and World War I started, and all kinds of bad things. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising crushed. All kinds of bad things happen on Tish B'Av. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea from Echa Rabbah is that the Messiah will be born on Tish B'Av. It will convert the day of mourning into a day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai being born on just the right day, and not just being born on Tish B'Av, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start here in 1626 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So I've been to Izmir. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing a little older, he begins to engage in some pretty strange practices already. He's not involved in the mercantile practices of his family. He begins to turn his attention to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading the Sefer Zohar and the Sefer Hakanah. The Sefer Hakanah is a book where a student questions a teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws the way we do. The idea of questioning the law is going to be a big part of Shabbatai's life, as we see in this. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, around his teens, that he has this vision or this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues will plague Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he's being afflicted by the demoness Na'amah, who's a demoness in the Zohar, you may know her better. That's the name of Noah's wife, actually. But this demoness Na'amah, who we find in the Zohar, is said to have done something to Shabbatai's penis and causes him all kinds of problems. And it's around this time in his teenage years, he also begins to experience these periods of what he calls illumination and darkness. These periods of illumination are periods where he doesn't sleep, he is singing and dancing, and he's doing all kinds of strange behaviors. And And these will last for several weeks, and then he will be plunged into a period of darkness where he basically won't get out of bed. He's sure everything is the worst, and everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists I've talked to diagnose him after his death, of course, as something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, he now began to claim that he could do supernatural things like levitate. In fact, he claimed to levitate in front of several of his friends. His friends said that he really didn't levitate, and then he told them that they just didn't deserve to see him because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. And he really did levitate, according to Shabbat's faculty. His family tries to fix him by marrying him off, which was the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time, these illuminations and darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this was a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of Prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is the Messiah, basically anointing him and making him a Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai's name, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, but typically he kept it pretty secret. In the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of Israel. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out. He's exiled for reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly. But one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was in during his prayers, he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name. And Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with other strange things he was up to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Israel. He'll come back with a vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community of folks who believe in Shabbatai to be. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, but we know he traveled all around Egypt and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean and he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Torah scroll. That also was not a thing he should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression does not make you a good impression, and so he often made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet or a Kabbalist or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community. And it's there that Shabbatai actually got a job being basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor. And what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. He was actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a piece of work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, and she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland, and she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo, and she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like a not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. And when Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation. And one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. So that was her big claim to fame, is that she would marry the Messiah. And Shabbatai, already having ideas that he was in fact the Messiah, took this sign, sent for her. I think she was in the war at the time. He sent for her, and she came to Cairo, and he married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy that he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for basically their entire adult life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to be a young and up and coming Kabbalist. That young and up and coming Kabbalist is a 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin Ben Elisha Chaim Levi Ashkenaz. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading up and coming Kabbalist minds of the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also even understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Lurian and Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Luria. Luria is a physician of the soul, as it's sometimes referred to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation, and that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is that Shabbatai Tzvi actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan, and then basically become cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of elimination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza. He stays with Nathan for several weeks. And in the several weeks, they go on these very long epic walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to be cured. You're the Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be in one of his dark periods in this whole business. What ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business, and near Shavuot in 1665. And Nathan is possessed by this Magi spirit, just incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods, and then 3 days later, he declares that he is, in fact, the Messiah. Now, again, people declaring that people are the Messiah is nothing new in Judaism. People, every once in a while, come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them, and they get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the fast of the 17th Tammuz is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. He does not observe the fast, and rather than observe the fast, he announces that that Hallel should be said. Hallel is what you say for praise. It's what you say in Sukkot for praise. And so rather than engaging the fast of 17th Tammuz, he declares that he has abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers. He takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically, to try to inaugurate the reality of the third temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amirah, and the Jerusalem community stops him. They're like, you're nuts. You're crazy. You cannot go on the Temple Mount. There's a mosque up there. If you go up there where there's a mosque up there and try to kill an animal, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get us all in trouble. So these local rabbis actually turn him over to the local Qadi. The Qadi is basically the mayor of Jerusalem, the Turkish mayor of Jerusalem. And they turn him over to the Qadi, and they say, this guy's crazy. You need to arrest him. He's going to do something bizarre. The Qadi doesn't arrest him. Not only does he not arrest him, he allows Shabbatai to go around on horseback around the city, waving a green banner. Now, riding around on horse doesn't seem like a big deal, except for Jews weren't allowed to ride on horses. It was against Islamic law for Jews to ride on horses. That was an exclusive purview of Muslims. But for whatever reason, the Qadi of Jerusalem, probably because he thinks this guy's crazy, lets him ride around, circle around Jerusalem, waving this green banner 7 times. And this is proof for Shabbatai's followers that he's actually important. He's actually the Messiah. Because he is able to basically not get arrested by the local Qadi, and he is allowed to circle the city on horseback 7 times. So summoning up some Jericho imagery. Further, he allows his followers to eat forbidden food, certain parts of the animal, which the Bible declares to be unkosher. He says to his followers they're allowed to do. He allows them to engage in violations of Jewish law. These violations of Jewish law, he even has a special blessing for violating Jewish law on purpose. And eventually the rabbis at Jerusalem send a complaint against Shabbatai all the way to the chief rabbi of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul. Well, what ends up happening, Shabbatai is run out of Jerusalem. The Jerusalem community, which previously liked him, at least to some degree, they certainly liked him singing. He was a very good singer and very charismatic. They run him out of Jerusalem, and what ends up happening, Shabbatai departs for Aleppo, now in Syria. And what happens there is that Nathan's already sent letters ahead of Shabbatai to the folks in Aleppo, specifically letters explaining, using very complex Kabbalistic justifications, things like the treatise of the dragons and other kinds of documents, that Shabbatai is in fact the Messiah, and that they welcome him as the Messiah. Well, it's not clear exactly how and why the folks at Aleppo were so heavily convinced of the letters that Nathan of Gaza wrote, but they were clearly convinced of them because when he arrived in Aleppo, it is a fanfare, ticker-tape parade for Shabbatai to be. He is welcomed into Aleppo with open arms. He's openly declared the Messiah. He stays there for about 3 weeks, and it is a complete wave of enthusiasm. There are people prophesying in the streets that the Messiah has come. He basically converts much of the crowd of Aleppo, most of the Jewish community of Aleppo, to him. He basically converts them to the same messianism. And he gets perhaps one of his most important allies at the time. And that important ally is the son of Chaim Vital. Chaim Vital, his son, Rabbi Chaim Vital is one of the main people responsible for the Messiah or for the Kabbalah. He's been dead now, but his son is living in Aleppo, and his son declares that Shabbatai is the Messiah. So it's like having the son of the most important Kabbalist of all time, basically declaring that this guy's the Messiah in Aleppo. It is a huge explosion in enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo. After spending 22 days in Aleppo, Nathan is still back in Gaza. He's writing letters, he's writing tracts, prayer books, and prophecies. He's sending these all over the Jewish world. You could not ask for a better PR man than Nathan of Gaza. And Nathan is sending this stuff everywhere. Everybody's getting it. People are getting very excited about the things that Shabbatai can do, allegedly. And what ends up happening is that Shabbatai makes his way back home to Izmir. And as soon as he gets there, well, he falls into depression. He falls into depression. He's in the depression for weeks, and it's not until Hanukkah of that year that he emerges from the depression. And it's around this time that the local rabbi gets the writ of excommunication, basically, or gets what will become the writ of excommunication from Istanbul. And sometime around Hanukkah of that year, there's an explosion of tension. There are the pro-Shabbatite people and the anti-Shabbatite people, and what ends up happening is the anti-Shabbatite guy actually is leading prayers on the Sabbath, and literally Shabbatai grabs a axe and hacks his way on the Sabbath into the court of God, and then chases the other rabbi out of the building, and then sends it up to the post, even the forces that were inside the synagogue, and he sets himself up as kind of a king inside the Portuguese synagogue after chasing the rabbi out with an axe, basically. Not only that, the guy who he chased out, the rabbi who he chased out in his own hometown, that rabbi's daughters fall into prophetic fits, declaring Shabbatai to be the Messiah. So this guy's getting from all sides. He's being chased around by Shabbatai with an axe, and his own daughters are falling into these enthusiastic trances, declaring that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He does the same thing. He pronounces the divine name. There's all kinds of things that begin to go on. He sings Christian songs in the synagogue. He allows women to come to the bima to read from the Torah. He there are just all kinds of things he begins to do when he's back in Izmir that are rapidly raising the ire of the larger Jewish community world. It's around this time also that he consummates his marriage with his wife. Apparently, he had not done that yet, and she shows the bloody cloth to prove that marriage had been consummated to great fanfare. And so, all kinds of things happen here at Izmir that are slowly earning the attention of the wider world. This guy Shabbatai is really, really beginning to act out in very, very strange ways. So on December 30th, the end of the year, he sets sail with some of his followers to Istanbul. Now, what's happened by the time that he sets sail by the 30th of December is that in 1666, by early 1666, Nathan of Gaza's letters have reached everywhere. Everywhere, as far afield as Brazil. People in Brazil have heard about Shabbatai speak by the time he sets sail, and by the time he arrives in Istanbul in early 1666. He's famous. He's famous even before he reaches Istanbul. And so everywhere, London, Hamburg, Sana'a in Yemen, Amsterdam, everybody heard about Shabbatai speak, and everybody increasingly thinks he's the Messiah. By 1666, by the summer of 1666, the estimates range, but the general estimate is about half the world's Jewish population has become convinced that he's the Messiah. With some places, like the Amsterdam community, largely a converso community, basically having packed their bags and booked boats back to Israel because they were convinced that Shabbatai was literally about to take over the entire world. So that entire community, many people in that community, packed their bags, had them on the dock, and were waiting to go home back to Israel because Shabbatai had done the whole thing. So this was a overwhelming part of the Jewish community, at least half, maybe more. Even Spinoza weighed in about the Shabbatai stuff. Spinoza knew about it, but sadly we don't have Spinoza's letter, so we don't know exactly what he believed was going on. Well, the trip from Izmir to Istanbul should only have taken a couple of weeks, but it took 39 days. They had very, very bad weather, and what ends up happening is that the Hebrew Shabbatai coming to Istanbul gets ahead of him, and because he gets ahead of him, as soon as he arrives in Istanbul, he's arrested. The Turkish government knows what this guy is. They know what he's coming there to do. He's coming there basically to declare his messiahdom in Istanbul, in the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And the idea, I think, is basically going to take over the Ottoman Empire. He's just going to take the whole thing over as the king of everything. He's the king of the Ottoman Empire. So he's arrested, he's beaten up by one of the guards, and he's thrown in jail. jail he's thrown into is referred to by Shabbatians as the Migdal Oz, Tower of Strength, and he's put into captivity, but he's put into a very luxurious captivity. His followers, which at this point amass probably in the thousands, are sending enormous amounts of money to him. So that allows him to basically bribe his guards, and he lives in. He's kind of living like a king inside of this prison, basically. And it's inside this prison that he sees emissaries from Yemen, from Europe, from all over. And it's in this prison situation in the Migdal Oz that he begins to basically hold court as if he were a king. He's dressed like a king, acts like a king, and he is doing all kinds of things while he is imprisoned here in the beginning of 1666. And he's receiving, like I said, emissaries from all over. And these emissaries really do believe that despite the fact that he's in prison, it's only a matter of time until he reveals that he really is the Messiah. So he's receiving emissaries from all over, and they are coming back and really preaching the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi. And it's at this time in 1666 that the Shabbatian movement was at its peak, although it's only been really operating now for about 2 years. What ends up happening is that a hater basically ruins everything for him. This guy named Nehemiah Cohen arrives from Gallipoli, and he's heard about that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah. He meets with him, and basically he becomes disillusioned. He thinks this guy's really not the Messiah. This guy's just a charlatan. He's not really the Messiah. Probably because Nehemiah Cohen thought he was the Messiah. Enter Messiah beef. And he tells the Sultan, basically, or at least the emissaries of the Sultan, that this guy is a danger. He is living in a lap of luxury. He's engaging in all kinds of debaucherous activity. And what ends up happening is that on September 15th, 1666, Shabbatai is rearrested. He's drug in to see the Sultan, the Grand Vizier, and he's basically told, a very simple thing. He says, "Look, here's the skinny." They interrogate him. They ask him if he's the Messiah. He says yes, he is the Messiah. So they said, "Okay, here's your test. Right? Here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your Messiahdom if you pass one test. The test is this: we're going to strip you naked. We're going to bring in a bunch of archers, and they're going to shoot you with arrows. And if you survive, if the arrows bounce off of you, we'll all convert you. And if not, well, you'll die." And they say, "All right, Shabbatai, you're the Messiah, right? Let's do this." And so Shabbatai very promptly says, "Nope, I'm not the Messiah. I'm just a rabbi." He does not want to be shot with a bunch of arrows. And so the vizier of the Ottoman Empire says, "Okay, Shabbatai, well, you have one option now. You can convert to Islam, or you'll be impaled. Today, you have 5 minutes to decide. You convert to Islam, or you'll be impaled." And Shabbatai, not being stupid, he might have been crazy, converts. He converts to Islam. He becomes Aziz Mehmed Effendi. And he converts on September 16th, 1666. And not only does he convert, the Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that he converted. And he appoints him to a basically ceremonial position as a gatekeeper, basically. And because he becomes a ceremonial gatekeeper, he's actually an official member of the Sultanate court. And he gives him a really nice fur coat, and he has basically the most cushy job ever. These gatekeepers were basically just cushy positions given to members of the court, and Shabbatai could do basically whatever he wanted. So in many ways, he came out all the better, at least materially. I mean, obviously being shot through with arrows would have been really bad, being in jail would have been really, really bad. But the vizier and the Sultan really aren't out to get this guy. They basically just want him to go away as a problem. And so they give him the cushiest job they can and basically give him a pension so that hopefully he will just quit. Well, Messiahs never quit because they're crazy. And because they're crazy and never quit, they're going to get themselves more and more trouble. And Shabbatai's very lucky, that he was not just shot through with arrows. I think had he not had a lot of wealthy friends, I think we'd have had one shish kebab Messiah on our hands. But he had a lot of wealthy friends, and he doesn't end up a shish kebab. So what ends up happening is that, the first thing that happens is that news of his apostasy spreads all throughout the Jewish world. And this is really bad. this is really bad. Half the Jewish world thought the guy was the Messiah. They had packed their bags. They were already including Shabbatai's feet in their prayers. The prayer book had been changed to include Shabbatai's feet as the Messiah. People were really convinced that this guy was going to basically overtake the Ottoman Empire and the world was going to come to an end. They had packed their bags. They were literally on the docks in Amsterdam waiting for news. And the news they got was, oh yeah, he converted to Islam. He did what? He converted to what? Like, yeah, he apostatized. He's not Jewish. He's converted to Islam. So as you can imagine, that's bad. Not only is it bad, it's incredibly embarrassing. All the Christians just took it as more proof that the Jews were full of it. This completely crazy Jewish people, stupid Jewish people, can't understand anything. And not only that, the Jews who remained anti-Messiah, folks like Manasseh ben Israel and Amsterdam, they were able to greatly close their grasp on the Messianist factions. So this was a disaster, a titanic disaster in the Jewish world. And it was it really is probably one of the greatest intellectual disasters in Jewish history. Nathan wouldn't hear about the apostasy until the summer of 1666, or 1667 actually. He left Gaza and fled to, basically ran over to where he could basically find Shabbatai. And the big debate at this time was, what did the apostasy mean? Now, one thing that you know about messiahs is that when messiahs do terrible things like die or convert to another religion, it's not a problem. Then it's all part of the plan. That's how delusions go. Delusions are never disproven. Delusions are only reinforced, no matter how ridiculous the delusion is. So, Shabbatai's apostasy was not apostasy. It was part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. Now, what happens here? Nathan of Gaza circulated a letter saying, no, this is part of the plan. Don't freak out. Don't lose faith. It's very important to maintain faith. So there are actually a couple of different theories that were going around at the time about what really happened. One theory, the craziest theory, is that somehow Shabbatai Tzvi really was now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. There are some people that continue to believe that. That not only had he not converted, he was just now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire somehow. Another way is that he had converted, but he converted in order to take power over himself. So yes, he was a Muslim, but only temporarily, because he was about to get power from the Sultan somehow. Who knows how that's supposed to work? The third reason was that he converted as part of a Kabbalistic plan to redeem the deepest, darkest levels of demonic power that was imposed. And the reason why he converted was to descend into the apostasy of Islam to redeem the Muslims and bring them along as part of the Kabbalistic plan. So his apostasy wasn't really apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, the suffering servant, by plunging himself into the compose. He would be able to somehow engage in a greater act of the fourth theory about what happened was that he had not really converted, but that the real Shabbatai had actually gone into heaven, and that what was left behind was a kind of illusion Shabbatai. So the real Shabbatai is in heaven or somewhere else, going into the supernal realms as part of the grand act of redemption, and that the Shabbatai that he converted was a kind of illusion or a kind of shadow or something from itself. It really wasn't Shabbatai. So these are the big four theories that circulated about what happened when Shabbatai converted to Islam. It seems like Nathan of Gaza accepted some version of 3 and 4. He accepted some version of 3 and 4, more 3 than 4, but certainly accepted 3. And his position was, yes, Shabbatai converted to Islam, but this was a temporary thing. That he would eventually redeem Islam, redeem the Muslims, and that he would emerge out of Islam back to Judaism, and he would emerge as having redeemed this fallen religion. Shabbatai, for what it's worth, basically fell into a titanic depression, as you can imagine. I mean, he basically just become an apostate, he fell into a deep depression. In fact, he wrote to his brother Elijah and said, hey, leave me alone, I'm a Turk now. I don't want to deal with Jews, I'm done. He plunged into a really, really, really deep depression. Chasa never gave up the faith. In fact, in the end, he never gave it up. And so, not only does the Shabbatian movement not die in the aftermath of the 1666 conversion, but it seems like Nathan of Gaza's reworking of the myth actually caused it to flourish. They calcify this religion. Okay. So what else? Check my on to share. All right. So what I want to do is what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to finish up that speed, and then we'll do Nathan of Gaza. Then we'll do the Frankists next time because it gets even crazier than chapter speed. If you can believe that, it's going to get even more crazy than chapter speed. So we'll finish chapter speed tonight. We'll do the Frankists next time. That'll also give us a transition perhaps into Hasidism, which I'm sure my sister will absolutely hate, but they are connected in a weird way. At any rate, Shabtai Tzvi converts to Islam. He has a son, Ishmael Mordechai, a fantastic Jewish Muslim name. Ishmael's an Islamic name, Mordechai is a Jewish name. And what ends up happening is that Shabtai begins to continue to live as the gatekeeper in the ceremonial position. He lives a kind of mixed life. He's sort of quasi-Jewish. He's Jewish under the cover of night, I suppose, but he's publicly living as a Muslim. And people continue to come and visit him, believing he's the Messiah. And they do believe that he's doing this business of raising the code, of raising his act of apostasy is actually a Kabbalistic act of redemption. And so over time, it seems like Shabtai Tzvi also begins to believe this as well. And again, Shabtai often suffers from these deep depressions. It's not clear what he believes at any given moment, but slowly it seems like Shabtai does come around to the idea that he might actually still be the Messiah. Now, the Muslim leadership of the Ottoman Empire gets word of this. They don't like the idea that he's secretly still living as a Jew. And so what ends up happening is that the rabbis of Istanbul, the chief rabbis of Istanbul, are exhausted with Shabtai continuing to basically hold court as a kind of quasi-messiah. And on the 12th of September 1672, they go to the Pasha, which is the high-ranking member of the Ottoman court, and they basically tell the Pasha, this guy's not really a Muslim. Yeah, he's converted, but he's living as a Muslim. He's not living as a Muslim. And not just that, but he's doing all kinds of blasphemy against Islam. And this charge is taken very seriously by the Pasha, and in 1673 he's exiled to what is now Montenegro. Basically, he's exiled to get away from all the Jews. The Pasha kicks him out anywhere. They throw him in the most obscure, one of the most inaccessible regions of the Ottoman Empire, basically to get him away from his Jewish world, his Jewish community. It is there in exile, and it's even further exile, that his wife Sarah would die. He would take another wife, Aisha, and he would die alone in Montenegro in the year 1676. In fact, his brother visited him, and he asked, "How long are you going to hold on to me?" And he said famously, "This is a bit obscure." He said, "Perhaps you can see that rock on the coast, really far away, rock." But at any rate, on the 17th of September of 1776, he dies during the Tehillah of Yom Kippur. He dies on Yom Kippur. He dies as the gates are closing. And his last Jewish act as Messiah, I suppose, was to request a Machzor, a Yom Kippur prayer book, so that he could say the prayers of Yom Kippur. And we're told that Shabtai Tzvi, or Abirah, or Aziz Ben Effendi actually prayed and was praying Jewish prayers as he died on Yom Kippur near Elam. He was intentionally buried somewhere that no one could find him. The legend is that he was buried in a cave near the sea, and his brother had come to visit him. There was a dragon actually guarding the mouth of the cave, and that when they came back, the dragon was gone, and the cave was full of light, and Shabbatai's body was nowhere to be found. Empty tomb, very much like the story of Shabbatai's feet, that he ascended into heaven gone into occultation, and no one knows to this day, by the way, where Shabbat is buried. It's unclear at all what happened to his body, because his body vanishing only adds to the idea that somehow he is in hiding and didn't resurrect. Nathan of Gaza is a PR guy, continued to believe that the Shabbatai was the Messiah all the way up to his death on January 11, 1680. Many years after the Shabbatai died, he continued to write pro-Shabbatian tracts all the way to the end. He said that Shabbatai wasn't dead, that he was hidden, that he had ascended into heaven, or he transfigured somehow. And he died eventually in Skopje, in Macedonia. He's trying to live closer to Shabbatai Tzvi. And his grave, actually, until it was destroyed during the Second World War, was an object of veneration. Shabbatians continued to flock to his grave. Now, you would think that with Shabbatai dead and with Nathan of Gaza dead, that this entire movement, as bizarre as it is, would just peter out with both of these guys dead. In 1680, that should be the end of the Shabbatian movement. Well, if you thought that, you'd be dead wrong, because Shabbatianism is about to explode from a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people, to tens of thousands of people. It's going to form a completely new religion. Shabbatianism is going to form a totally new religion. And that totally new religion is going to be led primarily by Shabbatai Tzvi's second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, as she has first name. So, what we'll get to next time, we'll probably spend an entire section on Shabbatianism, the rise of Shabbatianism, because there's so much to do. We'll talk about the religions that emerge in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because Shabbatai Tzvi is not just going to die, he's going to continue to be part of the Kabbalistic world of Judaism all the way until the 1880s. That's when the last Shabbatians that we know of died, is in the 1880s. It's probably the case they survived after that. There were Shabbatians after the 1880s that survived in the Shabbatian world. We think that maybe the Holocaust actually killed the last of the Shabbatians. We don't really know for sure, because part of what is true about them is they don't tell people they're Shabbatians. It's part of their religion to hide their religion. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, the Shabbatian movement, is going to continue to function, and the Shabbatians will continue to function in Turkey as a group called the Dogmen, all the way up until maybe even now. There may still be Shabbatians in Turkey right now. That religion might still be alive. The issue is we don't know. Most scholars think that it's extinct. But I will tell you that I taught a class on Shabbatai Tzvi, an 8-part class on Shabbatai Tzvi, and one of the people that took the class was a Turkish woman, and she took the class at the Federation. She took it because she came from a Shabbatian family, and she said that her family, her grandfather, had continued to believe that the Shabbatians, but that his parents didn't. Her parents didn't, and she didn't. But she knew that she came from a family that believed in Shabbatai Tzvi. That was part of their family history. And I asked her, are there any Shabbatians left in Turkey? And she said that she had not met any. That she knew of families that were Shabbatian families, but she didn't know anyone practicing Shabbatianism any longer. So many scholars think that it's gone extinct, but it's up in the air. Because again, part of how the religion operates is by keeping it secret. So next week what we'll do is we'll talk about the second part of all this. How a basically manic depressive messiah who died, who converted to another religion that died, managed to give rise to a completely new religion. And that religion, Shabbatianism, actually survived, and may even survive up to this day. So we'll talk about that branch off of Kabbalah and how this Kabbalistic stuff led to the Shabbatai Tzvi movement. And if you've ever heard these rules around, you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married, etc., etc., if you've ever heard those rules only emerged after this whole Shabbatai Tzvi. Because how such a disaster this was in church history. So the Shabbatian moment actually gives those rules, actually puts some pump the brakes on the spread of Kabbalah, because up to this point, Kabbalah was spreading very rapidly, very publicly. After the Shabbatai Tzvi episode, the rabbis are going to pump the brakes, because they're going to say, oh, it's Kabbalah stuff, it's very dangerous, it's a disaster. They're going to pump the brakes on it, and it's going to slow the spread of Kabbalah in some ways, then it's going to give rise to a whole new religion, the religion of the Donen, the religion of continued side shift of Shabbat. Wrap up Shabbat. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
You're fine. Come fuck yourself.
See how many people actually what? And it's free. So. No, but you get all the stores and everything during cheaper, but sponsorship forever. Then you're not gonna have incentives like that. Sending yours a family can be idle. You paid on it, invest, you change my meaning of life. But yeah, but you also have penny. And all those concerns make you wise. If you travel smart about the sponsor and Irish Simon, the first name on the very boat, and here you go. Read the sponsors anonymous. In other words, family partners can ask you entire right to not slow down for a second. Read the sponsors. Moshe Yitzchak Grossberger. In honor of my wedding today, all prophets be fulfilled. Going to Chayil and Choyil. Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Where's he from? This is like Mexico or something. Yitzchak with a J and Moshe with a CH. Everything why I remember Sarah first time you open the position from Amalek, say on the little set, then I yell at Dester, the boys are here we go. Yeah, random Mishnah. I'm serious. It's all easy today and it's super interesting. It says the Mishnah, all the way at the bottom of the Tzad Gimel of Beis, random Mishnah. Choymer b'smicha b'mitnufa. So we discussed, smicha means to lean on the animal, and Tnufa means to wave at the animal. Lift them up and wave. There's two different things. There's certain chumras that you have in a smicha and certain chumras you have in a nufa. What do we do? Go ahead. Three lines from the bottom. When it comes to nufa, it's enough for one person doesn't for the whole crew, for all the partners. Whereas smicha, we said yesterday, that each and every person, it's a skarbana, each and every person wants to do the smicha. And hungry nufa, that wants the home that nufa has the smicha. Shat nufa no heges to karbanas hayafa to karbanas hatzipur. You have to do it in all types of karbanas. It's part of yafa, for instance, the shlachim. So here's a picture that we showed yesterday. The shmanu nufa, chazan the shoy. You also have tzipur. This is tzipur. What is this? This is the shtei alechem, the shalei, the what do you call shalei tzipur. To sheep that we're bringing on Shavuot. It's coming up. Shloshim Yom Ben L'chai. Oh, that's the we'll get to it. Coming up soon. That nufa. Oh, what the that secret? L'chaim. You need nufa when the animal's alive. What was with him? You need nufa when the animal's dead. I just showed you. This one is pretty dead. This guy is dead. When we double change my Ruach what do we do nufa with something that's not alive? That was never alive. Here, in this picture, the red, the black made dog, that's the nufa. Hashem gave us smicha go to smicha when the animal's dead. Which is worse than have a kasha on this. In fact, you see that our time that you do smicha when the animal is dead. Karbona the rabbis pull valley cardinal smicha. Karbona, like Shlomo says, the word karbona. Comes to include all the owners must do smicha. She'll call about a dinner or a thing. Oh, there's a minor simple type of person. Not Rubish, it's Rashi. Rufa.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony, Get Up and Tony, for the best fucking night of their lives.
Austin, Texas. That's Carlos Sosa on the saxophone. It's his birthday, everybody. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo. Normally, Nachos Belgrande, but tonight I think it's Tres Leches over there. How about a hand for Justin Heights sitting in tonight on the drums? We have the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is indeed D Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode is brought to you by Netflix, the roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th. Some of your favorite roasters and human beings, and just overall great people, are going to be on that. So you're going to want to watch that because, May 10th, live on Netflix. Following the roast of Tom Brady, fun fact about the roast of Tom Brady, the most watched comedy event of the past decade. So, we'll see where Kevin Hart lands and everything. Should be fun. I specialize in making fun of small black people, so this could be good. Before we get started tonight, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Surfshark. With the help of AI, scammers are getting smarter every day. They're sending emails that look legit but are designed to steal your data, passwords, and money. If you want to stay protected, you gotta check out Surfshark. It's way more than your good old VPN. It's an all-in-one online security tool. They have a ton of advanced features, and one in particular is called Email Scam Checker. This thing notifies you if an email you received is a scam or phishing attempt. So instead of guessing whether that bank's email is real, you can check it before you click it.
Tony, Surfshark is totally awesome. It's offering the best online protection out there. Surfshark still provides the standard VPN benefits of hiding your online activity or allowing you to virtually change your location and access geoblocked content while traveling.
Ooh. And the final kicker, one subscription covers unlimited devices, so you can protect your phone, laptop, and even share it with your household. Pay for one tool and protect all aspects of your online life. Go to surfshark.com/Kiltony or use code Kiltony at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark. Surfshark.com/Kiltony or code Kiltony for 4 extra months. That's right, Surfshark.com/Kiltony. Use code Kiltony for 4 extra months. Surfshark. And here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have one guest tonight because that's all we need. This is one of the greatest guests in the show's history. How many of you are real diehard Kiltony fans? Well, then you're in for a special treat. One of the absolute best, one of the smartest, one of the funniest. Make some fucking noise for one of my favorite human beings and comedians. It's the great Sam Talent, everybody. Here we go. The man, the myth. You've seen him on all your favorite episodes. The best. The absolute best. Sam Talent is the fucking man, and he's coming to Buffalo, Chicago, Madison. There's a bunch of places. ComeShopLive.com/Sam Talent. That's with 2 L's. And his new novel, Brute, comes out September 22nd.
Yeah, pre-order that, please. I'm competing with Mr. Beast and James Patterson.
Yes, that is tough.
2 dead-eyed ghouls and me. But yeah, get the book, please. It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in Paris doing one last job.
Ooh, I like that. It's called Brute, B-R-U-T. Pre-order it now. It's available September 22nd. My friend, Sam Talent, you're fantastic.
Feeling good. I wore a shirt that people online will say fits, I hope.
Oh, good.
Last time I was on here, I was wearing what many described as a tarp for some kind of boat cover, and I have a new hot body, and I want everyone to know that.
It fits. It fits.
And it's, look, I know I'm sexually distracting now, but let's focus. Please, Tony's the hot one. Red Band's the pervert, you know. I'm just here so we can get a nice cake for old Carlos over there. But
That's right, Carlos's birthday.
Carlos and his twin butting off his shoulder there. That's just asexual. Reproduction at its finest. That's crazy.
Rogan said if you're gonna have horn players, they all have to have a bald head like me. And trust me, the trombone player is well on his way.
Hey man, we can tell it's a wig. Wait, it was Red Band?
Yeah, that was Red Band. He got you, Fernando. Oh wait, that's not Fernando. That's Raul. I get them all confused. It's like George Foreman's kids over here. You know what I mean? I wish they all had the same name, but they don't. Sometimes I order the wrong thing when I'm at Matt's All Rancho. It happens.
Carlos, does your twin have the same birthday? Does that count that way, or does he get a birthday? Oh, you don't speak English. I'm sorry. Lo siento. Feliz cumpleaños. Quisiera la música.
As you can tell, Sam Talent is the man. Multiple-time guest. Always a guest of the year. Contender, nominee, always in the mix. And we're doing it again, Sam.
Bro, glad to be here. This is my favorite thing in show business. Thank you guys for coming here.
200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to perhaps get pulled out of this bucket. If they are, they get 60 seconds on stage. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I'm gonna let this dead-eyed ketamine addict pull the first name. Go right ahead, sir. Yes, I know, we can all tell. Hand that to Red Band, or we're gonna go wrangle that person. Could be anybody, clearly. And while we wrangle that person, ladies and gentlemen, starting the show is one of our favorite golden ticket winners ever in the show's history. You know him, you love him. Make some noise for the great David Jolly, everybody.
How y'all doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? Yeah, man. Life been going good. I've been on the road and shit, you know. But most of my homeboys my age, all them boys been going through like a midlife crisis. My homeboy Johnny called me the other day, and he was like, "Hey, Dave, I'm about to start streaming." I said, "Streaming? Man, I hung the phone up. Somebody want to see no old nigga Twitch?" 5:30 a.m. chat, taking my blood pressure medicine. So I'm passed out at work again. There's only one type of people I want to see stream. That's crackheads. I pay top dollar to watch crackheads stream. 3:30 a.m. Just sucked my knife digger today. Nerdberg gets to work. They doing all kind of crackhead shit in the camera. I'm about to take this full-size wash and dryer 9 miles away on a 10-speed bicycle. Yeah. Thank y'all. That's been a bunch of fun, man.
57 seconds on the nose by the great David Jolly.
Fuck yeah.
Fantastic stuff you're talking about.
Yeah. You don't want to see a crackhead stream?
No, I'm agreeing with you, my friend. I literally would watch that. And I'm not one to watch streams, but I would watch that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I look out of my giant, penthouse condo windows down in the alleyways, and I love that fucking place. Sometimes I'll grab a captain ship telescope monocle, whatever that thing is, and I'm just fucking interested in what's going on down there.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I bet you see some good shit up there, don't you?
Non-stop. A lot of people look like you, but it's not you.
David, it's me. Oh, sorry. I've never heard a bit about streaming.
Yeah.
Honestly, never heard a bit about streaming.
No, I love it.
Dude, crackhead streaming?
Yeah.
The crackheads are like that's how they transport shit like Vietnamese families, you know?
Yeah.
You know, little like Laos, it's all bicycles with like the washing machine. That's a great bit.
Yeah, crackhead stronger than a motherfucker. I seen that for real. I seen a crackhead put a washer and a dryer on a 10-speed bicycle and ride the way he was going with it. It's amazing, man.
And you know what? Meth head's not that strong.
Yeah, nah, man, you gotta do the real kind of drug, like crack cocaine. Fuck that homemade shit, you know what I'm saying?
I think this is a cultural thing, David.
Yeah,
This is white versus black right now.
Yeah, that's why all crackheads so strong, you know what I mean?
That's why the meth heads, all still live with their mom.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, crackheads live with their mom, too. They just live on the other side of the house, you know?
Mom doesn't know that they're in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're in the attic.
Yeah.
Now, David, you've smoked crack before.
No, motherfucker, I ain't never smoked no.
Really?
Man, fuck you, Tony. I ain't smoked no fucking.
I thought we were going to have a good in-depth interview about crack use.
Yeah, you a real asshole.
You mean you've never
You
smoked
a
crack?
real fucking Tony. You know what I mean?
I mean, I could have sworn this was part of his backstory.
Hell no, look at my teeth, motherfucker. This good like crackhead teeth.
No, they are. Not your teeth, David. I was literally there. You can't say that. By the way, here's a little behind the scenes for you. David had a spot in the other room. I was doing this room one night, just a normal Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night of stand-up. And for some reason, he didn't take the night off the day that he got full-on teeth implants. And I don't know, Sam, if you've ever had the unbelievable pleasure of being in a comedy green room when another comedian walks in the day of. Clearly, he needed whatever it is, $75 or $100 or whatever you got paid for that set. You know what I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. But clearly, he could not spare a night off of work because his entire mouth was swollen. He had these. I mean, David, instead of me rambling, but how long, if you had to guess, did I make fun of you? Non-stop jokes about your teeth. If you had to guess a time length.
Hey, it was a long time.
No, come on, David.
Like about an hour, then I gave him the old classic, fuck you, Tony, and I walked out, you know what I'm saying? It was some good jokes.
Think about what he just said. An hour, ladies and gentlemen, is 60 minutes. That's not like each one of my jokes was a minute long. No, we're talking about perhaps 6 to 10 jokes per minute for 60 fucking minutes.
They won that rapid fire. Now, they was some good ones, you.
There's something about. Have you ever seen someone get new teeth the day of?
Yeah.
I mean, like they were like out, the whole thing was swollen. It was crazy.
Yeah, well, did you have to learn how to talk like a horse with peanut butter in its mouth?
Oh, it was pretty bad.
I mean, that was a rough day. But
Do you remember any of the good ones he said to you?
they was out. When Tony started rambling and go on the hot fire shit, I just block it out. You know what I mean? I'm used to it. Now you gotta block it out because it'll keep going. If you act like you ain't paying attention to him, then he'll stop.
The whole band's agreeing with you, like I bully them all the time.
You gotta know when to just walk the fuck away. You know what I mean? That's what I used to do.
I think your teeth look great.
Thank you, Sam. I think you look great, and your shirt is not too big. You look amazing, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Little positive energy. How about that, Tony? I know you don't like that
But
shit.
you never smoked crack.
No, motherfucker, I ain't smoking no fucking crack.
I could have sworn. I want to go back and rewatch the tapes of your first interview.
Hell no,
I can
man.
swear when you had the old teeth, you would admit that.
I ain't ever smoked. You know what crack do to the black community, motherfucker? I would not be up here if I smoked crack. I'd be fucking breaking in people's cars or something,
Or
man.
you'd be in Parliament Funkadelic.
Yeah, they smoked crack. But the crack was different. They were freebasers, you know. Something they put in the crack. There's a difference between freebase and crack.
That was that cameo shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Freebase is like cocaine and whatever they make.
How do you know all of this? These scientific
Because I'm in the hood, motherfucker. That's how it is. They teach you that.
They make you
Like,
honest teeth.
yeah. Nah, I don't do nothing illegal. I just go on the road and have a good time now. You know, I live a better life. You know, I got health insurance.
Wow,
That's pretty good.
That's very good for a recovering crackhead.
Hey, fuck you, Tony. You're a real piece of shit, Tony. You know that? You're an asshole, man.
Crack.
You have?
Yeah, of course. How do you like I lost the weight? No, I smoke crack, but I've done freebase, I guess. I've never done crack.
What the fuck? You mean you two have smoked crack and David's offended that I even smoke crack?
I smoked crack, yeah.
What was that like?
Awesome.
It was?
I was really high for like 12 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how about you? How would you describe
I
it?
didn't like it. It was very panicky and it smelled like burnt plastic.
It smells bad.
Yeah.
And now when I smell it in the wild, I know every time.
Yeah.
Actually, it was really bad. I smoked crack, and I brought these guys back from the bar where I got the crack, and then they stole my laptop. So,
I would imagine those are the types of things that happen.
hey, ask David. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I never smoked crack, but I did steal a few laptops.
I'm living a pretty good life, and I really don't like that negative energy that's coming from over there. It's just a lot of negative energy, and you know, I'm having a great day.
Yeah.
You know, I've never smoked crack, Tony.
Okay.
I did cocaine though,
How much cocaine have you done?
and one day. What are you talking about? I used to be a bartender. I remember me and this white girl. Her name was what? Christy. She was like 135. Me and her
Is that her weight?
Her credit.
135 pounds. She might have been like 115 actually. She was real little. Like we were doing cocaine after work one night. We moved the whole 2-bedroom apartment, just me and her. Cocaine, the hell of a drug, boy. I swear.
David Jolly, you're the man. Way to get tonight's episode. America's favorite uncle, David Jolly, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. And now we move to the bucket, everybody. This is obviously where the show, this is the meat and potatoes of it. Anything can happen. It could be the next great talent of the world. It could be a crazy person. It could be somebody that's great that had a rough night. It could be somebody that stinks that had a great night. Their set could suck. Their interview could be great, or vice versa. Anything can happen. Your first bucket pull tonight, getting 60 seconds uninterrupted. Goes by the name of David Edwards, everyone. Here we go.
Hello. I know I look like I just fucked a pair of balloons. I've also been known to look like a chicken that just got done picked to the ground. It is what it is, man. Guys, really, I just wanted to come out here and acknowledge the fact that I am the unwanted love child of Uncle Laser and Ellen DeGeneres. So ultimate gay, baby. It's been years. They refused to contact me. So I actually moved down here from Utah to get in touch. But I kind of got distracted, guys. A lot of just amazing Latino women here. To all my Latino women, I am like a baboon under the sheets. Brutal hemorrhoids, guys. It's. Have you guys ever seen The Ring? Specifically the scene where the ghost lady is like crawling out of the TV? That's me on the shirt, dude. I am just grunting, sweating like an NFL linebacker, dude. It's quite the sight. Thank you, guys.
David Edwards. Even going for his barber, who really got most of the laughs tonight. Amazing. David, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
This is my 10th mic.
Your 10th mic ever? Wow.
Yes, sir.
Mike, calling it a mic, yeah, the biggest thing in show business.
I gotta be professional.
Typical mic, just millions and millions of people watching.
Like most open mics,
Yeah.
An attentive crowd, a band behind you.
Yeah, exactly. So, David, how long ago was the first mic?
6 months ago when I moved here.
6 months ago. What made you want to start comedy 6 months ago?
Probably the haircut.
Yeah. No, well, in Utah, I fell in love with a bisexual woman.
Sexual women?
Woman. Yeah.
There's only one.
Yeah. She started to have sex with this blonde guitarist. Yeah.
Guy or a girl?
Girl. It's just getting finger blessed right now.
So wait, so she left you for a female guitarist? Is that what you're saying?
We were never together, Tommy.
You just fell in love with her?
No, I fell hard.
How far away did you fall in love with her?
Mandatory 100 foot.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What grade is she in?
You got it. Dave.
Mine.
So how old are you?
I'm 22 now.
22. So you moved from Utah here 6 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. What were you doing with your life up until that point?
Doing fiber optic work.
Okay.
Construction.
All right.
Why, because the edge of the cable matched your head? Yeah.
Amazing.
What'd they do? Put you in a pipe and you like scurried around like a badger?
I just fucked the power outlet, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
So how are you surviving in Austin, Texas?
I finally got a job. I was in debt. That's why I only have 10 mics. So
Open mics are so expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big barrier to comedy.
Sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
You don't have money, it's hard to do. Go ahead.
But I finally got a job doing fiber optic work. Again.
You specialize in fiber optics.
Sure. Yeah.
Wow. How? Amazing.
And did you grow up all of your life in Utah?
Yes, sir.
LDS or no?
No.
That means Mormon jerks.
Yeah.
So David, you're 22. You're starting now. Do you do your hair like that specifically only when you go do stand-up comedy? Or
Yes, sir. Yeah. Just what's right. Yeah.
So the stuff was working. You got a big laugh coming out, and then you got a good chuckle for Red Band on the what is it, baboon hemorrhoid joke?
Yes, sir.
But then it kind of all went away after that. So, do you plan on doing more mics?
Yes, sir. Now that I have a job, I can fix up my DNA.
And what's your job, Demon Siren?
Yes.
I'm going to say this. You came out, you have confidence, you're doing good in the interview, you're doing the funny faces, you have timing, your jokes are going to catch up to what you're currently doing. It's probably going to be a lot easier to do once you're there.
And you're 22. That's how old I was when I started. That's a good age to start at. So what else are you into in life? Do you have any hobbies or you collect things? You seem like the kind of guy that would do like those finger skateboards or something like that.
That's my brother, actually.
Really?
He's actually a yo-yo guy, too.
Hey,
They got a...
this guy's brother.
Believe it or not, I have the looks. So, yeah.
You're a handsome kid. You got piercing green eyes. You're just doing a weirdo thing. I get it.
I get...
So how about you? Your brother's into yo-yos and finger skateboards. What are you into?
Well, I was into, like, hiking and video games and stuff like that. Since moving out, I've just been jacking it.
Wow, okay.
That's illegal in Utah.
Yeah. What have you been jacking into? What are you into? What are some of your wild fantasies? Let's talk about it. We don't get to talk about jacking it with a 22-year-old very often.
Not enough.
Yeah. Normally we'd have to have our own island to have these kinds of conversations.
And you wouldn't be 22, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Not on our island, we'd have the sweetest young ass.
You'd be a cougar in our world with that lion mane of yours.
You'd be run through and gross.
We can still make something happen.
No, we can't.
Yeah, we can.
What, you and us? What are your sexual proclivities?
Well, I kind of had like a rough come up, so step family, mom,
Okay. Stepmom.
that,
You said step family first. Might be a dad or an uncle in there.
category, that's like the,
Brady Bunch stuff.
So what happened to you in your childhood that makes you think that psychologically you're attracted to stepmoms?
well, my mom, she's cool now, she's great, she's killing it, she's like an old man in a rocking chair, man, she's rocking it, alright?
Okay.
But
What was
she's
she
like,
doing before?
well, she was like an alcoholic, hard, and she just wasn't there a lot. When she was there, she was wrong. She's cool now, man. She's doing great.
But when she was gone, your new hot stepmom showed up, right?
My dad was a bigger guy, so...
What's wrong with that?
You look good now, man.
Hey, right back at you, just kidding.
Any other crazy thing we should know about the life of David Edwards? Any fun facts? You ever almost die? You ever save a life? You ever...
When I graduated high school, I got 4 baby raccoons. I just kind of found them. So I raised them up, and then I let them free, and now there's like so many raccoons in Utah, dude. That's all.
That's totally nowhere. It's an absolute insane time to come out.
Eyes up, eyes up. Thank you, Heidi.
Okay. All right. Okay. Here you go. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
getting started. David Edwards, everybody.
David Edwards. Haircuts will take you a long way early in comedy.
I'm against.
Well, I'm not saying everyone should have cool hair, right, Red Band?
Yeah.
Oh, Red Band, gross.
Doing your hair to be able to do jokes is just something that's kind of always been against. But, he's starting out. He's just getting his legs underneath him. He's got hemorrhoids. He'll figure it out. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, the future of erectile function is here. Blue Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal-boosting formula combines passion and performance into one tablet that dissolves under your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. No more moments ruined by performance anxiety. Just the results you freaking want. You want them. I'm talking hard boners again and again. Most ED meds only focus on blood flow, but Blue Chew Gold moves further by combining 2 ingredients for blood flow and with 2 for mental arousal and connection. So you're not just physically ready, you're actually in the mood. This type of innovation is why Blue Chew Gold is the #1 brand in erectile function. The process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com and go for the gold. You know who needs a little softy pie red band.
Oh, I love it. Tony, Blue Chew's the best. They're providing the best eating treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold.
Make everyone around you hard as a rock. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners right now. When you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the third for free with promo code Tony. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And we love Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. Hello there, our dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The regular season is wrapped and the NBA playoffs are finally here. Prize Picks, a preferred partner of the NBA. So, don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Now is the time to do it live with the 2026 NBA Finals sweepstakes. Pick live squares during the NBA playoffs, and you could win a trip or two to the NBA Finals. To enter, just make a $5 lineup with at least one live NBA player pick during any part of the 2026 NBA playoffs. Live player picks are picks made after a game is already in progress. Ready, Dan?
Tony, I love Prize Picks. It's so easy to get started. You pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. Pick from all your favorite sports, anything from NBA, baseball, hockey, UFC, soccer, college basketball, tennis, golf, esports, and more.
Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, a preferred partner of the NBA.
Prize Picks predicts a registered FCM offering team picks and culture picks as event contracts. Trading involves significant risk, not for all. The content provided is for informational and educational purposes only. It does not constitute investment advice. A recommendation to trade any commodity interest or an offer is open an account. Kill Tony is not registered with the CFTC or NFA. Prize Picks Predict does not endorse or guarantee any statements made by third-party promoters or influencers. Please consult with a qualified professional before making any trading decision.
On to our next bucket pool. You guys get it? You having fun yet? All right, here we go. Number 2 goes by the name of Candace August. Everybody, here comes Candace August.
Hey, I am in an interracial marriage, and so I'm the only black person in my husband's family. And because of that, they always have annoying-ass questions for me. One time, my sister-in-law was like, "Hey, Candace, can you please talk to the kids about Juneteenth?" That shit pissed me the fuck off. Because then I had to go look up what Juneteenth was. I had absolutely no idea. I stuck in the bathroom and searched that shit on Google. I was like, oh, this is why I was off work on Monday? Oh, okay. Since they always got questions for me, I decided to start making shit up, just giving us superpowers. They ask me a dumb question, I give them a dumb answer. Like, hey, Candace, do black people like fried chicken? Of course we do, and we can see in the dark. Did you know that? That's my time. Y'all have a good night.
Candace August.
Yeah.
Hi, Candace. You've been on this show before.
I have. Hi, Tony. Hi, Red Band.
Oh, very funny. Welcome back. Sam, is this your first time seeing Candace?
I think so, and I gotta say, Candace, you came out with like 20 seconds of setup and paid off that Juneteenth joke, and it was awesome. That was great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sam, it's not our first time meeting.
No?
Nope. We were on 2 comedy festivals together, one in Santa Fe and one in Hawaii.
Oh, that Santa Fe one. Can you believe it only lasted 1 year?
Yeah.
An industry joke.
Yeah.
And that Hawaiian one was also like a real who cares jack off festival.
Who the fuck's going up comedy shows? You live in paradise. They don't give a fuck. They just are like, but it was beautiful. It was a beautiful
You're telling me.
Welcome back. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up, Candace?
13 years.
13 years. Where at?
All over, actually. All over the East Coast. I started in D.C., then I did New Jersey, New York, then I did Tampa, Florida, and then I moved here.
things.
Thank you. There's a couple things I want to clear up. Can I have a moment?
Okay.
All right. So,
You're clearing up things from previous appearances?
yes.
Okay. How long ago was your last time on the show? About ballpark.
No, I remember. It was June 2025.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Juneteenth, right?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's make our corrections here. Clear some things up for us, Candace.
All right. So, it's only two things. So, number one, I got really good feedback. They were like, "Oh, she was so funny," blah blah blah. But then no one could find me because no one spells my name right. My name is spelled Kandyce. Last name is August, like the month. If you're looking for me online, please follow me. So that was number one. Number two, even though they said great things about my comedy, they said horrible things about my appearance. They were so mean. They were just like, "She's so fat. Does she have diabetes?" I would like to say the last time I was on the show, that was not me being fat. That was me being pregnant. I just had a baby.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Look at that. Red band. Red band, you can use that excuse every week. Yeah. I love it. You really just had a baby?
She's 2.5 months old.
Okay.
Half black. Thank you.
You know whose it is?
Huh?
Red band. You can't just ask people questions like that. That's crazy to do.
What happened to the Mexican dude? Hi, sir.
What the fuck is going on over here? Do you know who the father is?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yes, my husband.
The drummer? Okay.
My husband.
All right, perfect.
I can't believe that people online were mean to a black woman.
They were.
Yeah, they're bad. They're mean to everybody, and it's a roasty show. I wouldn't take it too personally.
No, they say some real wild stuff on it. Yeah.
I know.
But I know that one of the things that you do on the show is when people need to lose weight, you weigh them and then you invite them back with a weight loss challenge.
True.
And I'm ready if you want to do it.
Really?
I'm totally fucking ready. Yeah.
I mean, you are wearing your jeans backwards tonight. You know that times are tough.
That's the fun.
Those buttons are holding on for dear life. Heidi, can we get a scale out here? Let's see what happens here.
So what is going to be the challenge? Like, how much do I need, and when do you want me to come back?
I mean, I'll give you 6 months.
Okay.
And let's see how much you have, and then
It's a lot. It's a lot.
And then we'll set
Post baby weight. So understand that.
You're still glowing.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sam. Give it up for Sam. He's such a nice guy. I know you don't remember meeting me, but you were so nice every time.
Actually, do you remember
Such a
meeting
nice
you
guy.
because we hung out in that bad restaurant in Santa Fe?
We did.
Your name is spelled with a Y, which I also remember.
Yes,
Yeah,
and remember you said it's pronounced yucca, and I said it's pronounced yucca.
Yeah, that's why we're not friends.
Yeah.
Now I remember canned ice.
That is true. Her name is spelled with a K. And it's on the scale. Let's see what we got here. What do you got?
239.
239. Red Band says that's what he weighs. There's not a chance in fucking hell Red Band weighs that. Red Band famously lies about anything. He once said that he could suck his own dick. I mean, not only is he not flexible, but his dick is not big enough to reach that far.
I was there. That was at the arena show, and he failed miserably.
You think you weigh 239 or less?
I weighed 239 this morning with clothes on.
Okay. How about this? I will bet $1 million right now that you come in over 239.
Let's do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Has anybody ever seen a live $1 million bet before? Anybody want to go live for a quick silly? $1 million. Million for Tony. Tony's gonna win. No fucking way. 249. 249.
Last episode, that's why I said 249. Last episode, we found out the scale's about 10 pounds off. So you actually weigh about 229, probably.
You think so?
Yeah.
No.
No, remember last episode?
No, it's been recalibrated. We recalibrated it. You want to get up there, see if you weigh less than 239? I'm a little bit nervous that you didn't shake on the bet, so it's not official, but I'm still guaranteeing 245 or higher here.
No, I meant 240.
249. All right.
No.
In that case, I'm going to go 252. 252 is my guess. Candace, read it when it pops up there.
249. 42.8.
Whoa! Silver 239 above that. I would have won the million.
All right, I'm gonna get on the.
Whoa! Oh my goodness. Sam's out. Gets her shoes off. Whoa! 252.
I was waiting for you to guess it.
It's your turn, Tony.
Whoa.
134. Come on, 134. What do you got, Tony? 128 pounds.
150, I think. 166.
Tony, you should have put my shoes on before you went in.
166. You guys all have just at least over 50 or 60 pounds.
You remember that, boy.
Right. Candace, how's mom like? Is that your first kid?
It's my first.
Wow.
My very
How
first.
is it? What have you learned? What surprises you?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. But she's perfect. She's perfect. She's half black, half Indian. I gave birth to a little Kamala.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is that the character from Mortal Kombat?
She probably already talks better than Kamala.
She's actually very smart, very alert. You can see, like, she follows things with her eyes. She's only 2.5 months. She's great.
What a blessing.
Yeah, thank you. I love it. I love her so much.
And the Indian dad is being a good dad.
He's perfect. So perfect. Watching her right now so I can come out here and follow my dreams. Yeah, he's great. He's great.
When the Indian dad holds her near his armpit, does she start to cry?
No, Tony. He's so fantastic. I'm being an asshole.
Gotta get some good Indian dad. You
No,
know?
he's perfect. He's
What is he, Cherokee or Choctaw?
no.
Sometimes you don't know if it's the diaper or him that smells.
No.
Granddad.
Absolutely not. Fuck y'all. He's perfect. He's wonderful.
Amazing. And he works with computers and stuff,
Yeah.
right? I mean, they all do.
Yeah.
That's not even racist. That's just fact. Am I correct?
Or they're doctors.
Well, I mean,
He actually has an accounting degree. Yeah.
okay, but what does he do for work, though?
He works at a debt consolidation company, helping people get out of debt.
On a computer.
Okay, everything's on a computer, sir.
And did he clear up your debt?
Yeah.
I don't know how you met, I assume, you know.
I don't have any. Because I'm with him. And he's really good with money because he's an accountant.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, Candace, we're looking forward to seeing you in 6 months.
Yeah.
Let's set the goal. So you're at 239 now. What seems reasonable for 6 months? Sam, you're a weight loss master. What do you think is very challenging?
You know what? I feel like if you were able to lose 20 pounds in 6 months, that's a great step forward in your progress to your
20
goals.
pounds.
Okay. I'm going to jump in here because it seems 20 is a little easy for me.
That's what you think. You're 108 pounds.
No, 162.
Yeah. You have those gold bars in your pocket.
You never had to lose a pound in your life, Tony. You don't know what you're
I
talking
used
about.
to cut weight for wrestling. I used to wrestle. I used to
Oh,
wrestle with
okay.
best days of my life.
Was it hard to cut from 115 to 112?
I did it. And down to 103 when I was a freshman.
I had to cut
103.
I had to cut from 325 to 275. I played football 325 and I cut 50 pounds. It's insane.
Sam, how much have you lost total? Because you were way bigger when I saw you.
Oh, thanks. I'm a human
You
being.
look
Yeah.
fantastic, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Well, I was pregnant when we met. I've lost, I think, based on that, that's 96 pounds.
Wow!
That's more than my fiance weighs. I know.
Wow, that's incredible. Oh, the book was great, by the way. I read it. That's fantastic. But that's amazing. Almost 100 fucking pounds.
Yeah.
Great.
I want to get down to like 115.
Well, you're like 6'4".
I'm going to get back to my birth weight.
So Candace, let's have some fun with this. You're 239 today. Yeah. Coming back in 6 months, I think we set it at
215. That's 25 pounds.
let's set it at 25, but let's add a little something.
$1 million.
Well, let's say
What do we have? I know what I want to win, but go ahead.
what do you want to win?
I would like to win. I just want to be a part of the show. I would like to win. What? I would.
They're auditioning for black drummers.
I would like one of two things.
Okay.
Or both. You tell me.
Okay.
Either a golden ticket or a spot at Madison Square Garden.
Okay. Let's make a deal here. Let's make a deal because 6 months will be after Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
So that's impossible. But let's do this. If you lose 25 pounds, I'll give you one more spot in addition where you won't have to sign up.
Oh, beautiful.
But to make things exciting, since you're 239, if by some fucking miracle you're able to get to 199 or less,
In 6 months, under 200 pounds. Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying,
The
it's
stakes
not that
are
hard.
fucking high. Okay.
Well, if you only eat steaks, you'll actually do it.
So the stakes would actually be the power.
Okay. All right. What is it? I'm fucking
If
ready.
you get 199 or less, I will put you up at the Booty Center on New Year's Eve.
Let's fucking go.
Sold out arena here, now
Let's fucking go.
fun weight loss challenge.
And you can do it.
I can definitely do it.
In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, here's a big joke book for you, Candace. There you go. Now she's 240 with that joke book. Look out.
Get down.
Going the wrong direction. There she goes. Candace. Everybody, hell yeah. All right, we're having fun up here. We're going to keep it moving. I'm going to hand to the lovely Heidi, everybody. Crushing it. All right. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Seabass Matar, everybody. Seabass Matar. Okay, here he is.
Hey, what's up? All right, no gratitude here, no problem. That's the problem with people today. There's no fucking gratitude anywhere. I saw a guy with a full head of hair say he had a bad hair day. I was like, bitch, I look like I drive a Honda CRV as a stepdad. That's what people are missing, man. And one of the things that I was gratefully blessed with was my dad had a heart transplant. So every day he woke up was a grateful day, right? And I got this tattoo in remembrance of him. And it says, all this extra time. That was my dad's motto. I had a Cuban guy tattoo it, and I was like, mira, Emmanuel, I don't want to see no silent H's in that bitch. No tildes. And I love it, and I love everything it stands for, but the only thing I regret is where I put it, because it's on my right hand. I gotta go jerk off. I'm like, Mommy, you already had your time. You know what I mean? But it does stay true to something my dad always told me. He said, life's gonna get hard, life's gonna get rough. But if you need a hand, I'll always be there for you. And I was like, God damn, not like that. Thank y'all. My name is Seabass Matar.
All right, Seabass Matar. I kind of got lost there. You said the dad had a heart transplant. Did he pass away?
Yeah, in 2013, but he lived 27. That's what I'm talking about, Rabbi.
Party time.
He lived 27 years extra with the heart transplant. I was supposed to live 5, and he outlived the surgeon who gave it to him. So
Wow.
yeah. He was supposed to be sterile, had me 7 years later. So
Surprisingly enough, this tattoo on your right hand, I had the exact same premise early on in comedy because I have 303 because I'm from Colorado.
oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
right, so when you jerk off, it looks like wow, you know? But if you want to go, I'm just remembering, if you want to go fucking southpaw, you flip it over, treat yourself, then it says mom, and that's
That's
mom.
crazy.
So it's kind of the same thing, bro.
This one, if you kind of look at it, it looks like thick and balls. You know what I mean? So it's always like my dad reminded me, like my dick's bigger than yours, and I was like, I guess.
Well, we're not doing tags, but very
Fair.
All right, Seabass Matar. Let's talk about it. Well, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 8 years now, closing in on year 9.
Wow. Where at?
Miami for about 4 years, and then over here for about another 4 years.
Okay. How's it going? Good.
Oh yeah, it's going dope, man. I mean, I love Austin. I love mainly like Texas. All of Texas has shown me a bunch of love, and I'm actually moving back to Miami next Friday. So this is my last sign up, and I got fucking fooled again. I was on here like 2 years ago, but
Okay. Texas must have been showing you a lot of love if you're moving.
no, that's my wife. My wife and my mom. We need the family.
They live here with you now?
My wife lives with me. Our families live in Miami. My mom lives in Miami.
What ethnicity are you?
Cuban Chileno. Yeah. South American, not Mexican. Yeah.
All right, we didn't say you were.
Yeah.
The accent Tony said was a little,
It's Carlos's birthday. And it looks like you're ready to play horns with that haircut.
Whatever you need.
How about the wife? What's the wife's ethnicity?
She's full Cuban. Both parents Cuban.
But she's a bit of a handful, right?
Yeah. Oh. Tell us about the Cuban wife. It's a real firecracker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's,
How many times has she broken your glasses?
God, no, never that. Never the glasses. Nah, we've never, thankfully, I'm very blessed with my wife.
And you have kids?
Not yet. We're working on it, though, definitely. That's part of the reason why we're moving back to Miami. Being around family, trying to have kids.
It's easier to conceive when your family's there.
That's right. Especially in your in-laws' house, because that's where the fuck I'm going.
All right.
You're moving in with her parents.
Yeah, thankfully. They got we're not sharing like a small house. They have a 4-bedroom house. They're empty nesters, so we're going to try to get our feet under us over there and then see what we do.
Very nice. And she believes in you. Doing stand-up, she supports you.
Yes, thankfully.
And did the in-laws support it? Have they ever seen you do a show?
Yes, they're actually my biggest supporters. I actually got a show lined up in Miami, just a small little brewery show, nothing crazy. And they're already like, buying tickets and telling all their friends and everything. So thankfully, the whole family. Thank y'all. I appreciate that. I appreciate this. Yeah.
I think they're doing an injustice. What do you do for work? What do you do for a job?
I'm actually a game show host. There's a place called Game Show Battle Rooms just opened up in Austin, nationwide, and I am a host for the game show.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's like game show.
It's just an escape room and you're ruining it for everybody.
It's like a higher version of an escape room. But yes, right in that same ballpark.
What a nightmare. Is that a tough gig for you?
Not at all. It's fun. It's great. People have a blast.
I think I've seen this before. I think I've seen an ad or a promo.
Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, it's all over.
Boy, dude.
Yeah. It's very dope. Honestly, it sounds very like, man, who's gonna come to this? But when people go, I've seen people walk in very like, I don't want to fucking be here because it's a lot of team building. And then when they leave, they're like, oh my god, this is amazing. So it's a fun time.
Incredible.
I'll have to take your word for it.
You know what that sound means. Anyway, Seabass, what's another fun fact about your life before I get you out of here?
I used to be a hype man for the Miami Dolphins. I actually came out on the Miami Herald, our local newspaper, against the Cleveland Browns. Back in 2016, Jay Ajayi drove in the game-winning touchdown. I think it was in overtime, and I came out in the Miami Herald high-fiving him. So that was dope, man.
What does that have to do with you coming out? Yeah, you were married to a woman, and you're gonna.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, all right. Now, what's Seabass, man? I didn't know that was a name.
In Spanish, Sebastian's my name, and then Sebas is what everyone called me, Sebas. So then in Miami, 95% of the people speak Spanish, and Sebas just stuck, and it was Sebas.
Well, we hope that you have wild success in Miami. Keep chasing your dreams and have a good time. Yeah. Here's one last little joke.
There you go, another little one. Oh, that's the half Cuban side of me. I would have caught it if I was full.
Chelena would have caught it. Am I saying that correctly? What are they known for, the Chilenos? I don't have any bosses jokes.
Empanadas. Easter Island.
Okay. There he goes. One more time to see that. That should be a new part of the show. If you don't do good, you have to move to Miami. Oh, hello. I didn't see you over there. Just to let you know, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Picture this. It's late at night. You're scrolling through your feed, and all of a sudden you see it. That one product that you've been looking for. You click on the link, add to the cart, may even shop around a little bit more before finally hitting checkout. As you're filling in your address, you realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see that purple pay button that has all your information saved, making checkout as simple as a tap of your screen.
Tony, I want to marry Shopify. It's the best business tool, hands down. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style.
Oh, yeah. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you get stuck, Shopify is always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 support. So see less carts go abandoned and more sales go with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/KillTony. Go to shopify.com/KillTony. That's shopify.com/KillTony. Go to shopify.com/KillTony right now. All right, your next fucking poll. Anything can happen, folks. Goes by the name of Austin Ingalls, everybody. We're going to meet Austin all together. Here he is.
How are you doing, everybody? How are you doing? Thank you so much. I'm from the Midwest. My family's old-fashioned, is what you say when your family's still racist. And all my friends are starting families of their own. And one of my friends, his kid has Asperger's, ADHD, and autism. I can never remember little fucker's name, so I just call him AAA. I used to work in a prison for like 3 years. You meet a lot of interesting people when you work in a prison, employees as well. We worked with this one guy who would eat his own hair, and if you can believe it, he didn't crush it with the women. There was reason for that. He was into child porn. Yeah, he got busted at his house with a computer full of child pornography. That was the last time I trusted a coworker with my laptop. Thank you. I saw a homeless person outside holding a sign that said "Dying of AIDS." Could have used that sign before the blowjob. Thank you guys. I'm Austin Ingalls.
Austin Ingalls, everybody. Is this your first time on the show, Austin?
Second.
It's been a while. What did we find out about you last time you were on the show?
Not much. I bombed the interview pretty hard.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you describe it a little bit better for us?
Matt Rife was on. I was like one of the first times in comedy that I've had like an out-of-body experience, and it was on this fucking show. So it's pretty terrible.
Matt Rife does that.
Yeah, he's a handsome fella.
You're beautiful. That guy, you're out of my body.
Usually he only does that to women, though. But hey,
speak for yourself there.
I would never speak for you, Tony.
That's right.
Where in the Midwest are you from?
Like the Quad Cities, Peoria area. Donnie Townsend on your.
Yeah, I just put out Downtown. All right, I put out a special. That's interesting because I'll be in the Midwest. So I'll be in Chicago and Madison. Grand Rapids.
Yeah, Peoria. Peoria is where I grew up.
I'm doing my plugs. No, but you're wearing the Comedy Cabin. That's a great club.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, good for you.
So, Austin, you really worked in a prison?
Yeah, for like 2.5 years in the, like Kewanee, Illinois. Very
what did you do at the prison?
Correctional officer.
Wow.
Hated it.
Tell us something that was that was going on there. What did you learn that surprised you being a
There are murderers free in the street right now. They're like murdering people in the 80s, and they're just out now.
Yeah, tell us something we don't know.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah, until I worked.
Did they get probation and stuff?
Yeah, and one of them was like about to die. He was like 85, and they're just like, yeah, you can just go, dude. Just there's the door. He was a great worker, but yeah, he told me he watched somebody's soul leave their body on PCP, and he's free now. So
okay, all right,
that was pretty cool.
What do you do for work now?
Door guy and stuff on Rainy Street. There we go.
Ladies, maybe go one at a time. Fucking bozos. There's just women walking side by side with each other, knocking over everything that exists. Absolute fucking idiots.
You ever see anything crazy like that?
Ruined everything for me. Thanks, ladies.
Literally. I mean, women can't even fucking have to hold on to each other to do anything in society. It's fucking unbelievable. Sorry that the stuff happening out there is more entertaining than you, Austin. But I mean, holy shit, I've never really seen anything like it. It took 2 or 3 drinks getting knocked over for it to get my attention, and then sure enough, there they are, just holding on to each other. to a tight alleyway.
No tits at all.
Fuck yeah.
You ever see a man get raped at your job?
Guy in a wheelchair.
Oh, I got nothing.
I'm gonna let that. No, a guy in a wheelchair was getting raped by another retarded person in healthcare. I didn't do it. I don't know why you're grounded at me yeah.
I don't know why you had to say he was retarded.
He was though.
He's a rapist, but you don't have to go crazy.
He was.
He's a wheelchair guy rapist. We don't have to cast aspersions.
Let me ask you this. This happened in the showers or something?
The healthcare area, yeah, back in the shower areas, they have their own little cells.
Was the guy showering in his wheelchair?
He just couldn't move, so the retard would go in there and when
and you say it like you just watched it every day.
Get the hose. Mikey's up to it again. We gotta put a bell on Jeff. His wheelchair's all over. Oh, they're using the Stoma.
Did you ever see this take place?
I didn't see it, no.
Never saw it.
I was in the healthcare area on first shift, and apparently this was happening on third shift, so
Got it.
I just missed it, so.
Damn. Just like the security camera outside of Epstein's cell.
Yep. At least his ass is clean. The wheelchair guy's ass is probably, the cleanest it would ever be.
Red man.
He did get washed by people. Red man's onto something there. He was getting washed and
Like cleaning a baby in the sink, right?
yeah. But yeah.
What do you do for work now, Austin?
Work at a place called Crazy Conscious on Rainy. It's like a door guy. So security, do some comedy shows there. And then just, do spots around town as much as I can.
Alright. What else? You in love? You have a girlfriend?
No, I love all the Mexican. It's a Mexican restaurant, so see a lot of beautiful Latinas, and I would love to get with one of those someday.
Have you ever been with a...
All right.
Yeah.
Quit saying one of those, then. I want to put you on some game, young blood, all right? Hey, I want them. One of you should suck me.
So you've been with a Latina woman?
Yes, I have, yes.
What have you noticed is different being with a Latina woman than a white woman? What is it about them that you think psychologically find satisfaction?
You have to get that.
They're loyal. I mean, they are loyal.
Getting the corn skin off of the pussy, that's tough. Tamale! Come on, Carlos! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Oh, that's good.
They're loyal? That's your answer?
No, I mean, they get psycho, and I like that. I was just hooking up with one, and she took it further. So,
Like what? What do you mean?
Went through my phone when I was asleep, and
Yeah, put on your Netflix password.
This is an actual thing that you can go through the history of and you will find out that Latina women go through your phone when you're sleeping. A little fun fact for you.
Jealous as fuck.
there was a Tinder matchup. I didn't take that. I thought we were both, on the same playing field, but she took it further. Yeah, went through my phone after the second time hanging out.
And you say Tinder matchup. This was like a first date or something.
Early in time hooking up. We never really
hooking up, and she's already going through your phone.
Yeah, never really went on a date.
Red man, stick with the soundboard. Stick with the fucking soundboard. There's a lot of buttons you can hit. Look. Turn up your volume. Look, there you go. Hit that one. It's a perfect time for that one. There you go. Jesus Christ.
Then I found out she worked at McDonald's, and she didn't bring me food. I wasn't happy about that. And the whole night afterwards, that's when she looked at my phone. So,
yeah, it's crazy. On the second hook, I'm going.
Second hookup.
You can imagine you're crazy.
Yeah.
That's what Latino women are like.
Did you eat the McDonald's before you had sex with her?
No, I didn't. I didn't find out till after. That's why I was mad.
Chivalry's dead.
Yeah, chivalry. Yeah.
Well,
don't sound great in that situation, but
Austin, times here you go.
Thank you, sir.
Austin,
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's put some fun in here right now. We have one of our newest golden ticket winners, who is an absolute fucking machine, ready to go. Very funny man. We love him. You're gonna love him. He's getting spots. He just recently got passed here at the mothership from being seen by the talent coordinator Adam Egan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back the great Pat O'Neill, everybody. Here he is, the very funny Pat O'Neill.
Folks, thank you. My son just came out as trans. Well, shouldn't call him my son anymore.
Big dog. Everybody calm down. Son, how you living, pimp?
Yeah.
What up?
What's up, man?
Dog, I found this documentary.
Hey,
I found this documentary. It's deep. It's a deep cut. It's been banned from YouTube. There's only lore about it. The only thing that exists of it before I went on the trail is half of it and clips. It's because it has so much music in it that, like, basically, it was originally posted to YouTube in 2012 or so, and like YouTube wasn't as strict on music as they are now, where they're like hounds for it. But I found the full version. It's on BitChute, and it's ready to be watched right effing now if you're ready for it.
You're not even gonna play a warm-up game first?
These warm-up games are bullshit, dog. I'm the real deal. I'm raw or nothing.
You invented it.
How was your day?
I mean, I've only been up for a very small amount of time, but so far good.
Did you know everybody's waiting on you?
No, I did not. 1 second.
Oh, now we have to wait for you?
Okay. Let's see. There it is. Okay. Good old BitChute. Banned you for live streaming there. Can you leave live stream about literally whatever, or do you have to be like doing some certain thing?
Dog, fuck those people. I don't like talking about them because they banned me. And every day I ask them why they banned me, and they won't tell me why. The reason why they tell me they banned me was other platform misuse. I don't know why they have a streaming option for their platform if you can't stream 24/7.
Did Pump Fun just like they didn't ban you, right? It just sucks at what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I think it does. There's not like a lot of people who watch you. There's no like it's not terrible, but it's just like the, there's something weird with the video. You can like record a video and you think you're recording, but it actually is only recorded like 30 minutes of your stream when it's supposed to be like 12 hours. Just some weird stuff like that. And it doesn't like say like stream stopped. It just you think you're still streaming.
Dang.
Word, dog. But I keep slinging dick like it's going out of style. Man. You know how I do.
Keep grabbing all the S's like it's going out of style.
Does this word seem familiar? But bam!
Bam. Copyright word. Okay.
Incorrect. That's a good move. Good job.
Thank you. That was a good riser.
Thank you, Big Dog. Guess how many blogs? Well, I have created a lot of blogs. Not blog posts, but actual blogs. I've created like over 100 blogs in the last like week. And I think that's amazing because these things are on all kinds of really interesting shit. And if I just let them sit on the internet for long enough, they'll just generate search engine results, and I'll be the most famous person in the world by like odds.
It's hard getting attention in the attention, as I'm sure you know. Yeah.
Dude, ChatGPT 5.5, there's going to be an instant version of it. That's pretty baller.
I don't know what that means.
It'll provide instant results. Like, it won't be like thinking and like, it'll just be like, boom, immediate.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, it's already pretty quick from like, maybe you have to wait a little bit. But normally I'm like, I've never been like, oh, this damn magical AI is so slow.
I get that.
sure that they take the garbage. And they take the garbage. I don't know if you stop this. It's over. Goes from Shabbos and over short. Take it, not take it. And that feeling of relief. And also that keeps the good air. I'm telling you. Okay, fine. And I'm asking, because I think there's a lot of things that I think I was excited that I would write that down. Great. So, I was very busy. Non-confident team, the whole thing, and I left a little bit on the floor. So we're not going to store the whole thing. Whatever, it's not to get done. Hakol Sunday, Kudu Peresh, Shodim Puppet. These three really, it's a definitely, right? Always. Peresh doesn't mean death. Peresh means definitely. So in the time of part, literally, you're considered, you don't want death. You can't have Kabbalah. Shodim is a Shodim. When you do Smicha, you have to have Kabbalah. You have to be able to say, I'm being on this, I'm doing this on this one. Mitzvah and a blind man cannot do Smicha. They're not free. And I always, the Eved, the Shliach, the slave, the Shliach, and just Shliach, don't you want to say this answer? So emphasize Shlichus. Like 250 years ago, I have to look it up exactly. When I say the name, like halfway. Let's call it 20 years ago. He goes to Chatzor, and he stays. And so he has to, for one, so now, the Rabbi never stayed at Chatzor more than 10 minutes. He would have stayed for 2 hours with him. Said, look, David, when you asked me to come to the Chatzor as a shliach, you know, shliach will go to God and tell them, well, yes. So, if I'm the Rabbi shliach, I want to be the shliach for as long as I can. So I'm staying here for 2 hours. So that, anyway, so that's a shliach. You don't do smicha. If you're a shliach, you don't do smicha.
Damn, how many points do you get for playing that Nay? That can't be that many points.
Leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean for leftovers? It's not eating mitzvah. It's not ma'akur. So if you don't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another party. How do you do it? Ala roich stay at night. 2 hands on the head. I'll say it over here. Why not? There's a question. A lot of people have a bit of give their children a bracha on Friday night. So most of them probably do 2 hands, right? So just to show out, the Bible doesn't say you should do 2 hands. Because it's saying that you brought them, so it's like this line, and you should only do it 1 hand. That's what it says. For example, what the father said that? I don't know. I've never seen anybody sit down and do it. I mean, you call your kids over, fine. No? But that was how it goes. No? Oh, that's what should punish you, should show you. You always do it. Really? What's this? You know about this? Like maybe you make them here, you go around the table. No, it's and you're talking while you go like this thing. Right? Okay. I don't know if you stay down. Speeches of the yeah, but not just so shows up. Oh, so the Mishnah before it says 12 hours. It actually pops up here as 12 hours. But one's going to say that's 1 alone. I just noticed that it's designed on it. That's not it. As if it's several. For what? In the place, maybe it is. It's one alone, but that becomes a
Surely.
Notice over here in the puzzle, there's some of the other Rothschild. That's the beginning of the Bible. Right afterwards it says Shachar. So Smicha and Shmita, they go one after another. They follow each other. There shouldn't be any, basically, there shouldn't be a hafsik between the two. The other also has this halacha, which takes us the roughly like you wash your hands, you say bracha, there's a certain like, so one after another. That kind of wash. says in the morning, usually perishot the chaba, that's easy. I know, perishot the chaba, we can't do smicha the like maybe, chavana, a little bit of chavana. Zafinami, that you get big source of tomato and so. So I'm just going to steal from places over here. On the days, and the Pashut, the Gemara says that there's no smicha by women because the Gemara doesn't bring it there before. Because the same concept. The name is wrong. The name is wrong, not close. Okay. Ella Sula Mahalago. Why is a blind man excluded from smicha? Machlokes, Rav Chizda, the Rabbi Tzipar, Chagom are asking smicha on the signatures. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the parallel level. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if the person is slaughtered by the throne. You can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's it. You go, that's the sea. So generally, so we learn smicha that by smicha also the person can't be blind. So places on the days, I know I put it in the slide, but I can't find it now. He says, just the Deuteronomy, it even says that it belongs in Amid Aleph. Or, yeah. So it says, Asasir is faithful in Ziknet. Anyone can go in the Bible as places of 5 question. Sanhedrin can't have anything. You can't have a broken arm. You can't have a missing ear. So that anybody that has a missing ear, broken arm, can't do smicha. There's nothing to acquire. You're going to learn from the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin cannot go home. So the blindness is not the only one. And then he says, and the other sheet that we didn't get to, he learns from Oil Stream, might assume that we have also another bottom question. So then a person that's blind in one eye should also, in one eye should also, blind in one eye should also.
Devastating.
Devastating is right.
And why do you need a special pasuk for Yisrael? Say that not for Yisrael and not women. Women can't be part of Sanhedrin. So that pasuk alone takes care of women. Okay, a bunch of good questions. Call volumes. So we're at 2 lines from the bottom. The Chanomar asks Smicha Oil Tzriya. I learned what's Oil Tzriya again, Rabbi, so we got to get this straight. Everybody must remember this. Oil Tzriya is the oil when you come to see a place bar. You come to the Beis Hamikdash. You come and you get off the Chicago, and these guys just come in. I did it once. I had a deal that I closed. You go see if you want to involve them. It was a long time during the, what they call it, the 2008-9 over there. Not depression, they had a worse thing. No,
Damn.
Back-to-back lays.
That's not even a word.
That's for the recession. During the recession,
What is Lay's? It's a type of chip.
for a mansion, one of the this sold it. So I got on a plane. I went to the Costco straight from Vancouver airport. Costco. Thank you, Hashem.
Lays is to relax,
2 minutes.
spend time, and do very little.
Then I got a plane went back to Chicago. If I were to do that in the time of Beis Hamikdash, I would have to bring a carbon.
Lays in the
Or you come today we clean up, I'm sure that the places where they turn up here, they come with the carbon. Come in, say hello, bring something special to everybody. So it's a less real. The what? The one has a smicha, it says when H3 is smicha. And obviously, you can see Hashem applying this cut from this carbon. But it's real, like, how do they get the class? If you can learn it from Oil Tzriya, how come you didn't learn it from the Sanhedrin? If you learn from the Sanhedrin, how come you didn't learn it from Oil Tzriya? Like, I don't know if it's a good. That's how the deal is. Don't even dream about saying it's not true. Don't even see. Because Oil Tzriya is a picture. It's not a real.
Canadian Pacific Flight 21, the largest mass murder in Canada's history.
thing. 7 times left. Is there an A? You have an A?
Each one has a reason why. It doesn't work with other person. It's like you know, so sponsor. Right now, global philosophy. Now, global experts in cross-border payments. This is the guy was talking about the since he since they came out. He told me how he got this monthly. I didn't know that was anything, but it's I can find out. I'll tell you. It's more users, but it works. Okay, it's connected to advertising. 45,000 people. Special ones do it. You got it. Money exchange of dollars to shekels. But then now, value channels is a very big part of the dot, and not global. I'm beginning to advertising stuff. No, I was just talking to before about it before share. I forgot. I wouldn't say I was telling even over telling somebody, but I didn't say the name. It was like, okay, the reason the name. I go about actually I'm not sure. These three do not do smooth. It says the word dog. It says not the hand of a slave, not the hand of a shliach, not the hand of his own whites. It says Lord of honey. What is three? Lord is one, all of them should say one time and the other includes the hand of a shliach, white. It's really fun. But I'm not a I would know it what a slave. Why? Because a slave is connected to a full-time Jew. Yes, some instances, but not a regular individual. So therefore, maybe that's why you can't sleep for you. It's different. How much things like this? You're talking about another Jew. Another Jew can do this just like you. So you can do this before, right? You can do your sense of responsibility for you. A lot of things for sleep. Why do you need sleep?
I can't stop. What the heck?
Good one.
Famous line of Rothschild. A wife is like you yourself. Aim it this way. Maybe she should have the ability to speak for you. So first of all, this is Tasha by the bit, doctor, called the doctor Our Foot Earth. Wife's name, Our Foot Earth. It wasn't his foot. Our Foot Earth. My wife's foot earth. I mean, it's a little bit of a shy like that. But I gotta tell you this. Unbelievable movie. Mamish unbelievable. Seriously.
No. Are you serious?
It's a block. You go home, talk to your wife, because it's beautiful. People don't ask. Maybe other people ask as well. It's an obvious question. Why did your wife let
Oh my god.
afterwards you realize, and so he's a connector. So he splits him and he does a whole surgery. Why did he create another job? So he was perfect. But it was great. So it was unbelievable. God wanted to make them one. One. You can't take one thing and another thing and put them together and make them one. It's one plus one. If it's one to begin with, and you chop it in half, and then you put the two pieces back together, that's one. It's very wrong.
Are you fucking serious, dude? Come on. Are you actually serious? I think you're gonna win now. Another O. God damn. This could be for the win. Scrambling, guessing. That's not a word. Those are not words. Those are not words. Let's see if he can pull off the unbelievable Q, last minute QJ comeback. Oh, you fucked up. GG. Dang. Almost.
What did you play?
I played Cubs at the end. I just had an S. Well, GG.
Garbage. Warm up game. Alright, so go to BitChute. It's called the Winged Beetle. And I don't know what to believe on this one, but it is fucking fascinating.
Thank you.
What happened to your boy, William Montgomery?
What?
What happened to your boy, William Montgomery?
What do you mean what happened to him?
Any true
Still
William
alive?
Montgomery fan would be aware.
He's thriving.
He's not thriving. He hasn't been on the show in like a month.
What's it called? Winged Beetle?
It's called The Winged Beetle, dog. Everybody knows that. And it's deep lore. You should look up an iceberg chart.
Are they the same? Is there one that I should watch?
It's like 90 minutes long.
Yeah, no, there's two of them. They're like probably the same thing. But one maybe higher quality. I'll go with the one with the more views, I guess.
Okay, all right. I like that.
Okay.
But what happened to William Montgomery?
He's still alive. I don't know.
Why doesn't he perform on Kill Tony anymore?
Why doesn't he what?
Perform on Kill Tony anymore.
He's too good.
Do you really think he's too good?
He's just too good for Kill Tony.
Do you think he's the best comedian ever?
Honestly, it's hard to think of someone that makes me laugh more than that dude.
Their name is Rabbi Rothschild, and they're right fucking here.
That's not a comedian.
Funniest fucker.
You're
ever.
not a stand-up comedian.
That's
You're
right.
Funny. You're funny.
I'm a lay down comedian, baby.
This better be the best fucking documentary.
I don't know if it's the
My
best.
account has been disabled. Are you fucking serious, Discord?
What happened?
What? They disabled my account for no reason.
Why is that?
I literally did nothing
What happened?
except make a alternate account.
Why would they say that? Why would? Did you do anything bad with it?
No, I literally was just using it like I'd log out. Here, let's see. The terms of service, violation in terms of service. Thank you. Okay, disabled your account for spam and or platform abuse. Sending a large amount of direct messages, literally sent one message to myself. Participating in a server dedicated to spamming Discord. I don't think you spam Discord, right?
No.
Automating your user account or self-botting. I literally did not do any of that. Taking other actions on Discord, for example, joining a ton of servers faster than human. Didn't do that. I'm in one server. Attempting potentially fraudulent activity. What the fuck?
Appeal your ban.
Can you have multiple Discord accounts?
Wait, what do you? Don't type
Yes,
that.
you can have multiple Discord accounts.
Okay.
So I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Appeal it.
So I have to contact their support or something?
Isn't there like an appeal button?
I have to contact the support.
Is there an
I feel like this will not do anything.
It might.
There's an article that I can follow to submit a ticket. Alright. I'm not gonna go through that right now, but I'll do it later. That's weird though. I literally like did nothing.
That is weird. You only use that account in here, basically, right?
Yeah.
How old was the account?
I don't know. It's kind of like a new account that I created just so that I can stream and also be in the phone call.
Right.
But I can just stream it and then leave the phone. Like I have to go up to my computer to stream, which is no big deal, I guess.
No, that's a pain.
Yeah, but that's what we're doing right now, so. Alright. I'm gonna stream it. You ready?
I am ready.
Toward the end of the 60s, is that when the rumors about you being dead surfaced? Do you remember that? Do you remember how that started? What were your feelings about that? Yeah, because we did a cover for Rabbi. The idea was to walk across the crossing, and I showed up that day with sandals with gloves. And so, it was so hot that I kicked them off and I rolled across barefooted. So they started the song. Because he was barefoot. He's dead.
If it's so hot, why would you take off your shoes? So he even admits, I'm the guy who took his place.
speaking unbelievable. On Pesach, I said over the story about the players. Rothschild deadline to book this Tuesday. Rabbi Kennedy, are you eligible for $50,000 March visa? Date Sunday, May 10th, Sunday, May 17th. We're locking everything in. So,
Hello. Hello. Raza. 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 I'm gonna.
This is the number one Saturday, which is Ontario Provincial Football Store. And Saturday, page 3 of Hopkins appear to display the letters OPD. Then, as I'm not there, so it goes around, will also get another notification of the image prior to its publication. This is one of 34 locations that are showing a lot of so, this form, you have $1,000 also at the level of the old something. Alright, this was the number of shots and stuff, but if you're running into the fans, turn it on, So I'm going to use the whole video is it's above and beyond usually videos the whole videos from sex to there's like a little bit more. Right after pizza. like you said, I agree with that part, I don't agree with this revolution. So you see, maybe two now, but and now that I think I one, I think two, sorry, about it when he went. Yeah, he knew what better was doing, and he did it slow, and then he forgot about the something. Sai deu, depois de deixar players, usando para ele fez. Está, só o Legal, só foi antes do final do curso, foi de piloto. One year, there's only one year, since I finally said final year, when I was coming back, that when they come to the so yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, it's really good. But the shot is there, it doesn't matter what you put your mouth. Put your mouth out, it's also. The point is that when you win it, that for a second, you think that's the red star, it's inside, it's still like open. Nesse país eles lançaram espera, mas foi Hacker e lançaram isso. Hacker que mais foi nos debates próximos, sabe? São desenhos que Hacker, desenhos Hacker para dar azar. Vai ganhar, this is free. Hacker this world with Hacker. This is where it gets tricky. Not super tricky. But now we're talking about Achas is the thing shy away. Other away. Just jump. So the positive is really bad. So let's get this one. And now we have all the Vegas. So if you look all the way to the left, the whole Machlokes is that circle of red, and it's the shadow there. In other words, two has the ability to split up. Yeah? What's the ability to the person is talking with it, it's illusion that way. Yeah, and he doesn't know about it. He still doesn't know about it. When he finds out about it, it'll be hard. But until he finds out about it, in 10 years, it'll work. Something bad in there. So you get special part of it's applying through the book. And it is sort of a special part of it's not a part of it's a protection until it finds out that it did it. And the sort of no so that's it. When he has to share they run so what can be strong you get like a fire off and the book that flies up and down. But it's really not the same way I have an idea that you can do is production that you showed us the fire from 14 and it's showing us from 7. So can we all around it. Whatever it is. So get a probably showed us the fire from the book. And the fire is the fire from the book. Now it's inside. What do you know about Shelley Stafford, Sawyer, it says like a police, a shot at Negroes, one hour of that, and there is no discrimination. That is one of the safe apartments. The other way, church is not so much. Also, you know, something. Just like you have to do that the finance company will go through, so someone will know, the change you should start that. Some side of it. This is like a certain assumption is the part of four of it. Which will happen now it's split up also. It doesn't get to be that the other part of the so that's what it is. Just like my if it's strong, so do I. everybody gets a part of it. The last, look at the muscle. This is all at the end. And that day is everybody gets a part of it. Some people say that it's just those who stroll happens to I'm sorry, it has to be better. Let's just speak to one for a second. Actually, because of the second one, he says it's the skin and not out. That's all that. Swamping, shuffling somebody. There's one that's alive for now for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to go back to the house. I got it, go to me. I was on the virus, me, says that the Rabbi Zargo doesn't get exposed. Because Rabbi Zargo, my Israel, does Rabbi Zargo, so here you go. Those are Shemroiva, here goes. Chai, goes with Rabbi. That's also why we speak by the window. But it's our Rabbi Zargo, why we speak about it. It's very clear. That's the issue. Some people say that no, they're showing. It's but I already said that. Now I'm saying it's good. Which one is it? Turn me on. It's amazing that for anybody's turn me on. But the one is every turning into that. It's cross border thing. So you're supposed to go. Another one will know. And over here it says is oh, that's just so scanning the thing and everything lines up, it's all scanned. All it shows is I can say that I think right? She says it. It's not me. Fuck, what is that? Oh, elephant is on. Right? You scan all you know, and then it's like, oh, it's not the whole. So how do you do it? Now, why is scanning better? So we'll see the sound. Elephant's on. Apart from speaking, it's never perfect. Another one, sorry, I'm just like, sorry, Kai goes, they go, and see when he's already goes, I'm skating, we're going to go to the random right side. That's it. And hold on, it's what else the question? How come we don't see that's in the middle? It's a hundred to go. I'll say hundred better than really not. So we need to see places. Five places. Just throw it on the screen. All is like three lines there. Two lines from random places. But all the machine is skating by them. I don't think she's sorry, hesitant. Here, it's a head close by. They're very emphatic. They were the ones that created the whole mess to begin with. These are ones that told Chrysler to do that. Hey, do the design. They got the people with the dress up. And they're not. They're just the word. They say what's the capital. That's a little bit, that's pretty much our secret starter without saying that. I'm not going to see that. There's only two runners in all the that requires three. And we already established that how does the that's nobody so what's our is it the sort of amiga, sort of sauce, or the sort of resort? So you look at the whole, but it's the sort of sauce. So automatically it's not the sort of resort. So they want to do the puzzle. Say that's not the sort of resort. You can only do it. You only three. So once I know it's all of the number and a salsa, so I know it's not a resort. So why did it start the puzzle? You're spouse. The super is just there for a hint. That's the whole. To give you a sense of, to make you feel good. Here's a little bit of a ride from the credits. Not to make you feel good. Here's a ride from the credits. sorry, but Nasi requires mikvah? I say no. It's only those who know the dam is inside the mikvah. Sorry, Hanasi. Maybe it's referring also the goat that's done in the mikvah. One of the Lord that's also done inside the mikvah. It's our last to have our verse which we do, and that's something similar to the goat of the Nasi. Meaning it's an alternative milk, whereas the soul massive thing, as we discussed before, is one of the things that should be done. It's meaning the Dasham. That's the whole point. You need a special part of somebody who doesn't know sin. So that's different. That's not true. Where look at all my creations and or what I need to know, what he says, pressure. If Smicha is halacha l'mishra Sinai, why do I require also? Says the Gemara, it's really chazal, it's really possible that I need halacha l'mishra Sinai. Name it Torah, I mean, it's a Shalit Tzibur. I would think that the carbon of the Shalit Tzibur, that's the covenant of Shmos. Ashia Abasnisin, the Hirko, the Kolam of his place. So this is super interesting. Two times in the entire Shas, that the Gemara brings in over there, this is one of them. It says, the question we ask in the parak of Kolam, the number of Kolam. What do we ask there? I'm going to show you this. So anybody that did the daf with us back then, no question. Not this one, but whatever. That's no problem. Does anybody remember this? So I'll explain it. What? Some of it. Yeah. So what do we have? We have 6 things. We have 3 korbanos, 3 mitzvahs. The 3 korbanos that we have are in the center. The middle, they each korban takes up 2 circles. Only 2 circles, not 3. So we're trying to say here, the interesting way of example, it's kind of a hard to say. You have the Ashram, Shlomo Rabbi Yachid, and Shlomo Ben Tzibur. Rabbi Yachid is the Shlomo Ben Tzibur is the and the Ashram is the Tzibur. Now we have 3 mitzvahs. Top right corner, Smicha, meal on the animal. Rufa means to wave it at the roof when it's at the height, wave it, lift up the whole live animal. And also Rufa after it's dead, meaning a word from the 3 korbanos, each one only does 2 out of 3 mitzvahs. That's different 2 mitzvahs. No one of these 3 korbanos shares the mitzvahs, only 2. So like for instance, the Asham and Sarah was in the center. He has a blue circle and a green circle. Blue circle is symbols the Smicha, and the green is the performance of life. That is dead. Yeah, that's easy to remember. That is dead. When he's alive, blue is Smicha. The shaman gets bread, and what's bread, and eaten for the shaykh of the chaza, and you do smicha. And the shaman tzibur, they get green and red. They do evil to life, good to death. But let's say, this is what it is as a raya, shaman tzibur. So let's take shaman tzibur. Shaman tzibur has a green circle and a red circle. What's life, what's death. Remember back then, that's so you gotta remember the Sama somewhere in there. I asked the farmer also, if you had a green circle and a red circle, you certainly should have a blue circle. Why? Because let's say, what's the right here? Shlomo Rabbi Yochanan. The Shlomo Rabbi Yochanan has a blue circle and a red circle, but he doesn't have a green circle. So you, the Shlomo Rabbi Yochanan, has a green circle, certainly should have a green circle. Every 2 you do the same thing. If I have these 2 circles, I should definitely have the third circle. Because there's somebody out there that has a third circle, but he doesn't have my circle. He doesn't have the Shlomo Rabbi Yochanan doesn't have the green circle, but I have the green circle. Such circles. So after he has, yeah. Okay. After that, the Gemara adds circles. You don't have to know that circle. Only because of that one. Point is, Halacha was received. Each one of these mitzvahs is one of these korbanos. It's 3 mitzvahs. That's it. So let's just do it. Mashiach is the Sinai. We're going to call it Rabbi Sinai. All the Rabbi Shimon, Shloshim, Minei, Shlosh mitzvahs. Why do you say the Schneider Bridge goes across with the only requires it's a lot of green and blue, then red. But the blue circle, it should have a blue circle right there. What's the plan? Actually, I believe to I am if the Schneider does have the sorry, he has the green circle, but it does not have it doesn't have the circle, but it requires a small to circulate the schlubber. Teamwork requires to turns out to code this. I also understand only part of government is Shabbos. That's the level of so you know, it's just these two. So only have a so he says that has to be similar to the Nazi. However, it's just like the Nazi, it can't be something that doesn't have, it can't be that's like Russian doesn't know that okay, that's sometimes I love that person doesn't require the answer. It's not part of it. Basically, the Lord says it says the word promotion and that's what it's called. But so each part of it is and look at the whole place. That one over there is going to be short. It doesn't have a solution to this one. And then on the left, there's another solution. Or trusting the left hand. Or the more. Others, certainly an intentional expectation that you speak on. But it says, one from 4 years ago. So I might have said it 4 years ago. I don't remember saying it. I don't know what I said. I remember saying it a long time ago. Somebody over there said, walk around all the windows over there. I'm not saying it. That is it's probably so that's the one. The one we have two more Corbanos. The one we're missing now, Meiser, but Meiser. Corban is Meiser. Meiser is not required to the level. They go out of the level. The Rashi should have Shlomo doesn't have any power on the defense. There's power after it. Well, it requires Meiser should be targeted for the number. So the whole video, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. The Meiser has to come out of the pen. And the guy just mixed up and says that the ninth one is the pen, where it says the left one is the pen. All of the components just has a power. There it is, the silver solution. The Corban, what's the silver Corban? The little Meiser does not get it. Corban, it says the Corban was the girl. It's the leader they had, it's going to play. Corban, that's such a good idea. So how they explain it. Corban, the guy can go the whole entire shoes. That's the shoes, the beautiful shoes. Just the whole experience. Corban, she also did it. I know. So they understand. They were able to jump the camera. Corban, she only did it. Mashallah, she did that way, but Schlammer, immer von einem Schlammer. Und der Auftritt ist halt immer noch Schlammer Frage. Das ist Schlammer, auch mit Leute. Ich muss nicht mal stolz werden. Talk to me and that's the show. That's what he asks. The chance to go to or harder than the ones who requires place up, place up. And that's a fact. This is why great people get up and still argue. My assumption is that something really supposed to show. When we are buying something that special stuff because it requires flour, oil, wine. You have to get because it shows you way better here on the farm. I still pay something just for no stuff. There's no food. Where stuff about these three dilemmas are not just that it's like hard that makes it kind of gross. It's not like a little bit of it. Now the crawl level is hard. Why do I need it? Why is the price say the word the buttons? What the extra? Doesn't even say anything. So what's that? You're gonna be doing it here. What is it? Because the only not a friend, not a person. It's the whole at first, I was just throwing it out there. I just thought about it now. Sneaky thing. It's not really. Which one is it? But anyway, sneaky thing together with so we don't know the feeling of friend. Okay. But what are those other ones? What you said about this? Not required to the but on one of the rabbits, I thought it was a cycle that when we have 5 partners. Now, you don't try like giving $2 to be a partner with every single other partner has to figure it out. The both side had to be wonderful and funny to spread the boss. Spread the word around the sponsor shared the day. Again, hey, you get something else. I'm sure you will. Well, usually show you just one of the they had a little bit of travel this year. They started up front with both this year, first year started. Also, last night in the show, as we have in America, and they found it what is going on. They were doing it. Please remember, say Krishna. I remember. So don't talk to me. It's not so smart. So that's what it happened. This is a controversial thing. Getting back to the schedule here. Okay. Brand new school. Look at the side. Look at the screen. Why is that unbelievable? Oh. This nightmare is sponsored with that provisions to the Politicians. One of the strong player Estes Muslima. Tonight's pizza is sponsored by Jean Brand. Wanted to bring a pizza. Frank leaving. Good health. Very discovered. The sheep of humble. So Frank and Tito eat. Okay. Check it out. Michael say, in honor of the Italian pizza. This set is sponsored by the Italian dedicated to the burgers, all over British Irish, British Mother. This set is sponsored by the Italian Democrats. Not in the same group of the guys, but I'm going to be plus. Allora, noi sono altri che si sentono che vai nella mia supposta e poi ci so, una supposta e poi io access to. So, ma di quello che stiamo facendo, that's it. got so ratty, I thought each nighty said it was candy, I paid on the ready to change my meaning of life. Money I already else on the penny, always consulting one, focus on spiral, high deciding, it's a money spatula, flavor of money, volume of helium. Business class, monotonous, auto rebelling, almost not inspired to I do. When I slow down for a second, not to go money surging back up when there's nothing. Just constant non-stop money pushing. This guy's better paid per word out there. This is what makes everyone special. This is why people don't believe in God. Hashtag everyone beast. Shkoya. Shkogi Washington. This is her father, Loving her Shol, her Rava, Akron, Pesa. My name is English Master Sherman, Horatio Sheldon, prisoner of Chicago. Shalom, Shalom, let's read it. Captain Martin Ferguson, in honor of my son Yehiel Bethel, on the occasion of his 90th birthday. Michael and Cheryl Katz, from the yards out of Cloverton, the Katz bed with us. And then the father, if you come have an idea. Vladislav Zakharov, Vanilla myself, Yitzhak Ben Afro, all day. Original thank you. Really, November 14th. Saying, trying to give him strength, really sleeping, burning the fears, very short, regular pursuers, before his regular regain, walking up over behind, Moscow, Square, Mark, Square, Anyway, one, tell me all that I can do is rock. Never more evidence. Mr. Yellen, that is best and enlisted. Question. In any battle order, how this it's a word in general. For what? Yeah, very good. It's not true. Back in the day, did. Wow. Yeah, so we're going to learn about Haggis. Haggis, one of the words is a ram that is almost a ram, but it's not a sheep, it's not a ram. It's unbelievably different. A sheep is all the opposite of a ram is a year. So, yeah, it's easier down today for a lot of people. However, Sadik, Aleph, which is literally that, besides speak office, it's and we're holding 6, 7 lines. 12 luminati, behind it, realize that what's a person plate? Think about it for a second. What's a person plate? Is it being light? I can tell you somebody did plate. Somebody broke the plate down. So you guys what is it? So we're gonna learn about flat earth. So I'm gonna say if you look, it says over here, he says that a person plate is not being it's recognized a favor to you. Also, like a slave instrument for master, greater than favor. The word instrument, Yemshim, that's what God says, that you shouldn't take a present from someone else if you can't take a present from someone. Why? Physically, not like you owe him a random phone. Give you power one day, you should have said cheap words. However, Twenty nights is a person from your person. Nature says, have a look at how you know, talking about the suffering, the whole soup suffering. In general, when the person talks about the suffering, it talks about just flour with oil and new wine. They try to point out when you're talking about old wine. So this week, yesterday, and this chart But it's surprising we learn all sorts of things. Red is a key. It communicates with people. And for the words, oil, zeva, those two words. So the oil, zeva, these are the strong. So, what says, oil, lots of hope. But a king is not one thing to be one special word, oil. Oil lots of hope. So, is the something that I don't even people left behind. So, how many breads have you got there? What is that? 40. So many breads, that's instead of in a supper. Imagina meio nosso, se you find it loves the bread, it's loves it. Those are hungry as rico, but it's as far as they do bread. Now, you have to get food for yourself. You still have to bring wine with it in the offering. So as you want to look at the office, you can also use the only practice how is it by the comments, how to forecast. Tells us with all the types of things. Can't get away with this. This is not the way. It says the one thing you have found in the why is that over there? It's awesome. So this is included in the founding in there. The second one is not the founding in there. But the government, which is because another one on the because I see Rachel I should have black. The founding in there. So what should they do? Not anymore. Anyways, check this out. You know, get really close to them. Each one of these is like a character. Yeah, but and we thought I looking together with you. Right? You guys come to one of these never, you know, but in the strong episode has these 12 buses. It's a whole thing, you know, it's unbelievable. Black man, I don't want to say it. But people drive the black man. And even if it's silly, it's like sitting there like this. You know, and you know, the whole class of it, don't pick it up, it's going to go back. So, also, we see the shit of that's not this person. Okay, so, clock, not to be so all the characters, right? That's just a visual show. Really fun. All these are included in one. This is something about the whole new today is all about. That's just a visual show. All these guys, the building development, it's a far. The ocean side, they all need this side. So that's a clock. The founding is over the global. So, ain't nothing stopping me. So I'm gonna say, all the other guys, it's cloud. Because if you stop over here, cloud is generalization of everything. Crack in the front of the mouth of the crack. The crack, the Torah is telling me exactly what I want. But once the Torah adds another cloud to the sandwich, then it's not everything. And it's not only the crack, it's something in between. Right? A cloud means everything. A crack means only these things. But when you have a cloud, and then a crack, and then a cloud, so there, generalized, but it has to be similar to the crack. Why did it double? Crack. The rest of Chayat, no. The rest of Chayat, slow moving things. So I had some stuff. Let me just pick up some stuff. So I added our Meiser, for example. How's that recall? And the cloud is, cloud, by the way, we're not doing a lot of cloud by the cloud. So I have a problem with the cloud, cloud. Elastic dog goes in a cloud. So it's similar to this. What's the similar? Not probably fire, doesn't take off outside. Doesn't come for sin, so that will take off. Not us. After a long time, قلت not the larger chain boy on test. We look for a major test of cloud. Look, major has a shape of it. So, what do we have? So, what do we have there? So, I want to show you. I just redid the initial chart for a second. First of all, oil includes the negative level. Then what do we have? So, it takes everything out. Let's think for a second. Hashtas of oil, but the oil takes out the kfar and the meiser and the knesar. Slavic platform. Slavic platform, I would say. So what does this do? If I take out the kfar, meiser, knesar, so what's it? Oil should include the oil. After all, shame included the oil. Something that you're not going to believe right now. The hobby is just something. Love is person. The option is love. What do we love? So we go over here, we did our own to find out what makes you bigger animals. So one instead of the original, that's our circle. Just like the original. And that also requires something. The offspring over here, this little baby here, this little baby, black shlomen, the flat, also requires the suffering. Va'ila above the place was obviously done. See? Okay. Well, the oil that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra. That fungus for extra. We have extra fungus. We say Mikdash or extra wine that goes over the top. So you sell it by an oil for the kids in the back. The Osher Shanika, the Rio, that's the famous one for the short animals. So anytime the cactus must die, because this is the moment that it's not the different one. Yeah, different. So anytime the cactus must die, the usher goes to cancel it, try to get it removed, and what happened? What if the Mishnah said, for one item, okay? Or you sell it and you buy another, okay? What do you do? The call is what is this church one? No matter what it is, at the end of the day, what tells us that all these things are sorry, it's a fun situation. So let me just see. Okay. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, Vasisa Mino Hashem Oilo, good, not red meat, tibia, not the hard answer. All of the include by the time we started, Suga agreed. Zera comes to exclude the oil. The Father Neder Nidava comes to anything that comes from the heart, like a chatos, and then the rest are just like the shana thinking of it. It's something about the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the Maskonas is super. So in other words, I'll show you this just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year with that first. You might change basically based on the cloud on the clock. Okay. Well, you are Ashtanos or you do Joshua. I'm working on it. So Joshua found another version of Double. Double B, how comes now? You have to discuss every single time you have an oath. So, let me show you. Maybe we're going to flip it. I don't know if it's going to help. Just here. There are four words. Let's say there's four oaths. So, Oila Oizera, let's say process this. Oila Oizera, just show you, yeah? This process. See, it says three times Oizera, Oila Gava, Oila. So I just put it together. Like this. But basically, it's the four options. If you have two different people, but it's the same type of cargo, let's say it's under Oizera, but this is another idea. This is two different things. That is the Oizera. The Oil, and I've done this also in the supplements. When I do the following nether Oil in the double, when the carbon is different, the type of carbon and the type of paper, the type of thing. And then, what do I think? It says it's the same. The same thing, but different types of double. Let's say it's in a double of an oil and a schlop. Just the same. With different carbons. Oil and schlop. And finally, you have the same heat, the same oil, the same carbon. That's oil, nether and schlop. That's what I learned. So let's just see inside. The four oils. Still, that was oil and Rothschild, how they did it double. They just did it up to but I did it up with alpha. Why do I need to split it up? It's something otherwise. Then you double over the bonus up here. Maybe I can put another in a double. So another. What's another? You remember what another? What's in a double? How do you know? How do you remember? Who's in here? So we do zoo. Already zoo is bigger. It's a dog. Really belong to the zoo. I would be in this. Yeah, no, it's all the video. So, it's not accurate. It's just die. It's on the hard body. It's not just die. Commercial. The what? What's nice and then it's good for yourself. I say that was really nice and stuff. But it's kind of the net and the dust. What's it called? Yesterday we had this whole thing. Oh, remember the trust? He said, come on, come. Yes, it's not good. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you know. Same thing. Yeah. So, usually as a whole is that the flow connects and it says that if you have to dig, and it's the same process there, you have to go to the boat together. So that's why it says oil. Oil separates. You know, you do both. The Hebrew word, the that connects them. In this case, it's not connected. Why? Because the oil. That's what the Yoshia, that the Hebrew, that's a yak. It's complex. And the yak, the real is yak. This is short, more yak. So the Torah says that's together. Said that ceasefire, they started opening up the thing, they're watching them, and they don't know what the guys are going now. That's what they told me. It's true, listen. But then they went to the elders, religious sons, love it. Why do we need to fight? Something like, I see the end of the day, they put this up. I see the double play together. What if I see the end of the double? What if we two proposed together? Are we alive? Are we together? He's going to tell me, maybe you know this would be good for both. Watch for a little. Hoy mi brother, whatever. I'm talking, I mean, able to come, I see other than that, let's say I read types of remarks, Allah, and Islam. One is a nether of, Islam is a man, Islam is a nether, other than Islam. Our Eva, the rights of Islam, and then what if the two types of remarks, different than Islam, but they're both the nether. Not the Islam, but both in the nether. She nether like a the kids are at four different So what's equal to two? Kids, better than me. It's just about. Okay, no, your mom, wow. That's it. And what else? And a 1-3. A 1-3 with 3-1 is equal to 3-3. Okay, good. That's the reason. I know I did. Oh, I don't know. No. That's the showman. Showman is a superstar. A major topic. Yeah, something more. So, even some Shlomo Achasi for the Mesa, two Shlomo, and two oilers are one. Which you want to suffer. This name is something. Come on, Shlomo. Shlomo, one say, oh, Shlomo. One minute, so they're coming out of the Mesa, the oilers. I think that's really good. Two of them. One is, but the other one is another. So they're going to Shlomo, Shlomo, alleen de wijze steken. En dan stelen ze door. En dan is het uitzending. Oh, it's one, sorry, one, one, so there won't be confusion. What are your names? Shlomo Salman ben Gedaliah. Now, it says, it's the same flour, the same oil. But one green on its own, and one comes together with a carb. You know the difference? What? No. By the way, the supper is also the flour oil is called the supper also. Sometimes it's called wine. Sometimes it's called wine, sometimes it's not. It's a little confusing. When yours says the supper, it actually means even the flour and the oil.
Riser.
Okay, it's a very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical. They're their ingredients are identical. There's one major difference. When you bring a pita on its own, so you put the meats on as well, you press those between atoms. Whereas the one that comes together, you do this, the one that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on. So that's why I'm just pointing it out here because the Gemara says, the mincha carbon, it's the type that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on. Very different when it comes to itself. You can have the different. Each one of the hell I'm playing. That's how you go. That's how this. I don't know if I'm going to say that. That's what I'm talking about. The minute that comes with the carbon. Now that I didn't even get really suffering a lot. Oh, so here the really suffering means wine. I don't know if it means wine. I'm going to yeah. It means wine. Then that's the reason 8,000 oil on the joke. And then Mary says, oh, and the word oil sitter. Seva, oil is a shaman source. Again, so we have in this puzzle three within that teach us these three components. As the Gemara, the Rabbi is about two of them. The Chan is in the Asham. Why don't they learn those two from Seva?
Riser.
To understand this, very simple, but we learn this I found the whole one. Don't believe it. Takes the year. Which what they think the whole world. Oh, slow water. You put it underneath the slow. Wow. That's the standard water over there. Okay. Let's get followed. What was the sign? Got that? I found that as I just put it in with the Shabbos. This is see how technology and this back then. Remember this? This was considered wow, top of the line. Remind me later, right now. Later. Yeah, last minutes. So it was a sign. Just the difference. So just the that thing. It's not all that's by it's so everything. By nothing. It's just the it's just the okay. So why am I showing you this? Because you're supposed to put the hair underneath the shlow. Now, it's in the Gemara. Now we understand what it means. Chatas v'asheminai. What if you put the hair underneath the raw?
There he is.
By the chatas or by the asham, they don't go together.
What did you think?
Yeah.
One's when he finishes his nazir.
It was like such a BitChute style edited video.
Yeah, it was. I'm in agreement with you. I was not a fan. I saw it a long time ago, and it was just underwhelming. So there's just it just was like you said, edited poorly and no narrative. There are other ones though that are better, but it just wasn't.
Well, there was a narrator.
Poor narrative, I should say. Yeah, and it just didn't to me. I need facts, and I don't need like, well, this sounds like this. All that is speculative. All of that is subjective. Um, there's a lot more evidence for it though that I've seen in other works that go into like the plastic surgery that was done, rhinoplasty that was done, like scarring that was done, why he grew a beard, um, why they never went on tour again, the fact that he's left-handed, and that or the fact that like the way that they found this guy was there was a lookalike contest. They used to do lookalike contests. In fact, if you've ever seen it, you should look at the Adele lookalike contest that they do. And Adele's lookalike contest is like all these people are like, "Wow, you look like Adele. You look like Adele." And she's like, "Oh, you look like Adele. You look like Adele." And they all go up, and then Adele sings, and she fucking floors them all. Um, it's pretty interesting. Um, those things aren't really. What'd you say?
No, I was just saying.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I swung and missed on that documentary from the fact that it had been a long time since I'd seen it.
I liked it. I liked it.
Okay, well, I didn't, and just because I've seen much better ones and that are filled with facts and not just like number nine, number nine, number nine, number nine. But
there were some facts in it. Like, I feel like the beginning had way more facts, and then it kind of like fizzled out, and then was just playing backwards sounds.
I agree.
Like the last half, but
I agree. I have to use
the beginning, like the way like it said like Paul and like the guitar, and like the guitar was
there are a lot
cemetery.
There are a lot more things than that. That's why I found it to be relatively poor in the how it told that story and everything. Just for a moment, I have to use the restroom. Is that all right? It better be because I have to do it.
No, it's not. Paul McCartney died, and you want to use the pisser.
When a woman gives birth, she has to bring two corbans. She brings a sheep for an oil and a bird for a carcass. If she's poor, then she brings two birds. Instead of the sheep for the oil, she brings the bird oil. But a regular woman brings a sheep and the by the way, in this comes, you have to line up a bunch of sheep for our wives. No? When she has comes, this is my question. Our wives, based on how many children they have to bring all the sheep. Sheep, and a bird. Now we're going to have to take care of the fire. Oh. Turn it off. Alarm global. Expose pro shop the time. Today. What happened? So tomorrow, I don't know. Every wine with the oil of the Mitzvah. It's the oil of the woman. Give her. Over a high oil, you know, this was safe for the corner. Yeah, I learned from the end of the house in Samuel. Why you not? Like Kevin, Sue, oil, you know. Well, I thought that had a social life. Cover some. Okay, so let me see. First of all, let's do this. So a person has a bunch of newborn animals. Gets a gift, the 10th one as a nicer baby. And then when he gets all the way to number 10, what does he do? Remember? He gave him a red dot, and that becomes nicer. Okay. And now for the old technology thing. So every type of one is supposed to say, he's supposed to take a red thing. What happened was, on number 10 he said it's 9, and number 11 he said it's 10. Number 9 he said that begins with that all mixed up. So what do you do when you learn that? Go college, what do you do number 3?
Alrighty. There are better documentaries out there than that one. I couldn't remember why that one was seen as so taboo, and it's I think because they just play a lot of music in it, and like there are a lot of copyright infringements on it, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Satanic editing.
Yeah, no,
yeah, probably.
For sure. It's like of any video that if you could show it to like somebody who had been like pre-programmed, that one fucking would make them go bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally using that like flat. There's so many flashing images in it.
Right. Would you like to lose?
No, I want to talk about this documentary more because I am a little curious about it.
Dude, I'm down for it.
One of my observations, they're playing Hey Jude backwards, and then supposedly it said like McCartney is dead, 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 dead. Some of the backwards songs, I was like, okay, maybe that's real, but like the Hey Jude, I don't think backwards is McCartney is dead.
I agree with you. I've never really been too into that backmasking. I just think it can sound like so much stuff. What I am into is the fact that they had a Beatles look-alike contest in the early 1960s that this guy named Billy Shears won, William Shears, and then when Paul McCartney died allegedly, apparently what happened, I don't know if this is true. This is just the story that, and there's always been something weird about this, that the Beatles manager was Brian Epstein, and they they were heavily influenced and by a secret group allegedly run by Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and that Brian Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein don't have anything to do with each other. That's always been curious to me. I mean, there are like 10,000 Epsteins in the United States, so I'm not saying like, but it's curious to me. And the what had allegedly happened is that Paul McCartney said, uh, "I'm not going to do I'm not going to do something." Let me see if I can look it up and what the story is. Like, I don't even know if they'll tell me what the story is. Yo, what's the story about the alleged death of Paul McCartney and his Aston Martin? And it related to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, and Maxwell's Silver Hammer. That McCartney didn't want to do something, and they wanted him to, and he said no. And then he got into an accident in his Aston Martin. He had picked up a woman, something like that. So I don't know. Okay, so all right. The story gained traction in 1969, particularly after the radio DJ Russ Gibb aired a segment discussing supposed backward messages in the Beatles song. Okay, la la la. Okay. Um, Despite the elaborate theories, Paul McCartney was not in a fatal accident in 1966. He did have a minor car accident in 1965 and 1966. Let's see here. Some speculation, particularly on Reddit, has attempted to link Maxwell and the Beatles, suggesting that the song Maxwell's Silver Hammer was inspired by him or played a role in covering up McCartney's death. So let me see if I can find this other documentary. And I'm not saying we have to watch it now, but there's more credence to this than that game. So I think it's called Paul is Dead. I mean, there are just like videos of this. Um, let me just see if it's this.
Before we begin, this video is sponsored by our friends at OK. Look more like the real Paul McCartney, but it wouldn't be entirely
Okay,
successful.
I'm gonna ask. I wouldn't normally do this. Can you please? This is 30 minutes, but it'll be worth it. Can you? This will be like fact after fact after fact. Can you please type in "Paul is Dead" by Quentin Reviews, and let's see what he has to say on it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then somebody wrote 4 years ago, there used to be some interesting videos on YouTube explaining how Paul may have died and was replaced. The last few years, all such videos have been deleted or banned. And I absolutely agree with that.
I'd love to see a a list of every single band YouTube video.
Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting?
It's nice that BitChute is more of a free speech gets that right.
Yeah, but they don't let me on it, so go fuck themselves.
No one's watching BitChute live stream.
Oh, I know. There are literally 6 people who do it. Like, it's because it's really difficult to do. You have to like. There are a bunch of buttons that you have to do to be able to do it. It's not like just.
This is 30 minutes, not 10 minutes.
I said 30 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said 10 minutes.
No, just put it in. It'll be worth it. Like after you watch this, you'll be like, okay, there's a lot more evidence to it, not just a bunch of random songs. Riser, if you can hear me, let me know when you started streaming.
You have to pay attention.
Dog, I have to pay attention. I'm doing my best to pay attention. Oh, there you go. Okay, perfect. I didn't know if my phone was frozen or something too. Apologies. I sincerely appreciate you doing this. Stop this. Stop this. Stop it. Stop it. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, I fucked up. I need somebody who goes into this without just a like. Okay, here's one.
Just read out the facts.
Well, they're like pictures. like pictures of his mouth and stuff. So like here's some other stuff. He goes to Liverpool to where he lived, and he goes into the house, and the people don't know who he is, or something like that. Like, or no, he doesn't know. No, he doesn't know the house layout where like he wrote like, "Hey Jude." Um, okay, let me.
The shoes off on
That's
the
nothing.
album cover.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
What do you mean that's nothing?
So what? His shoes are off.
What do you think? What do you think the reason was behind that?
Okay, if you want to go with the theory, it's when you die, they put a toe tag on you, and there's also some kind of argument that you're to make him different. Like in all of their art, they made him different. Okay, so let me see if I can find just a short video on it. That because like I could be like, oh well, here's why I don't like the whole like look at this like look at this one picture. I like to look at like the faces that they have, and they don't look the same. Like if you put their faces side by side and have AI go over it. I have that.
I think the easiest way to tell is like the voice. So I don't know if there's recordings of his voice before and after, but I don't think you'd be able to. I mean, apparently those stunt double could still sing.
Yeah, no. But that guy was in a band and played bass. Like he knew he looked like Paul McCartney, and so he did everything that he could to just play it up a little bit more. Um, he even won this contest. I'm trying to find something that's not super long because I don't want to put you through something really long. So just bear with me, and I also don't want something super short. Like 15 minutes would be great, just to show the evidence.
Is there Reddit thread?
Oh yeah, there are tons of Reddit threads. Let me go back to BitChute, and because like everything on YouTube is just on this. This is an interesting thing. Um, why they chose this to like go after him. Um, okay. I, so we don't want something super long. We want something. Let me rank it by. Sort by. Not. They don't have rating. They don't have sort by rating. Wow, all of these are so long, and I don't want to put you through that. And it's not like there's a whole lot to go through. There are just some pictures, the timeline. Um, okay, let's try this one. It's 17 minutes. Go to um,
In the annals of rock and roll, seeking out any hit, the Abbey Road album cover is interpreted. Prime example is found in Revolution. Cover where a barefoot macabre. One notable aspect that fueled speculation was
Okay, yeah, this is something. Okay, go to BitChute and type in Paul is Dead, Symbolism, and More. It's not that long. It's 17 minutes, and I'll just feel better about this subject if you get another taste of it than just what we went through, because what we went through was not, in my opinion, the best view at it. But it's like whenever anybody gets a really good one of these videos that has everything, their account gets nuked.
What do I type in the BitChute?
Paul is Dead, Symbolism, and More. SYMBOLISM.
Yeah, I spelled it right, but I don't see anything.
Paul is Dead. Just type in Paul is Dead, and it's by Darkness to Light.
Oh yeah, I found it.
Hey!
Yeah, I found it.
You're the man. Riser's the man, folks.
Paper butters, so I'm trying to give you as much as I can. That's it. It's already, I can't do more than this. If you give it like muffled, it's like you kind of cheat. You know what I mean? So I'm giving you half. Look, I'm giving you full. חוץ משל קרגודות או עליות של קרגודות, that of the קרגודות is discussed. He starts up in the morning starts, he divides it in half, he gives you half of the start in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. No, it's there's a number of reasons. Walking with it, you don't want to go over, it's hard to divide in half. Okay. Guinness halal, Beritzeim Kodesh, Beritzeim is the overflow. The overflow is from listening or not. Is that drink a glass of oil, fish is up there. I'm only with a cup of coffee, and I'm showing looking at music. I saw a sign that show, my sister, it says, coffee here is free up until like this area, like 3/4. Anything above that doesn't give you shit. The idea is that I don't know if you ever noticed that they like coffee and it shows on it. You go all the way to the top, oh, it's the top before the milk goes down, and then they take a step forward. You know what happens? Drip, drip on the counter. So we'll give it to you for free, but if you're gonna mess around and try to drip on our floor, they have to pay money for that. That costs money. They would say it. So for the kivo, sorry, let's go back. Chutz, give us a laugh here. It's a question. It's a love if you're saying chutz. Kind of common. When I see this appreciate this very similar in a way. Slightly off. Each one is slightly different. Give us a laugh here. It's a question. The measuring devices of the liquid is which are made with oil, much of this crease and has it's a if you're trying to measure it with a flour, those measuring cups do not have pollution. Just say because it has pollution, so everything that above it also has pollution. And you have to explain why. If it doesn't have pollution, so everything above does not have pollution. So that's why piled up flour doesn't have pollution. Piled up wine doesn't have pollution. But we give a little bit of a lot of flavors. If you don't maintain flavors, what's the attitude? So you understand, if it's a maintain flavor, so it's to meet with 2000. We'll see what you are exactly. How? It's a little shoes there. El Shaman is there, this makes a lot of sense. How in the world, and I'm just having trouble also understanding how exactly they're going to deal with this situation. But how do we get there? How do we overflow? Pouring wine. When I say pouring wine, it becomes like this. So what stays on top exactly? This the stuff you just poured down? To me, it makes sense. The stuff you just poured goes to the bottom, pushes up the bottom, and then it comes down. The stuff that you pour on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up. Enough to me, because the rest of that stuff is already inside the plate. It's inside the plate, and there's a push up, and now popped up on top, okay, it's already covered. If you're taking a bottle of Cristal, you pour it into here, you pour it over more, it goes like this. So if it doesn't look really clear, I can hear it. That's if it's flour. So again, the new stuff that goes on top, you have it going inside the plate. But when it comes to liquid, usually it's all mixed in, and it's all, but it's, how do you do these moves? I'm just going to understand. I'm having trouble with it. But okay, but that's what he's saying. That's actually what he's saying. He's saying the flavor shoes up. The shalaf, the liquid, it's hungry to the bottom, it's the top. Okay, it's painful, but the drop is not. So what first we have to deal is the first word is just all the measurements. How many measurements were there? Not here, here, not double shot. One in the bag, it wasn't more than one. It says all the garbage, 20 of them. It's only one. It's either, he says it's three sergeants. The one is a full one. According to the next two, one is a flat, one is a full. It's slightly lower than the flat one, but there's only one that goes above the rim. And that's only one. It's not looking at holy ones. Even one in Chagol Mavagala, there's only one measurement period for the flower. There was a flat one. It wasn't even a liquid one. Or the answer that you offered. Loyal Rabbi Meir. It's Rabbi Meir says it's one for one flower. Well, my holy, what does it mean by all the measurements? Holy because doesn't mean that it's 10 different kalim or something like that. It means 10 different measurements that I use this one period. This one inside I use, even if I need a straight of flour, I use the one inside there. I do 3 dots. One, there's not 3 different, 5 different measurements. There's not a cleat that holds 3, a cleat that holds 2, and a cleat that holds 1. It's one cleat that holds 1 inside, and it's one that you overload. But it means all the shiurim will be for this load. So like when you need 2 sweater, 3 sweater, you use that. Now we can explain all 3 shiurim. There's a lot of good things. I can look at you with I'm a so about this a lot of good shit of David. What is the main one give Yusha between on the inside and on the outside? Put oil. Remember how you put oil in key? You do a C, a U, a S, a X, and a lot of shit. I don't see like 7 or 9 or 7. What are the other ones? I was both. I just remember X. It's a place for somewhere. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Begin to command clean. In other words, you don't have to clean the whole thing. Just go like this. On the outside. Like a cloth or a needle. On the inside, it's always. So, Melo, this clean has on the inside and the outside. And then what? Oh, very good. So, this, the problem is this right over here. This is the rib. Is that what it's called in English? Rib. Is this a pisha? It does. So when the wine comes up and touches this, it gets pisha. Bidas. And the dry good one for the flour, only have pisha inside and not outside. That's why the overflow. The argument says that dry good one doesn't have any pisha whatsoever. Let me ask you a question. If this cup has 0 pisha and fill it up with flour, how is the flour going to be covered? The answer is, Rashi says, my mouth. You're right, the key doesn't give it any pisha. On my mouth. I say, Yosi says, third sheet is both the dry and even the liquid is not a pisha on the outside. You'll have the time of the next one, and it's explains the reason why it's a liquid becomes kaddish. Why is the overflow kaddish? Because it comes from the inside. It already had kedusha when it's inside the cup, and then it's popped out, so it remains kaddish. And dry goods like flour stays in the pot. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down and up. Asking about the so what if this wine was on the bottom of the cup, came up, and is now above? That was my self of and where's the das of the owner? The guy, Hakavana, Yusha, whatever's in the cup, not what's inside the cup. So what if it started in the bottom and came to the top? But the fact is, he only said it because whatever remains in the cup. Over a persistent. Yeah, it's interesting name. Lately, we had a bunch of one-time names. One more time in chance. It's really bad. This is the name of it. So it's very Shoretz and Kashim Shalom Das. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his Shava. It becomes Chadaj just by being in the Shoretz, even on the bottom, now from the top. But if on the bottom one, that itself is Rabbi Omar, the Olam Emelach, the Shoretz and the Kashim Shalom Das. Perhaps it's a Pshat is sharks doesn't have any kedusha, kedusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is the top wine should not be kept. Zero Shabbat, when you see the kedusha, I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you have wine in it, kedusha, and you just made it not Kaddish. Well, so after being clear and say that, well, that is Kaddish. The question is, what is your Zera? Very similar. See this, I like this position like a child. Look at this. So this is the famous Shulchan verse. And, let's do it again. The other listed. 12 left on. When do we put it on the Shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation happens. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you think, there's no bread available, you put it on Sunday. We know, listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, is possible. Why is it possible? Lino. Overnight is possible Lino. How come the left on a part is not possible Lino? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. So it can't be possible after one day. But what happens if it's on, listen to this, it's tricky. Not tricky, it's not that. What happens if the bread is on the table for 8 days? Sunday to Monday. Sunday to Sunday, 8 days. Lino or not Lino? The answer is no Lino. Why? It needs to be on the table for the Shabbat. When does this bread start becoming Lino? After the second Shabbos. 13 days later. So it says tomorrow, if that's the case, seeing this halachah is a position like our Shabbos, you put it on the table on Sunday, it's a position for Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the Levana, the 2 spoonfuls of Levana, for instance, on the Mizbeah, okay, so yes, what do you do? What's on the Shabbos? Waiting for the second Shabbos. 13 days later. Shafilu, Al Shulchan Yamgav, and we got no, there's no Levana if the bread is on the table for many days. People are going to say that all you need to do over here is they become Lino because it's on a Shulchan. So if I want to make a carbon and say from becoming puzzle overnight, they just put it in a nice plate that has Kedusha and it won't become puzzle Lino. I should make it Zera. I should make puzzle Lino. Says, what's wrong with this? You don't want to look at one that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than to ask questions. But over here, it's say, over here, people get confused and say that you just take off the one from the top and make it, or from within a plea and make it not perfect. So let's make it clear. Now, Moisar is soft and the pizza is good. What is Moisar is soft? That we're going to have a little bit, it's almost the same word. No, Shiloh, what is Moisar is soft? In other words, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra necessity.
All right, that's a little better. Thank you so much for watching additional stuff. All right. My question to you is this. Are you ready to lose a real game?
Yeah.
All right. One moment.
Well, you know about like that and like the first one, the like goat shriek that he like let out in one like those interviews was like really bizarre. Or you just went like bah and then like walked away.
What are you saying?
Remember the last documentary? There was like a scene where he went bah after being asked about like rumors about him.
Yeah, so that has to do with him being Billy Shears, like a shepherd and a shepherd has like sheep, so he just made a sheep sound.
Yeah, I mean that was just like strange though.
Yeah, dude, it's like his real name. He just adopted this starting in like 1967. So like all his friends growing up would do that to him because his last name is Shepherd. It would be
Okay.
it would be like I don't know. Like let's say your last name was um Jordan, and everybody.
Half the people go, ooh.
There you go. Yeah, and everybody'd be like Jordan, like Michael Jordan. Um, there's an argument to be made there that it would be similar to that. Uh, that yours is a better example. Yeah, I mean, so let's say your last name was Barker, and everybody just go "Bah, bah, bah," to you because that was like a thing that kids do. And
Yeah.
just let me see if I can find it. Very quickly, it's Paul McCartney, home, Liverpool, confused. So he did this in carpool karaoke, but um, oh yeah, is this it? No, that's just like this deleted scene. Okay, it's an interesting one. If anything, they covered it up really well.
And what about like that Manson guy who like murdered people?
Yeah,
I've heard that guy talk before, but
yeah,
yeah, I was just like nuts basically.
yeah. He's been in a California prison for like 45 years or so, more than that. Um, but I think he's I think he's bonkers, but I think he's innocent. If you go into that whole story, um, there were a lot of people who were being hypnotized by the CIA. Um, it's called Laurel Canyon. It's a part of LA. It's it's not the nicest area, but it's a nice area that was populated with like artists and musicians, specifically like this group of musicians, and basically, um, Charles Manson was like kind of a ringleader of people. But there's all kinds of weird shit that happened with that. Like the lady who died, one of the four people, her name's Sharon Tate. Her husband was Roman Polanski, who uh, made a movie called Rosemary's Baby, which is like an abortion or something. And then he ended up uh, raping a young girl. And that when the state of California is going to prosecute him, he moved to France and has lived in France for like 40 years, 50 years, avoiding prosecution. Um, and uh, the Academy Awards like have like not taken accountability for this. They've like given him awards since then, which people think is really bad. But that whole Manson story is really wild. Well, so how does it tie into um, the Beatles? Allegedly, the song Helter Skelter. I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm gonna just look up what they say. Just one minute. Yo, how did Helter Skelter tie into Charles Manson? Which is an amazing song. I fucking love the song. Helter Skelter refers to the apocalyptic race war that Charles Manson believed was imminent, a scenario he attempted to incite through the 1969 murders committed by his followers, the Manson family. Manson twisted lyrics from the Beatles' 1968 album, The Beatles, the White Album, particularly the song Helter Skelter, to justify his actions and convince his followers that the killings would spark a conflict between black and white people. The connection unfolded through several key elements. Misinterpreted lyrics. Manson believed the Beatles encoded messages in their music predicting the end times. He interpreted Helter Skelter as a signal for black people to rise up and violently overthrow white society, while also linking other tracks like Blackbird and Piggies to racial conflict. Um, the prophecy Manson preached that he and his family would hide in a bottomless pit, referencing the book of Revelation, until the race war wiped out the white population, after which he would emerge to rule over the survivors. The catalyst, when the predicted race war did not immediately begin, Manson ordered his followers to commit brutal murders, including those of Sharon Tate and the LaBiancas, to frame the Black Panthers and accelerate the chaos. The word helter skelter has even was even misspelled as helter skelter in blood in the LaBianca home's refrigerator. Prosecutional strategy. Prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi used the helter skelter theory in court to prove Manson's guilt and motive, arguing that the murders were intended to trigger the racial war Manson prophesied, thereby tying Manson to the crimes despite his physical absence from most scenes. The Beatles themselves denied any involvement or subliminal intent. Paul McCartney stated the song was inspired by a desire to make the loudest, raucous track possible, comparing it to a playground slide and calling Manson's interpretation frightening and horrific.
So Manson, you're saying, was brainwashed by the CIA, but then he also used brainwashing to convince the four females to commit the murder.
That's correct. Yeah. So like Manson was in jail. He was in a program. Yo, what's the program that Charles Manson was in jail? That was some kind of CIA program. There's no confirmed program. Hold on a second. That Charles Manson was part of in jail that was run by the CIA. Hold on, though. The idea of the connection stems from a theory most notably exposed by journalist Tom O'Neill in his book Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s, and the Netflix documentary Chaos, The Manson Murders. These theories suggest Manson may have unknowingly been influenced by or exposed to CIA programs like MK Ultra and Operation Chaos before his imprisonment, not during. The alleged link is based on Manson received parole supervision at the Haight Ashbury Free Clinic in San Francisco. Psychiatrist, oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Dr. Louis Jolly West, who had reported ties to CIA's MK mind control program, also worked at that clinic. So basically, like the guy who ran the CIA's mind control clinic was also at the same place that Charles Manson was. The theory posits that Manson could have been exposed to mind control techniques or LSD research there, potentially explaining his ability to manipulate his followers.
And then how did Manson brainwash the other people?
That's a good question. How did Charles Manson brainwash the Manson family? I got like a weird answer. Like it didn't. It gave me like a bunch of math. Charles Manson brainwashed the Manson family using a calculated blend of psychological manipulation techniques exploiting the vulnerability of young people seeking belonging. His methods included love bombing. He initially showered followers with intense affection, attention, and acceptance, making them feel special and loved, which created a powerful emotional dependency. Isolation. He cut his followers off from their families, friends, and outside world, moving them to remote locations like Spa and Ranch. This eliminated outside perspectives and made the family their only source of reality and support. Drug use. He used LSD and other psychedelics to break down their sense of self and perception of reality. During these altered states, he positioned himself as the sole interpreter of their visions and a messianic figure, reinforcing his authority. Apocalyptic fear. He preached an imminent race based apocalypse called Helter Skelter, convincing followers they were the chosen ones who would survive and rule. This created a sense of urgency and made the violent acts seem like necessary steps to fulfill a divine prophecy. Identity destruction. He dismantled their former identities by giving them new names, taking their possessions, and controlling every aspect of their lives, replacing their sense of self with, with complete dependence on him. Us versus them mentality. He fostered paranoia and a belief that the outside world was corrupt and dangerous, strengthening the group's internal bond and loyalty to him as their protector. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, did the girls that got brainwashed into committing the murders go to prison?
Yeah, I believe so. Did the Manson family people go to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and those people? Yes, several members of the Manson family were convicted and sentenced to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and the other victims. Charles Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were found guilty of the Tate and LaBianca murders in January 1971. Charles Tex Watson was tried separately and also convicted later in 1971. All were initially sentenced to death, but their sentences were commuted to life in prison after California abolished the death penalty in 1972. Susan Atkins died in prison in 2009. Charles Manson died in prison in 2017. Leslie Van Houten was released on parole in 2023 after 20 attempts. Hold on a second. Hold on. I thought California did not abolish the death penalty formally. You are correct to question that. California did not formally and permanently abolish the death penalty. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People v. Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, effectively abolishing it. At the time, this decision commuted the sentences of over 100 death row inmates, including Charles Manson. However, this abolition was so short-lived. 7 months later, in 1972, California voters passed Proposition 17, a constitutional amendment that reinstated the death penalty. Therefore, while the death penalty was abolished by courts in 1972, it was quickly reinstated by the voters later that year. The death sentences for Manson and his followers were carried out under the reinstated law. Hold on a second. So then why weren't they put to death if the law was reinstated? Although California voters reinstated the death penalty in late 1972, Charles Manson and his followers were not executed because of a critical intervening event. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People v. Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, commuting all existing death sentences to life imprisonment. Manson and his followers were sentenced to death in 1971, so their sentences were automatically commuted under the ruling. While California voters reinstituted the death penalty with Proposition 17 later in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Furman v. Georgia had already halted all executions nationwide. The federal ruling meant no state, including California, could carry out executions with new constitutional procedures until new constitutional procedures were established. By the time California created a new death penalty system in 1978, Manson and his followers had already been serving life sentences for 6 years. Sentences cannot be retroactively increased, so their commuted life sentences stood. They remained eligible for parole but were never executed. What a weird thing. And then something else happened in 2020. Yo, what happened in 2020? It was like fall of 2021, actually, something like that, where the law was again addressed by Newsom or something. Let's see here. The key event you're thinking of occurred in 2019. On March 13th, 2019, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N-919, which instituted a moratorium on the death penalty in California. The order reprieves, uh, granted reprieves temporary stays of death for all 737 inmates on death row, withdrew the state's lethal injection protocol, closed the execution chamber at San Quentin State Prison. The moratorium is in effect for the duration of Newsom's time in office, meaning no executions can be carried out while he is governor. A future governor could reverse the order. While the moratorium was announced in 2019, related developments continued afterward. For example, in December 2020, Los Angeles County prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty in new cases. Hold on, something happened in 2021. Yo, what happened in 2021? It was like September 2021. Something happened. In September 2021, the key events related to California's death penalty was the California Supreme Court's decision to uphold the state's death penalty sentencing rules. On September 10th, 2021, the court ruled against a legal challenge brought by death row inmate Richard McDaniel. He argued that the jury instructions used in death penalty sentencing phases were unconstitutional, a decision that could have potentially overturned hundreds of existing death sentences. The court's ruling preserved the current system, meaning juries do not have to unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt. That aggravating factors outweigh mitigating ones before imposing a death sentence. The decision maintained the status quo of California's capital punishment laws, which remain in place under Governor Newsom's moratorium on actual execution. So there we go. All right, are you ready to lose?
Yeah, thanks for that giant mass detour. What do you actually think happened to McCartney? Do you think he actually died?
Yeah.
Or do you think it's
Yeah.
you don't?
No, I do. A big thing is if you look in 2009, they talked about it. They had side by side facial evaluation by experts, and like his earlobe in one, his earlobes in one of them don't connect, but in others they do. The area around his mouth is different. His teeth are different. Um, there's.
I thought his overall chin was rounder and a little smaller.
I agree, and so the first time they put Paul McCartney on television after his car accident and after he hadn't performed with the Beatles for a while. Just before we start, we'll watch this together. We'll do a 3, 2, 1. This is a really interesting thing. Go to YouTube and we're gonna type in "Hey Jude," which is a great song, and it's 8 minutes long, but it's important because here's why it's important. This is the first time that the Beatles have been together on camera in like over a year for some weird reason. Additionally, they show Paul's face directly on the camera, like very up close, very close, closer than you ever see any other Beatles face ever. So it's almost like a psychological thing that it's like this is Paul, like this is the Paul you're gonna be used to seeing. However, they cover up part of his mouth with the microphone. Now, if let's just say you, Zoot, and I hadn't seen each other, hadn't talked on, like, let alone even seen each other in real life, but hadn't been together on Discord, and we had a big audience, and we hadn't talked in a year. Once we talked, we'd be happy, right? We would be like jazzed. Look at John Lennon's face when this is all going on. He's literally singing the song chewing gum. It's almost like he's being forced to do this. And all of them look sad except Paul. Paul looks giddy as fuck. And of course he is, because he's the new Paul. But everybody else looks really sad. So I'm ready when you are. It should be just the Beatles official music video. It's from 10 years ago. It's 8 minutes long. And there's another interesting, yeah. And there's another interesting thing about this. Um, they show Paul from the side at first, or something like that. Just think of all of the videos that you've ever seen of the Beatles. This is the one that they show Paul so up close that it's like they're forcing him down your throat. Like, um, they're not obscuring him at all. They are forcing him so that you take on whatever this new
I don't
person.
want to listen to the 8 minute song, but I looked at his face.
Okay, well that's not even the thing. You want to look at John Lennon.
Okay. Why? Just to see how sad he is?
He's singing the song while chewing gum. Like anybody who sings knows that you don't do that, and he looks pissed off. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but just we'll watch the first like 2 minutes.
I see him chewing the gum.
Yeah, he's pissed.
And that guy got assassinated too.
Yeah,
Didn't
in 1981.
It's a whole another rabbit hole.
Yeah, it is. Or pardon me, 1980. December 8th, 1980. Okay, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear, baby. I'm gonna dominate you.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, well, this is a real game, and it's over. I can already tell you right now, this game is over. It's over.
Crazy how many times my spots got stolen.
Crazy what?
Like they just steal my spot.
I mean, didn't you steal my spot?
No, I don't steal your spot. You never once said, hey, you stole my spot.
Right, because I understand that no one owns this shit. It's first come, first serve, baby. Big one. Guys, he uses the S in an interesting spot.
Yeah, I don't need that. Oh, I didn't see your god awful word there. I didn't even notice that you placed that there. Not a word, not a word, not a word. Wow, way too many points.
said at all. Why? Because he said the version is also authorized by Shemin and also Gomez. It says that there's Ohil Hashemin right in the Pasuk of Elyon. Yeah. Right over here. That was the Memphis over in that one. When did he have the Pasuk? And also, let's explain why this word is not forged. People Shemin. What you're saying, when you said it once, right? Try it again. Why did you say it? What's wrong? After 3 times, right? Kikim, Khalifah. It's more than. Okay, so how do you do it? Maybe not to be Shemin the Mitzvah. You make a half a little Torah, that's the
Are you fucking serious? These tiles.
That's it. Allah is the bigger because the 2 times the fasting you get the 4 hour. In other words,
Fuck off.
they both
Nice word.
Thanks, big man.
Absolute bullshit. Okay.
which means you have to each one is you take the fatty from the bread and the pork. It's actually 4 hours. Another one, Michal gets it's a pork. He gets a pork and another one eats it. But the Chagam gets nothing to do with beef. He gets a pork and the fatness gets a pork. It's it. Over Rabbi Isaac, Akiva. Akiva. Im אתה פרקה יאכלו בשמן picture. It doesn't matter if you eat bashemen twice, 3 times, again, Rabbi and a fatty no shemen. You should know is halacha l'rishus. Says Rabbi, I've seen this only in Rothschild. It's not a pasuk in Rothschild. Not only that, it's only 2 other things. Fatty and shemen and pork. The fact that there's a fatty no thing also in front of it means halacha l'rishus, not because it's extra shemen.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Fuck off. This game is fucking trash.
After the 7 days, doesn't matter what she says. If it's 5 days, 7 days, she can make her, she can make her.
This is
One of the things after that, halacha l'rishus tells us that these are days of Tzibah. Tzibah doesn't mean you take her down. It becomes something common. In other words, Havdalah, she sees it. Havdalah, she sees it. Look, as you can see here in the chart, it's 4, 5, 6. It's only, let's say, just an example, it's 4, 5, 6 that she puts the feathers. Now, they, Eretz Yisrael, accepted it for themselves that they, no matter what, let me just go back a second. So, Shomer Yom Kol Yom, so she just has to eat 1 good day. If she's Zavdala, then she has to eat 7 days of Chaya. That day. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days. There's just when the whole month. So it becomes very complicated to figure out what's it. Does it just say nothing? Ziva days. Does it say everything after you get the big sons? Yes, I deal with that. So 11 days of Ziva, that's halacha l'rishus. So because Nazaria, he was like Akiva. He says it's not possible. This thing that a kohen gets a half of the oil, not a full. sorry or flat, say really sorry, 60 sorry. At 60, what are the for all 60? It's all what it's. What a person is a sorrow, yes, Saras. It says that infliction of Saras. If he had before the typical months on that's where the Ashram village is. So the Torah is dealing with him. It says,
Patio. That was great.
Stole my spot again.
How many tiles are left?
0.
Fuck.
again, this place on Louis Light. Again, just put on the room. Você chama vai ser. Você chama me chama para dizer ser de dois. Ser. Fica muito fez a
Dominance.
Absolute horseshit. 50-point JoJo bullshit.
Baby, I planned that motherfucker. I planned that motherfucker. I planned that.
With the X, the J, you need Z, you need like 4 S's, unbelievably rigged tiles.
Scoreboard, big man.
I'm too tired. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. Here's what I want to know.
What's up?
On what day and on what time do you want to learn 30 minutes about the fighter and the kid?
I mean, hopefully never if it was really up to me.
You know you love it. I mean, it's interesting. It's history.
I don't know.
You don't
just
know.
Like making fun of the guy with brain damage and CT.
Okay, well, what are we watching tomorrow night?
don't know.
All right. Well, I'm just want to plant something in your head. It's a very long documentary, but it's one of the best of all time. It's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick, something like that.
Word.
All right, big dog. Sweet dreams to you, my friend.
Peace out, friend.
Peace.
If Zoot comes by, tell him I say hello.
Dude has not been in today, but I shall do
He
so.
came in the documentary of Paul McCartney and he's screaming, Riser, 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 Riser.
Was I here?
Riser.
Was I here?
It was tonight when the documentary was on. I don't know if you
I know. How didn't I hear him?
I heard him screaming my name like 10 times and then he just left.
Oh, okay.
Riser, Riser.
A good impression. Impressive impression.
Yeah.
Nair!
He can't.
Chance.
Later.
Peace.
Dingo.
Bosses.
Puberty blockers, or as pedophiles call them, preservatives. Folks, thank you. My son just came out as trans. Well, shouldn't call him my son anymore. Now that he's dead to me, they got him on puberty blockers, or as pedophiles call them, preservatives. Fucking. Miracle medicine. The other day, at my job, I was explaining puberty blockers to one of the midgets. I work in a circus, and he goes, "There's people choosing to do this." Calm down, Tyrion, you bigot. You there, sir. Let me ask you, what do you call a little person with ADHD? That's right, a fidget. Good answer. Speaking of little people, I want to switch topics to school shootings. The ultimate puberty blocker, and you know, these shootings are often done by the same race. I'm looking at you, honkies. White kids need to learn from their black classmates and save the shootings for after school. For them, it's an extra extracurricular activity. Okay, thank you.
Every fucking line was a punchline, bro. That's how stand-up should be. That's very good. Jokes. Yes, jokes. No waste fucking opportunity to get a laugh out of these people, bro. You respected their time. That got me fired up, dude. That was fucking sick.
Above and beyond. Me too. I forgot how good it can be. That is like not only the set of the night so far, but I mean that's like some of the best material I've heard, period, in a long time.
Fucking love you, Pat. Preservatives? Preservatives is sick, and then you call back to it like 3 jokes later in a 1-minute set. Like, dude, just way to go, bro.
It's amazing.
I think it's a good crowd, too. Who wants some candy?
Whoa.
You wanted one, too.
Oh my goodness. Look at this. He's got a cannon on him. Yeah, what's your like writing process like? How much material do you think you have if you were to do the longest set possible? And yeah, I'll follow that up with another question.
I mean, I can do, there's only so many black and trans jokes you can do in one set, right? So, minute by minute on this show, quite a lot. But, I've done, 40 minutes before when it actually has to be,
how about,
different topics.
Per week, if you had to guess or so, or per month, how many new minutes that you do you think you're writing?
I do, 15 new jokes a week and then, 3 or 4.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do, Pat, right now is something that I've never done in the show's history. Right now, if you want it, you can have it. You're the first person ever, I do believe, elevated from a golden ticket winner to a full-time regular. Pretty amazing.
You gotta reward that shit, man. Yes, dude.
I want to see it. I want to see it every week.
Dude, I have hosts on the road who do the same amount of jokes you did in a 10-minute set, bro.
Yeah.
Keep this shit coming.
Yeah. Yeah. You could be one of the true greats. How old are you?
30 now.
Fuck yeah, man. 30.
They always laugh.
I know. It's unbelievable.
You look like Beavis and Butthead.
You are so built for this. I've said it every time since the first time I saw you. I mean, you are just a true comedian, and now we're going to get to see you every week on this show. Welcome. Your life just got a little bit crazier. Welcome to the family. One more time for Pat O'Neill, everybody. Yeah, that's how you do it. It's that easy. You fucking absolutely destroy, you get rewarded. If you just do okay, you don't. If you do bad, you get made fun of, and then you're embarrassed, and then you leave. It's a very simple show. If you're unbelievable, I want to see more of you. It's like common sense. Anything can happen. You guys still having fun out there? Make some noise for your next fucking poll. I mean, again, this could be the future. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Akshay. Akshay Big. Hell yeah.
Thank you. Been doing a lot of drugs and dwelling on my traumas. And mushrooms showed me that my biggest trauma was learning that Santa Claus was not real. But here's the thing, when you think about Santa, when you're on mushrooms, you realize they've been talking about Santa for thousands of years. And they're going to keep talking about Santa for thousands of years. Yet I'm only going to live for 80 years. So in a way, isn't Santa more real than me? So here's my question. If Santa is not real, and I'm less real than Santa, then why did it feel real when he molested me at the mall? Our traumas ground us in the physical reality. Thank you.
Okay, Akshay. What a spooky final line today. Here at the comedy show.
Spooky is a good adjective for these styles of Akshay Bindit. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Akshay. We met your black wife earlier. How's being a father going for you?
I was like, I'm going to say it. I'll roll with it.
So, no, you're good.
Was she lovely?
She was so lovely. Akshay, how long have you been on stand-up?
I've been all in since COVID, but it's been around a decade.
Okay. Where have you been doing it at?
I started in New York.
New York City.
When I left Wall Street, I moved to LA. And then I moved my band from LA to Austin.
Your band? What's the name of your band?
The Ancient Acids.
Ooh. Wow. I'm surprised I haven't heard of you.
Red Man, you're going to have a hard time Googling that with your search history. That's you're going to have to close some tabs.
That is amazing. The Ancient Acids.
Two E's? Sick. Two E's. Just what kind of music do you guys do? We're going with post-psychedelic is the genre.
Okay.
We're going with, yeah.
And it says here on your website that you are a drummer.
I am the drummer, yes.
It's amazing. You know, Akshay, and I don't even think, I don't know if you know this, Justin Heights. I don't know if you know this. Do you know about this? There's a part of the show every once in a great while, once every 10 episodes or so, when we find out someone's a drummer, they have a drum solo off. Are you down to do this? All right, Justin Heights is down. Akshay, put the mic in the mic stand there. We're going to hear a little drum solo from Akshay, who I'm guessing is going to play the drums with his bare hands. Looks of things. Well, there's no Mexican here, so this is our first ever not Mexican drum off. This is our first ever Indian black drum off, everybody. Here we go. This is very exciting. Very good, Red Band. Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first ever Indian black drum off. Here he is, Akshay Bindit. Wow. All right, Akshay. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, let's do it. Sam, you know what, Justin, before you get back there, because I believe, here, come this way real quick. We're going to get to you in just a second, because I do believe that in this crazy world that we live in, I'm betting that Sam Talon can actually beat Akshay Bindit in this drum off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first ever Indian white black drum off. That's right. It's the first time you've ever heard that sound effect before. That is Terrorist with the Prince theme and baking soda. Ladies and gentlemen, here to beat Akshay. Akshay, step back here with Justin so the cameras can get Sam Talon defeating you in your own thing that you do, supposedly. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Talon on the drums. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah! What a show! Unbelievable! And out here to put the icing on the cake, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great Justin Heights. Justin, let's bring this party home. Even though, without a doubt, Sam Talon just beat Akshay. But Akshay, we're gonna bury
Talon in his last name. So.
We're gonna bury you one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This is Justin Heights. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. Unbelievable. And that is your first ever Indian black-white drum off. Everybody won except for you, Akshay.
I'm just happy to be here.
I love it. Akshay, what were you doing on Wall Street?
And traditional investment banking.
And that you didn't like that, right?
I got my solid decade in, and time to move on.
You made good money?
I did okay, yeah.
Did you save it?
I did save.
And you still have some.
Yes.
So you get to live your dreams. You get to play music, you get to do comedy.
I wear cool outfits.
Thank you, yeah. Pursuing comedy and music is pretty much all I do. I'm trying to get it off the ground.
I love that. What else, actually? Do you have a job now, or are you just going off your savings?
I'm just going off savings.
Nice. Very cool.
Thank you.
How much do you have left?
Enough to be present right now.
Can I guess, and you tell me higher or lower? You're going to be shut.
That would not be a fun game for me now.
Yeah, but it's fun for them, John. The millions of viewers at home.
You already had 2 drummers beat me. Go easy on that.
All right. Actually, I was going to guess $550,000. Is it higher or lower?
It's less than that.
Oh, damn.
$545,000.
But I don't need much more to be happy, so...
That is true. That's a good point. What makes you happy? What brings you great joy other than comedy and playing music? Give us one more fun fact about action.
I've been taking shepherding lessons with my dog, learning to become a shepherd.
Talking at
Yeah.
You should have led with this.
Okay.
You're nomadic. What kind of things are you going to shepherd?
Well, goats is all... I'm sorry, not goats. Sheep is all the training facility has.
I got too excited for this.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a blue heeler.
Cattle dog.
His name is Wiley. He's adorable, but he'll fuck you up.
Yes, he will. We once had a friend that had a blue heeler, and this was a very long time ago. And that dog was ruthless.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Did you call them blue healers? We call them blue tick healers where I grew up.
I actually just bought him a shock collar.
We're talking.
Sorry.
We're trying to get down to the regional differences in dog names, so... No, what were you saying? I'm very sorry.
You killed the moment. Move on.
No, we can... I don't think I did.
Do you know why they call them healers?
No.
I actually found
Because they hit your heel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do. You knew that, right?
I did know that, and I actually bought him a shock collar, and no kidding, I was inspired by Timmy O'Brick's performance.
Yeah. Legendary.
To make that happen, too.
Okay.
To get the nip out. I live with my bandmates, and one of the dog does not like one of my bandmates, so...
What do you think it is about that bandmate that the dog doesn't like?
I don't know, I think
Is he shiny?
maybe has seen into his past life and doesn't approve. I don't know. That's about all I can think of.
You should look up Hassan shock collar. You might like that.
Okay. So weird kink I don't know about.
Sure. Okie dokie. There's Red Band again on the mic. All right. Actually, anything else crazy we should know about you? You have a girlfriend?
No girlfriend.
You into women?
I am into women.
What's your favorite type of woman? If you could have anyone, what would it be?
Well, apparently black.
All right, okay.
Now, why do you have this affection for the
Ebony goddess. Because it was bestowed upon me by you guys. So.
Akshay, here's a little brown joke, just like you, a little brown joke. Akshay Pimpin,
Thank you.
It is Phil Tony debut. And the show just keeps moving along.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Akshay. There he goes, everybody. One more time for Akshay, everyone. All right, your next bucket full. This is an easy-to-say name after Akshay Pimpin. It's spelled very hard. This one's easy. Joe Jacks. Everyone makes a noise for Joe Jacks.
What's up, dogs? Chill. I was watching Forrest Gump the other day. Where my Gump is at? I don't know. I just had this thought when I was watching the movie. The plot of the movie? It's like a guy who goes through history and he's slow. He doesn't know what's going on. I thought it'd be really funny if Forrest Gump was involved in a bunch of really racist shit and had no idea. You know? It's like, I went to the woods with all your friends. All of a sudden, we was dressed as ghosts. not that like I'm hot. Fucking Vietnam. Lieutenant Dan just like waterboarding Vietnamese villagers. Forest in the corner, like, I guess they was thirsty. Bubba said, Bubba was it?
Yeah, Joe Jacks, welcome to the show. This is your first time on, right?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
Like 7 years-ish.
Where at?
Started in Orlando. My boy kid, where my boys at?
He's in New York now.
Yeah. Started out in Orlando. Came in as public's uniform. I don't know, I just wanted to. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, 26.
So I know I look like a lesbian and I can't grow a beard, but
You look like Tig Notaro.
oh, dude. That's not cool, man.
I thought you were very nervous when you came out, but you totally landed it, you know?
Yeah.
Good work.
Yeah, very comfortable, very cozy. It makes sense. You started at 19.
Yeah. And I was even cuter back then, bro. I know I'm cute as fuck now, but it was, saying curse words on stage. They loved it.
All right, Jeff. What do you do for work?
I'm like a blue collar ass. I hang blinds like job sites.
You hang blinds?
Yeah.
Good thing D Madness isn't here right now. That would be terrible. That'd be horrendous. Boy, he chose the right time to go pee. How long you been hanging blinds for?
Only a few months. I'm still earning my man status.
How do you get into the hanging blinds business? You just get a footstool and say, let's go to work?
4-foot ladder. Yeah.
I figured your dog just bit you one too many times.
I mean, I am an alpha male.
Joe, you're rubbing off on me. Now, Joe, with the blinds, are you in rich people's homes quite often?
Not really. It's just like construction sites and stuff. But we're the finishers, so we get air conditioning and shit. It's pretty tight. I mean, it is blue collar, and I feel like a man when I say that on dates, but really, it's like the easiest shit I could be doing.
That's great. It's good that you found a job like that. How often are you going on dates?
I mean, I was in a little bit of a non-pussy getting era, and now I'm back. Dude,
Okay, let's talk about the difference between a non-pussy era and a pussy-getting era.
Yeah, like spooning.
Woman's an expert.
Yeah. Spooning your pillow, thinking about your ex, and then the non-pussy getting era is like like every couple weeks. It's like something new.
So you're on like dating apps and stuff like that?
Yeah, I use Hinge. It's not great. I want to meet someone in real life.
Go to a bowling alley with $100.
Bowling alley?
Yeah. You walk in there with like a cool chain, maybe a swinging pair of sunglasses, you know? Yeah, maybe you're black and good at drums too. That'd be.
I don't know.
Have a little rhythm.
I can't imagine going up to a stranger.
Why? You went up to a bunch of strangers and you did the job.
And being horny too. That's like.
I want to see what it's. I want to see you talk to a woman. I want to see what it's like when you talk to. Because you're so comfortable on stage.
What's up, shorty?
I can't believe.
I'm sensitive.
Where's Heidi? Can we get Heidi up here? Let's see what happens if he tries to look Heidi right in her eyes. Because that's where we all look when Heidi's around. Right in her eyeballs.
You're supposed to look at me. I'm
Well,
over
yeah,
here.
Tony might do
Get a little spotlight, Keno. Come on, Joe, go for it.
Other social media.
No, I grew up in Wisconsin.
Fuck, that ruins the rest of this. Because you're the only 10 eyes, see?
Oh,
He-
shit. So you gotta roll with Wisconsin. She gave
Do
you Wisconsin
everything
to work
that they
with. What would
can
you say
to
if she
get
said
more
Wisconsin?
engagement.
Wisconsin.
Like have dot or read more when there isn't anything so that you click on it. And the comments are a mess. There's no way to go through them or organize them. And it's unrelated things. And it's like Twitter in particular is just fine with this. They want as much interaction as possible when in reality they're killing their platform because the interaction is fake. People asking questions like, what do you see that's weird here? And then expecting a bunch of people to type comments instead of saying what it really is. This type of interaction should not be rewarded by platforms.
He's really coming out of his shell.
I said, did I mention blue collar? Fuck. You need your curtains hung or?
You hang my curtains any day.
Wow, look at that. Oh my goodness.
I love you.
Wow. Absolutely amazing. What a first moment.
Are we gonna start dating right now?
Hey, I'm looking for love, you know.
Ew.
I'm out here. How old are you?
I'm 10 years older than you.
Perfect. That's awesome. Yeah, let's hang out after this. What are you doing?
Right now I'm on Kill Tony.
No, after. There's a bar at Mama Dearest.
I don't drink. But
get her out of here, bro. Who's that? I'm serious.
Amazing. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi, everybody? Unbelievable. She's the fucking best. Sure you check out her website, HeidiRegina.com.
Now, Red Band, Heidi sat on the table if you want to smell it.
I will. Oh, he will be right after the show. Watch him walk out of here, ladies and gentlemen. A fun fact for those of you that get to linger during the end of the show.
Dean Madness comes floating through the curtains like a cartoon smelling a pie.
Dino! This guy hangs blinds! He hangs blinds, Dino! This guy says he hangs blinds, D Madness. What do you think about that? I don't like it.
Yo, get him out of here.
Joe, very fun times. You did very good. Very amazing interview. Everything went absolutely perfect. You're 19. I mean, you're 26. You started at 19. I don't think anything can stop you, dude. Just keep at it. There you go. She saw him here first. The fun train keeps moving along.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
That was really funny.
He was great.
Yeah.
Wing improviser. Heidi's great. He was great.
Heidi, you're a dream.
She really is. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? The beloved part of the Kill Tony.
She always gets turned down by guys. It's so sad.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Aaron McPherson. Everybody, Aaron McPherson.
Damn, alright. Follow on. Alright, it's your boy, the pipe player, the motherfucking dope slayer. I can see immaculate pimp, no draws, man. And I'm here to fuck. But not just anybody in particular. I got a thing in particular for disgusting bitches. Yeah. The nastier the better. Like a bitch, if you go to the gym, I don't want it. But if you could be on my 600-pound life, now that's my kind of bitch. And you know why, dude? They give you money, man, that's why. I'm also known as Deuce Bigelow, the American Negro Gigolo. They'll be charging $250 a pump. Gotta lift them big ass legs up and shit. I'm trying to get swole. But see, when you like these disgusting things, sometimes you forget to turn off your Bluetooth. You know? And then you be, doing your thing, 30 seconds into the video, you're like, fuck. Ain't no sound. Then you hear a car door slam. You're like, oh shit. Well, anyway, more of the story is, fuck it. I'm Aaron McPherson, thank you.
All right, Aaron McPherson.
We had David Jolly, now we have David Melancholy.
Yeah, here he is. With no hesitation, when he came out, Red Band called him Fat Kanye. Whispered in my ear, he goes, oh, Fat Kanye. And he's
I've heard of
the best. It's pretty amazing, Red Band. Welcome to the show, Aaron. I have so many questions for you. Let's start here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
For about 6 years now.
Okay, where at? Detroit, Jacksonville?
No.
Atlanta?
No, man, I'm from Kansas, man.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And I was 5,000 guesses away from you. What do you do? Why Kansas?
That's where I was born. Shit. I don't know.
Where in Kansas?
Winfield. Then I used to do it out of Wichita. That's why I started.
Now, where are those places?
Exactly. One's got an airport, Wichita. The other one, I live 45 minutes south of that in the country.
What do you do in the country?
Shit. Hunting shit. I used to ride some pigs once upon a time. But now I live here, though, so hey.
Okay, so, Aaron, let's talk about your choice of women. You said that you would be into the 600-pound bitch, I do believe you said. Where do you find these women at? Where do you find these big bitches?
Shit at your local country bar or something, you know?
Okay, and you've been with some in Austin. How long have you been here?
For about 4 years now.
In Austin?
Yes.
Okay, and you go to your local country bars and you find big white...
Hell no.
Oh, no?
I just do it for the love of the money.
For the love of the money.
Yes.
Like the OJs. Famous artists out of the state of Ohio that wrote the song For the Love of Money, at least the theme song of The Apprentice.
New
The
article
rights to it in order to save
how
money.
the United States men's soccer team winning the World Cup Sunday may be the biggest event in sports of its century whenever it happens.
Shit on Facebook, they...
Oh, hell yeah. That is, a fun fact, that is the app for 600-pound bitches.
That and Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
That's
Facebook
great.
date.
Yes.
That Dayton, Ohio?
Okay, so tell us, Aaron, what are some of your favorite things about hooking up with a bigger woman?
Shit. They pay me some money. Shit, everything can be used.
Oh, you're talking about like fucking a flap or something?
Shit, you never know, man. I don't know.
Back of the knee or something?
Shit, it happens. But they request these things.
They what?
They request these things.
Okay, like what? What are some requests that you've got?
Fuck me in the back of my knee.
Okay. All right.
Do you lube it up?
No, I put some chicken grease in that shit.
Aaron, you are a wild guy. What do you do for work?
Shit, I'm valet.
Oh my God.
I'd love to hand you my keys.
Wow.
Valet, I grill some chicken and shit.
You what?
Be grilling some chicken and ribs and shit.
You grilled chicken
Yeah,
and ribs?
I was just selling something tonight, yeah.
You were what?
I'm selling something.
You're selling chicken and ribs?
Just chicken today, no ribs.
Where are you selling this chicken out of exactly?
Shit, at the back of the bar around the way.
You're making chicken and selling it tonight out of the back of a bar?
Yeah, it's sold out already. You know, all the other compensated.
You sold out of chicken tonight. You made chicken out of the back of a bar.
Yeah. No, I didn't make it out the back. I brought it. I already grilled it.
You grilled it at home?
Yeah, and I brought it down.
Come here to be on Kill Tony or to sell chicken outside of Kill Tony.
Oh, nigga, shit, I'm trying to keep paid.
I love it. I love the hustle.
Barbecue chicken? What kind of chicken you got?
Yeah, barbecue chicken. Wow. Yeah, I make the best motherfucking barbecue chicken in all of Austin, Texas. Yeah.
This is incredible. You are a true walking stereotype. This is amazing.
No, he said barbecue chicken.
Yeah,
fries, I think, the traditional.
I don't fuck with fried chicken.
You don't fuck with fried chicken. Tell us about that. Why do you not fuck with fried chicken?
I'm trying to wash my figure, man.
So you're sticking
with grease.
So you're sticking with grilled chicken.
Grilled chicken. It's a little bit healthier.
Wow.
Sugary barbecue sauce.
Red Man actually looks at the details of everything.
Yeah.
And he knows that there's sugar in barbecue sauce. He learned this. It's doctor's advice, I'm sure.
Weight Watchers.
There you go. All right. Aaron, it's an interesting interview. How many times have you ever been arrested?
No.
Are you saying that just so you can maintain your chicken license?
Shit, license?
We're not going to tattle.
License? What is that?
Can you walk us through a bit of like your chicken preparation process?
Yeah.
Article, colon, Israel needs to avoid stairs at all costs and if everything rants.
So you buy the
There needs to be a revolution in Israel. Everything is like old school, and it needs to be accessible for people in wheelchairs. And it's just better to do long term, less injuries, less people falling.
What can you describe the difference for our black fan base? What the difference between Famous Dave's and Sweet Baby Ray's is exactly? Can you describe it? It's one a little more bold. There's the flavors.
Famous Dave's it just tastes better.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Just the worst plug ever.
Yeah.
Famous Dave, it's just better. It tastes better. They actually use. I don't know. It just Sweet Baby Ray's for white people.
Oh, Famous Dave's is an actual rice. Alright. Okay.
I always think Sweet Baby Ray's more of a rib type application there. We meet the clear.
Yeah.
We're not so different, you and I. The nation's healing right now. This is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
All right, Aaron. You are leaving here with we only have one of these. It's a black. A black medium joke book. There you go, pal. There he goes, Aaron McPherson. The reviews of Famous Dave's barbecue sauce are absolutely amazing. They are all 5-star reviews. Isn't that incredible? Have you ever seen anything that has all 5-star reviews? Is there a single 1-star review on Famous Dave's? There is. Let's see what that looks like. Wait, what?
Why are you looking at your phone when your laptop's open?
Oh, he's not logged into Amazon. They don't let you see 1-star reviews. We're doing a little digging to find out what kind of human being could possibly complain about a barbecue sauce. Oh, there's no 1-star, but there is 1 2-star.
This is Russian bots for sure.
Oh, wow. Look at that. All right.
Hey, Tony, I love you, but I think that was probably the worst moment in the history of the show.
Well, you'd be surprised. We have had some amazing moments reading and reviews of things in the past, but it turns out that people just hit 2-star and didn't leave a review at all. And I'm guessing Sweet Baby Ray got online and left that review. All right. You guys still having fun out there? All right, here we go. Your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Paul M, everybody. Paul M.
So I don't know why women get all upset when we ask them to make them a sandwich. It's not that hard. It's not like we're asking ladies to smoke us a brisket. It takes time and patience. Qualities of which no woman possesses. So, black people can't get lice, so you know. 97% of the cases white people, which makes sense if you think about it. Because if I was a parasite, I wouldn't have to feed off the interior blood either. I only want the best, the purest blood for my family. My name is Paul Mendoza. I am from Napa, California. It's a very beautiful place, filled with beautiful people. Very low crime. A lot of people know Napa is the wine country, but they don't know that it's NAPR. It stands for No African People Allowed. But we do allow the Mexicans, Greeks are going to pick themselves.
All right, great. A lot of oohs and ahs, but you know what? I kind of liked it. Paul M, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How long you been on stand-up, my
A
friend?
reasonable person would not trust the United States government anymore, considering all of the times that they've been caught lying
Oh, they are?
and had to, years or decades later, apologize. And going back to the founding of the country, and you could get into the broken contracts with indigenous people, the fact that the country enslaved people, the fact that the country treated people as 3/5, the fact that Jim Crow laws existed, the fact that there have been perhaps improper reasons to go to wars.
What's your rating process like?
All of these reasons to a reasonable person should mean that they just shouldn't trust what is being told to them by their leaders in the United States.
What have you been doing? Jesus, wow.
Oh, Zoot. Riser says, "What's up, son?"
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
did you know that 1/3 of all Gen Zs were aborted? Or were aborted?
I can see that.
Did you know that? Did you know that?
I mean, I knew something like it's like 50 to 60 million people in the last like 40 years or something.
It's more.
Okay, how many is it? Well, that's in the United States. I don't know about globally.
About 50 to 60 million in the United States.
Something like
Last
that.
4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, a lot of those might not even be like real people, like real kids. Might be just like a collection of cells.
What defines human life?
It's subjective. It's up to the person. I have a very interesting argument on the matter, uh, and I feel that this is it's kind of like argument ad absurdum, but like basically, imagine you have a woman who uh, is gonna live forever. Does she have the right to take her kid out of, like, prevent their birth even after the child has been born? If she's gonna be living forever, why should she have to have this annoying thing if she doesn't want it?
I don't think most people. I don't think you'd want to live forever.
Within reason.
Do you know why you wouldn't want to live forever?
Why is that, big man?
Because you're streaming. And in 1,000 years from now, things that aren't considered immoral today could be considered really immoral, and you could be breaking a lot of immoral laws that have not been created yet. You'd be like, holy shit, I'm a terrible person.
We don't really treat things that way. Like, look at, like, a book from a few hundred years ago. We don't hold the author of it necessarily accountable. We understand that that was the world in which they were living.
Yeah, but if the things they did back then, yeah, I guess.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Are you
I
sure?
think as the author of Alice in Wonderland, that in today's standards, they would be a horrible person.
Perhaps.
But no one cared to do it back then.
All right, Zoot. I'm gonna beat you, and I'm gonna choose the games at which I'm gonna beat you. You haven't beaten me while I've been focused on Dice Party in years.
Right, let's go.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You're positive?
100%.
It's on, baby. Zoot, you're already down 40 points. Dangerous play. Dangerous play, Zoot.
says a cup, a half a cup, quarter cup. So there's a more measure. Remember that different mark?
Rabbi, I'm on my way.
Why does the Mishnah say that according to Rabbi, the smallest amount of
Rabbi, it's your turn.
I know, big man. You gotta calm down. I gotta see how you're in the lead. Because you're not.
Rabbi.
Yeah, big dog. Zoo, you're down 40 points. You haven't gotten a 5X in a long time. What are you doing? Hey, did your girl show up?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you get to hang out?
Yeah.
There you go.
She wants to come here next month, but like she's not sure.
All right.
I just wrote a.
Look
How
at
the fuck did that happen?
Look at you, son.
Do you know the chances of that are? What do you think the chances of that are?
I don't know. What did you write her?
Sorry?
You said I wrote her.
Did I?
Yeah, she said she's coming next.
I said she wants to come here next month, but she's not sure.
And then you said I wrote her. And I asked what.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
So let's see. First of all, this is the over, but it goes over the
Zoo, you're down 61 points. But that's big. That is big, son. Zoo.
Do I play that 20 there, or do I play the 4X?
I know what I play.
What would you play?
I'm not telling.
I got 6 extra points. You got a full house again. Oh, baby. I'm winning.
That inside the situation that the hand drops the line on the outside of the cup is not common. So as for example,
That was terrible.
if you're supposed to fill kiddush above the ribs, what do you mean that child? Every time
Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Do you know if you get another 5 times, you just go 24? Fuck. Run the small straight? Do you know if I get another 5 times, Rabbi? You know, you get another 5 times, you can play it anywhere.
Yes, sir.
I haven't played chance yet.
Chance. It's not chance. It's chance.
We're at all 4.
You need a 4, son.
some of the layers they hasem layers. But what the layer means, it has to be exact. It should be full, not too much, not below the line. Whether they go from the smallest or from the repeats all the way up to the head. The layers really hasem means that it should be full, meaning that it should
One more, baby.
below
Garbage.
It's fine. Why? Because this I've been explaining before as well. When you go to a smaller vessel, a larger vessel, you're gonna have that foam, you have those bubbles. That always, even though you had the right amount to start out with, but when you start pouring it into the bleed, the larger bleed, it's gonna foam up and it's gonna create more, like when you pour soda. Obviously, when you pour soda. But even with wine, similar, it has some bubbles, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you go from the smaller bleed to the larger bleed, it's okay to have more. But of course, you're ready to go from the larger bleed to the smaller bleed. You don't have those bubbles that much, and therefore it has to be exact. Okay. I'm a Reb Shimon over the oil shop here. Reb Shimon asked the back question. It's not necessary to have this Shami thing. What do you need for? Shabir called on the Reb Shimon. He said, well, you're right. You don't use it now. But once you've been once upon a time, use the sentimental value.
Give me 5.
Shemin Zayin.
Garbage, Zoot.
Since the generations, you don't need it. If you show that the famous Ignaz, sometimes Chacham comes up there and made it decent, put it away forever. So they took the skin and they buried it because it doesn't serve any purpose. Another man always says, either Abba once we have that measurement cup, that measurement cup stays in the closet, in the Mikdash, and stays there forever.
Rabbi, you know I'm in the way.
Yes, sir.
It says, since I don't have the din, I got rid of it. So now I'm left with 6 cadence, 6 measurements. What are we going to do instead? That's the word reciting in the Bible. So you won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. The Domer Rabbi, here you should speak as good. We'll learn every day. That there's a halacha which the mirroring is a halacha which we see now. That you
You want to play bullshit?
All right.
Right, tell me when to go.
Last game.
What?
I'm playing just this game. That's it. And then I've got other shit. 3, 2,
All right, ready?
1, go.
Oh, fuck, that was a good start. I'm in.
You have to figure it out. You have to know. You have to bring our heads. Come up with 7. What is it?
Did you expect that to work on the first time?
Yeah, it's easier.
What about the other players? No, it doesn't have the other players. He does. But halacha which we see didn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim.
Fuck.
7 measurements. You could use all.
You know why I said fuck?
Why?
What you need to do is make parts of it.
Because I have a lot of hate.
Now the mission is going to go through all the measures. What do you do with each one? Someone's going to help it out a little bit. Rabbi's math always so much. What do you do with
Do you have a 10?
Rabbi's my limit Torah. Now we don't really talk about this part of the Torah. We're very familiar.
I had a feeling you didn't have a 10.
Blood on the thumb and on the toe, big toe, and on his ear, don't think oil, blood. But there's one part where yes, 2 birds, and you shut for 1 bird, and you put the blood of that bird into the water. It came from a lion,
Fuck.
a lion.
Fuck.
These are things I threw away. We have newer, better, but whatever. These are right there. So,
Rabbi,
What up, pimp? Whatever that guy plays, we have to say bullshit.
what a bad strategy. But I got a strategy where we would never lose.
Okay, well, how about you go?
It's on my time.
Do you think that guy gave up?
No. I think he's mad that you put bullshit on. But I got a strategy that we could never lose. If I know you're bullshitting, then we can skip his turn. If you know I'm bullshitting, we can skip the guy's turn on the first step. Then we can get a win, guaranteed. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I have 2 8s. If he plays more than 1 8, he's bullshitting.
Okay.
I will defend it. You want to go bullshit on you?
Do whatever you want to do, dog.
Russell Brand's trials in October.
All right. What was that? Zoo!
What?
You got bullshitted.
Yep. I know you're bullshitting, but I can't be clapping. Why would you do that? Oh, because you would have got called bullshit anyway. Oh, yeah, because I have all the coins, so I didn't know you're bullshit. Rabbi is taking forever because I have all the aces. Fuck, why did you get... you skipped my turn, so I can't play the aces. Why did I say that out loud? I never did it. Cool him out. Fuck yeah. Oh, he got fired. He wasn't flying, right? I have a lot of fives. There could be one five that I don't have. Wait, what? Cool bullshit. Oh, you went too quickly. I needed to cook bullshit on it. Fuck. I played all the aces. What? What? Rabbi, I fucked up.
Okay.
I can tell you though. I can tell you one thing, Rabbi.
What's that, Zoo?
I have every single card.
Cool story.
Every single card I have except for one.
Bullshit. Dude, you guys weren't paying attention. You almost let him win.
I can't. I don't have any bullets left.
This game is so long.
Is it?
Yeah.
I know you're bullshitting because I was bullshitting as well.
$28 cards, Zoot.
Where did she go? You know what the worst part is, Rabbi?
What's that, Zoo?
I was bullshitting. You could have called bullshit on me. It would have been fine.
He's doing tight. He's doing tight.
5? Well, I know you're not bullshitting now. You know what cards everyone has.
Right.
I think he does have the sense. Where's she going? You gotta help me.
I don't have to do anything.
Fuck. Is he just gonna keep bullshitting?
I'm the one bullshitting.
Oh, no one can call you out.
That's right.
No one can call you out.
So can I just put 4 cards down every time?
Yep.
So then I basically, like, no matter what, win. I won. Champion!
What cards do you have?
I had all the cards, but the thing is, nobody could stop me, so I was just putting down anything. It's like a
Should I
look.
go to sleep, Rabbi?
Yeah, you should.
It's 5:41.
All right, well, get some sleep, Dom.
Racist hack. What have you been doing with your life up until this point?
I ran a dog kennel for like 20 years.
The dog kennel?
Yeah.
Okay. What made you get into the dog kennel business?
I dropped out of high school and just went to training school to become a dog groomer and trainer. That's just what I did.
All right, craziest thing about your life that we would find surprising, Paul M.
Absolutely nothing.
Perfect. There he goes, Paul M. There he goes. We're gonna keep moving along here. We're gonna just fly through it. Thank you, Paul. Oh yeah. you know, just keeps moving along.
They are good jokes. I'm not arguing that.
Hey, I mean, I don't know. I just think I haven't heard it. I don't know. We're gonna keep moving along. It's a month then, you know. Who knows? Maybe it'll get better.
Just don't steal jokes. That's all I say.
Yeah, obviously, definitely don't steal jokes. You heard the Napa thing before?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez,
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Here, I mean, if you guys weren't here, I would have given him a golden ticket. All right, your next fucking bull goes by the name of Sammy Smith, everyone. Sammy Smith.
What's up, you filthy fucking animals? It's 2026, guys, okay? If you're making good financial decisions in 2026, man, you a bitch, okay? Alright, listen, let me tell y'all something. Money's digital, and life is perspective. If I pull my bank account up right now, and I cover up that little hyphen, man, I'm rich as fuck. I ain't shit you can tell me. Yeah, I'm broke, and I'm not broke because I go to the strip club. But I do go to the strip club even though I'm broke, you know? You know, when I go to the strip club, I go with a smooth $40. Yeah, but it's $20 to get in. So when I go to the strip club, I got $20. And a lap dance is about $40. So when I go to the strip club, I'm looking for a bargain. Yeah, I walk in that bitch like I'm Indian. I'm looking for a very good deal. Yeah.
Right. Sammy Smith.
Racism can be funny.
Yeah. It's not bad, not bad.
Yeah, good work, man.
Sammy, how old are you?
I am 25, I'm about to be 26.
Okay, how long you been with stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. All of it here in Austin?
No, I started in Columbia, South Carolina, and then it was the scene out there real small, so I was like, fuck yeah, I was going through some things at the time. I was broke as a bitch. I was landscaping. I was like, fuck yeah, I decided I was going to live in my car. I was driving a 2001 Ford Focus. It was a two-door. It was a tiny fucking car. And I was like, I'm going to live in this shit. I went to Orlando, Florida. I lived in my car out there for like a month and just like test it out. And then I came out here, and I was having a blast in Florida being homeless. But then when I came out here, I was like, yeah, this shit don't, you know, out here the market is saturated. Yeah. Too much competition.
Wow. So can you tell us the difference between, can you explain it to the people because they don't all know what the difference between being homeless in Orlando and homeless in Austin is like?
Well, Orlando's right in the middle of Florida, so like I'm living in my car, so I can go anywhere. I was living on the beach, man, going to Daytona, going to Tampa, you know. Orlando is fun, and you know, people in Orlando, they're having, people in Florida in general having so much fun. Everyone's kind of homeless out there, you know what I mean? And in spirit, everyone's spiritually homeless in Florida. Nobody goes to Florida to find themselves, you know. Yeah. And my sister lived out there, so it was convenient. Shout out to Sophie.
Wait, her name's Sophie?
My sister's name is Sophie.
My sister's name is Sophie, and my name's Sam.
Oh, right there. Hey, do you hate her too?
No.
Oh, no, she's alright.
Wait, your sister or mine?
Oh, I hate yours now.
Come on.
Hey, I'll fuck yours, you fuck mine, bro.
Whoa. Look at that.
That's a good deal. She does, you are her style. I'll say that.
Oh, right on.
Your skin is the right tone.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
She's happily married to a black guy, though.
Man, we can change that.
No, come on, Sam.
Okay,
I'm your sister. How about that? I'm gonna fuck you, Sammy.
Anytime, bro, can I get a spot? You know, kind of open
I
for
don't
you?
book anything.
You don't book
You can
anything?
open off stage.
Oh, shit. No, okay.
You're doing good.
Sammy, you're a very naturally funny young man. Tell us more about your life.
My life? Man, I feel like I've lived multiple lives. I'm very young, but I've lived a lot of places. You know, I've had a lot of jobs. I didn't go to college because that's retarded.
Correct.
Yeah.
What jobs have you done? What have you been doing?
Well, when I first moved to I moved to America when I was 16. I'm from England.
What?
Yeah.
These people say anything nowadays and not get
This isn't I had a weird childhood.
How'd you end up being born in England?
I wasn't born in England. I was born in Malaysia.
Okay. So you went from Malaysia to England, and then England to America? What was the...
Kind of. So my earliest memories were in Atlanta, Georgia. I was like, I think I started I was conscious at 4 years old. Because I don't really remember anything before then, but I was in, Atlanta. And then my family, we lost our green card, so we moved to Trinidad. Trinidad, Tobago. It was a good time,
Yeah.
Lived there for 3 years. Parents got divorced. I moved to England with my dad, my brother, my mom, and my sister. They moved to South Carolina. When I was 16, I moved to South Carolina. And South Carolina sucks, man. I'm sorry. I got a love-hate relationship with South Carolina.
What made you move at 16 to South Carolina?
So I was living with a teacher because the boarding school I was going to closed down.
The boarding school?
So I was in boarding school, and the boarding school closed down. So, my dad was in England at the time. I was supposed to finish school out there. I lived with a teacher, and then
the guy or girl? The teacher.
Oh, teacher, it was a woman.
Okay. One of those teachers.
No. She had a family and shit.
Okay, she had a nice.
Yeah, she worked at the boarding school, and she knew that I had to finish the secondary school out there. So she was like, "You can finish your last year with us."
Did you ever finish inside of her?
No, that would have been nice. No.
We were all wondering if he fucked the lady.
Yeah. It wasn't porn. Yeah.
So 16, you're in South Carolina. What was it like getting to hang out with your mom for the first time?
The first time. I mean, it wasn't the first time, but it was it was nice, but it's I was away from her for a while, so it's you grow up away from your parents, you go back, they think you're still the kid, but you're traumatized now,
It's great natural answer.
Yeah.
So Sammy, there you are, and now you've moved here. How long have you been in Austin?
1 year. I moved here in March.
The whole time you've been in your car?
No. So I moved out here, like I said, it was rough. So I was I'm gonna get an apartment, got a studio apartment. Rent out here is really cheap. But then a week later, I got hit by a drunk driver, totaled my shit. And at the time, I had $1,000 in my name, or less than that because I just got the apartment. But DoorDash was my only job at the time, so I was like, fuck. Fuck. But I'm a hustler. Like I said, I've had so many fucking jobs. First thing I did is my back was real fucked up after the injury. But next morning, I just went to every single business in the area just trying to find a job. None of them were interested.
Because you came in all fucking headed.
Yeah.
I need word quick.
Yeah. She beat my back in, man.
Did the truck driver have insurance? Did you get paid for that?
I did have insurance. That money did not last me long because I decided to live off of it. But I did get a nice paycheck months later.
So what do you do for work now?
Now I work at the airport.
What do you do at the airport?
So I started off at the airport selling credit cards.
Where? The parking garage?
No, Delta's got the lounge and shit. They got the credit card, the reserve
You mean
card.
the Delta Reserve purple card?
Yes, that's right, sir. But I don't work for them no more. They fired me.
Okay. How about now? Where do you work?
I'm at the airport, but
What do you do at the airport now?
I work at a smoothie shop.
Whoa! Jamba Juice.
No.
Still slanging purple stuff. Oh, I like that.
Right in their mouth.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you enjoy working at the smoothie shop?
Yeah, I like working at the airport in general. Austin Airport is cool as fuck because it's all local Austin businesses and stuff. It's just got a lot of personality. You meet people from all over the world. I feel like I fit in with them. Very, very glad to be working there.
At the smoothie shop.
Right on, bro. I'll get you a free smoothie. I got you.
Oh, no, I do. I need a free smoothie. I am struggling. I got hit by a drunk driver recently. I don't have insurance. My back hurts.
Don't tell them it was a free. I don't want to get fired. I don't work at a smoothie shop, guys. I was lying. I just don't want to get fired again.
No, you're not going to get fired. It's okay.
Not very bad.
I've been through some shit, man.
I can tell, man. Your eyes are haunting and dark. Yeah. You're staring through me into a place I forgot about.
You're still there.
Doing good, Sammy.
Well, do you fly out of the airport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? I take a hot air balloon or something?
Yeah. No, I didn't know you were a private guy.
No, I mean, it's very wild. Anyway, you know what I mean? All right, Sammy Smith, I think you're a really funny guy. Keep it going. Keep signing up. Keep doing it. Keep writing. You're doing everything right, buddy. Chase your damn dreams. Okay, this guy has been signified that he is on the inside, representing you, the audience, the rare inside bucket pool. So this should be interesting. Normally this is half written, and they say, I didn't think I was going to get pulled. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Caleb Andrews, everybody. Where's Caleb at? Is that Caleb? We have movement by Caleb Andrews. Is that Caleb? Yes, it is. All right. Here he goes. He looks like a serious man. A lot of track. He may have prepared for this. He may have prepared. He may have memorized a minute. The rare inside bucket pool. That means they're normally visiting. They don't live here. How about make some noise one more time for Caleb Andrews, everybody.
Hey guys, I am
Not just universal
banker
basic income, but
from a
whatever
small
the
town in
better version
Mississippi,
of that is.
and I was raised by a single mother, so you don't laugh at this set. I'm used to disappointment. Being a banker, you see a lot. Nothing's quite as humbling as denying somebody for a loan when they pull off a truck that's nicer than yours. Yeah. Being from a small town, it's kind of funny in my industry. Your credit score and your grandma's reputation are pretty much the same thing. Like, sir, you filed bankruptcy last year, but your nana made a mean apple pie, so let's see what we can do. Yeah. I'm also married. I got married last year. Thank you. I went on a bachelor trip with my buddies. We went golfing because nothing says celebrating love like dating yourself for 4 hours silently. But golfing prepared me for marriage because both involved me spending a lot of money at something I'm not really good at. And then waking up the next morning and deciding to try again because I like the challenge. Thank you guys. That's my time.
Smart, well executed. Caleb Andrews, surprisingly good inside bucket pull.
Yeah,
That's
the best one I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's very rare. Welcome, Caleb. So, how long have you done stand-up for?
First time.
What? Look at that! I love it, Caleb. And you decided you came here. Where are you visiting from?
So, I'm from Fulton, Mississippi.
Okay.
It is... Okay, yeah.
Are those your friends for sure?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Close to Tupelo, birthplace of Elvis. Actually, just plugging weirdly, Uncle Laser came to Tupelo Thursday, so I got to see him Thursday and then come here Saturday.
He does all the best markets.
Yeah. Like a god in Tupelo.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure. Like a return to Elvis.
Yeah,
the hardcore legend returns.
Amazing. Okay, so you're a banker in Fulton, Mississippi.
Correct.
So it is. It's a lot of people trying to get loans and whatnot.
It actually is. We have like a $50 million portfolio in a very small town, less than 10,000 people. So,
One of the former plantations.
He's been president for corporations for
a lot of
African
lies.
countries from
A
Europe.
lot of lights.
A lot of lies.
Look at that, a callback from earlier. So Caleb, that's where you're born and raised?
I was born in a small town in Alabama, moved over to Fulton.
Just drove the riding lawnmower over there. Set up a whole new life here.
Yeah.
I want to be in Fulton full time.
Yeah.
Please do the
Have you
same
ever done any kind of speaking
American
before?
state
Not really, no.
corporations.
You did a good job.
Really?
Yeah. Appreciate it. I used to do theater, so theater kid. So
Okay.
yeah, I guess that helped.
What'd you do in theater?
That's funny. I was actually Donkey in Shrek.
Whoa! You're a minute.
You're back.
Can you do one of your lines from the hit?
Waffles.
Wow. Very good. You still got it.
It's like I was there.
Yeah. What is the most white trash thing you've ever seen in Fulton, Mississippi?
Oh, God.
There's something that pops into your head.
Is the dog the mayor?
Close. No, honestly,
You ever seen anybody like eat a sandwich while having chewing tobacco in their mouth?
oh, absolutely. That's common.
And you can think of.
And the gas station people are pretty funny. That's pretty white trash. Like we have a local Shell station. People just go pull up and hang out.
Got it.
Yeah.
How about ghetto? What's the most ghetto thing you've seen in Fulton, Mississippi? There's that aspect of things. The white people are extremely white, the black people are extremely black. Am I correct?
Correct.
There's white ghettos, brother.
We have a local who has chrome fingernails. It's pretty ghetto.
Oh,
Chrome fingernails. Yeah.
what's that?
Drops the crown big.
Wow. Okay.
So there's a real cool person in Fulton?
Does he make chicken at home and then sell it to people? Nice.
He actually cuts hair. He's a barber.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Did he give you that one?
No, actually a white guy cut my hair.
A white guy haircut. Caleb, any other crazy fun facts that we find interesting about your life before I get you out of here?
So, fun story, real quick. I married into a dog, or dated into a dog. It's my wife's dog, previously.
Yeah.
Dogs are like children, so he was our great child, and
Please make an argument that all countries in Africa should have access to the ocean. It's a major issue, and the way that this could be done is in a similar way to how Los Angeles has like a strip of land that's basically just like the 710 freeway or something like that goes into the Long Beach area. A similar strip for landlocked countries in Africa. And then there could be a bridge that goes over that could continue to be the country that is preventing the other country from getting to the water. Like a land bridge.
And then my mom was like, I really want the dog. Like, I know you'll have another dog now. So we gave her to my mom. Well, my mom just happened to get involved with this guy, and he burned her house down, stole the dog. And funny fact, at my bank,
We'll be the judge of that.
we did a like a post your pet day at work, and so when I started working at the bank last year, we did that post, and this girl at the bank posted that dog. So she ended up with the dog, the same dog. Wow. So we now know the owners of the dog, and she's like it was like, oh, it's your own dog. It's like, no, it's your dog now. Sure.
Wow, that you actually answered the most white trash thing I've had question before, while simultaneously answering the fun fact question about your life. It was you. You were the white trash guy. This mysterious dog that is obviously the life of Forrest Gump.
Yeah, for sure.
With the million. I was eating Cheetos off kids' faces one day. Next thing you know, the house is on fire. I'm just a simple dog, and then I had a new owner, and then. All right, so.
I've always been attracted to arsonists.
Yeah, that's where I was going next. Is the mom's house on fire? We kind of glazed over that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Were they in an argument or something? Or
he was just on meth.
Fulton, Mississippi. I almost forgot.
Yeah, actually, Itawamba County is the county, and they're actually like back in the Civil War. That was like the big like meth spot during the Civil War.
Even in the Civil War.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The Civil War was in like 1861 to 1865, that one? The War of Northern Aggression, as you call it, right?
Yeah. The one where,
I feel like the traditional crystal methamphetamine wasn't synthesized until much later than that.
Possibly. That's just
That's your claim to fame in your shithole town?
Not mine.
No, the county.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm sure whatever it was gave some pretty powerful effects.
Yeah.
You're But, I mean, you've smoked crack.
Yeah.
You've
smoked meth too. Yeah.
1893 by Japanese chemist Nagayoshi.
Saying, know your history.
30 years removed. Sorry.
Son of a bitch. We liked you so much, then you lied about meth being a big part of your upbringing.
Right. My mom's also attracted to Mexicans, so that was a big.
Give him the joke, boy.
Yeah. she liked the M's. She's in the category.
We're doing some research.
Yeah. Amazing.
Coca-Cola, actually.
There you go. Red Band mixing up 3 fun facts in one.
Can I tell you a real quick story?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, so last year, it's my wife's birthday tonight.
Okay.
So last year, you're in Nashville. It was Saturday night, right?
Gonorrhea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tornado siren
Oh yeah,
noise.
it was a little scary.
Winona Judd singing the national anthem.
What?
Yeah.
So my wife, big fan, she'd suck chrome up all his to just be your doormat.
Yeah.
Makes me feel great. Sorry, babe.
She here?
So she is here. That's why I said sorry.
Hey, you want to prove it to us? How do you find this a doorknob?
Come on up here, birthday girl. We're gonna put this to the test. We're gonna have her suck the what? The chrome off a
ball hitch. Like a truck ball hitch.
Towing a church.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a truck ball hitch by any chance?
So last year, I surprised her with Kill Tony tickets. I didn't tell her we were going anywhere. We picked her up. Like, her mom called work on a Friday. I was like, hey, your cat got out. You got to come home.
What is this thing with your family losing animals?
It was the only thing that would get her home from work. So she runs home. It's me and her friend there. We got her backpack. Like, hey, we're going out of town. She's like, oh, okay. Where are we going? I'm like, Nashville. She's like, you have to kidnap me to go to Nashville. I'm like, okay, come on. So we get to Nashville. We're hanging out Saturday morning. Obviously, the storms come, and I'm like, hey, let's go back to the room. We're going to get settled in. She's sitting in there. I'm getting ready. She's like, what are we getting ready for? And I throw her the shirt. It's a Kill Tony shirt. And I'm like, hey, you're going to Kill Tony. And she starts fucking bawling.
Oh, amazing.
So
let's bring her out. Here's the birthday girl. And what's her name?
Michaela.
Michaela, everybody. Wow. Hi, Michaela. You're in it. You're in the eye of the storm, Michaela. How does it feel up here? You're a diehard fan. You would suck the chrome off of a tailpipe hitch or whatever.
Can you make the lid off that microphone?
No.
What do you do for work?
I work at the bank too.
Oh my God! Look at this. One in the bank, two in the stank. The old. There you go. Two in the stank. Very good.
King Tony.
2 farts. I read now. That's why Red Band's. I don't know if you heard, but he did 2 farts on the bus. He goes 2 were in the stank on this one. What exactly are you doing at the bank?
I was doing what he's doing. I was a loan officer, but I'm now a portfolio manager.
Oh, congratulations. Look at you. Wow.
I work there first.
Okay. Let me ask you guys this. You guys ever at the bank and you guys end up in the safe together or something like that?
Unfortunately.
We work at different locations.
Oh.
Because you kept fucking at work? Like, hey, honey, I got a roll of quarters I want you to count.
Oh,
Can you make change for this hard penis?
Do the same for all other countries outside Africa, like what Croatia has done to Bosnia.
There's some type of
Basically, make an argument that all countries deserve access to water. And perhaps it needs to be an exclave, but something. And give examples.
I'm not saying that.
Whoa! What is it? You have 2 vaginas or something? You have like a crazy vagina or something? What is it?
No, I was born early and my butthole was not fully developed.
Whoa! Amazing!
That's the show, folks.
I mean, this is just the pure a Kill Tony moment as you can have. This is what we live for. It's finding the type of stuff we've never heard of before. So your butthole wasn't fully developed, so what did they have to do? They had to like cut a little one out or something?
Yeah, basically, but this was in the 90s, so they actually sent me home, and my mom kept calling the hospital like, my baby hasn't pooped, and they're like, that's not normal. And it was like 2 weeks later, they took me back, and yeah, they just cut it.
I mean, the mom didn't notice that.
I was her first kid, and she was 21.
Wow,
that's young.
How's it doing now, girl?
It's
man. That is disgusting. That is insulting to all women everywhere. You're out of control, Red Band. How is it doing now, girl? Great, I'm positive of it. Here's a big joke book for you, Michaela. And here's the big one for you. You guys got it all tonight. You did. A huge victory. There you guys go. Michaela and Caleb, newly married. It's their birthday. Make some noise for them, everybody.
What a sweet, pure moment. That was great.
Sometimes the show can be very wholesome.
Can we get a picture of your wife's butt later? Thank you.
Yeah. Tag us in it.
Yeah.
Tag us in that butthole pit.
Not tag you in, Red Band. No.
Yeah.
Man, I want to see that lady's butt, right, folks? What's up?
Oh, we have to switch
the lights.
I'm going to hand for the great Sam Talent switching the mics for us. His new novel, Brute, comes out September 22nd. His stand-up dates are available at punchuplive.com/Sam Talent. That's with 2 L's in talent. Buffalo, Chicago, Madison, Wisconsin, a bunch of fun things happening. Remember, The Roast of Kevin Hart, May 10th on Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night is a force of nature, everybody. He is absolutely awesome. We are watching him take off in a great, unbelievable way. At one point in his life, he was the dark storm of Atlanta, Georgia. Now he's the dark storm of Austin, Texas. Make some noise. Closing it out tonight. A new set from Dedrick Flynn, everybody.
You know, women are going to tell you that other women only want you if you have a girlfriend because women want something they can't have. And I'm here to tell y'all that's not what's happening. We just look better than single men because we're using your healthcare products in and out the shower. Like single dudes look and smell like what happens after years of kicking ice cubes underneath the refrigerator. And then the radiation from the refrigerator melts the ice cubes, makes a certain mold. It makes the human body, and it's like, hey, ma'am, you should smile more. Because when I moved here to Texas, I only moved with like single dudes, and my skin has been terrible. Because we only got the 7-in-1 body wash, right? It's shampoo, conditioner, body wash, Zen juice, 4 Locos from 2009 with the caffeine in it, a DUI, and a domestic battery charge. Because when you go to a girl's bathroom, that's like somebody you want to eat. When you rip open that shower curtain, the products that they got, it looks like Gordon Ramsay's seasoning cabinet mixed with 2 Southern black ladies. You can do that. They got all kinds of shampoos. They got all kinds of. Do you know they got a shampoo and conditioner called purple shampoo? It's just for people with blonde hair or a nigga that got free time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all it is. Every girl ever been with thought I was jacking off in the shower. No, nigga, I was trying everything you had in there. You know, you used to go to Taco Bell, you would suicide the sodas. Like, you know what I'm saying? You would put every soda in there there and said, that's me with every product you got, nigga. I used to look glorious. You know what body wash gel is? What is it? You don't know. You just trying to fit in. This nigga's a liar. This nigga's a liar. They got a gel that just got glitter in it, nigga. I used to look like a cheerleader from Bring It On, nigga. I used to look like Gabrielle Union. I used to put all kinds of shit together, just make a smorgasbord of a pretty nigga. When they used to leave, I used to steal their bath bombs and put it in the bag. You know what a bath bomb is? What's a bath bomb? This nigga wanna fit into. Alright, this nigga has no idea what a bath bomb is. You take a grenade and you put it in the bathtub and it's got colors and glitter and essential oils. Nigga, that is fucking fun as fuck. I don't ever want to be single again, nigga. I hate being dry. That's my time. I love y'all. Thank you.
Within 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Way too much.
It's so much fun. New angles. That's something new. I love it.
Hey, I'm trying to do my best, man.
You are. How you doing, Dedrick?
I'm doing too good. I ain't gonna lie, there's so much. I love touring. Even when a city, I don't know how to get there. Like, cause you have to fly into a city. Now I'm doing the cities that you have to fly into and then get transit after that to get to.
Yeah.
Like I did Springfield, Massachusetts.
Oh, shit.
You see how those two people just said something? That's everybody in Springfield, man. That's all two of them. All right, then we went to a casino. It was a MGM Grand. I won $200 on the slot machine.
Whoa, look at that.
Did you? I lost $600.
That was my next question. Did you quit while you were up?
No.
Amazing. What else? Springfield, was that the only stuff this weekend?
I did 3 shows in Springfield. Next week I'm doing Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm going right inside where the Mall of America is.
Oh, that's a long week, bro.
I love it.
That's a long fucking week.
No, they got the amusement park inside.
I've been there before, yeah. You're gonna be there for like
Sam, you've been everywhere, nigga. We know.
I'm just saying.
You're a touring comic.
You get outside, because I was in that mall for like 5 days when I did that gig, and I did not go outside for most of it. And I was deranged, strange, and gray by the end.
Yeah. Can I ask you a personal question?
Anytime.
What do I do outside of it?
Avoid the ice rally. Somehow everybody gets killed in Minneapolis.
No, I'm too high to be in rallies.
What about Popeyes? Maybe Checkers? White Castle? Who knows, you know? I've been high in many a Taco Bell in my day. Sorry. There's things to do in Minneapolis. It's up to me. We would donate it to Canada. I think Canada deserves Minneapolis, Minnesota.
100%.
We could make a good trade. Maybe take a little Toronto or just a little Toronto. I'd even be willing to negotiate in Ottawa for Ottawa. Yeah, they're like a 4th-round draft pick. I know, but what is Edmonton off the board? I don't know if you've seen what Minneapolis has contributed the past 15 years or so, but I love Vietnamese cuisine.
Is that where it comes from?
Yeah. Vietnam's in Minnesota. Yeah, Vietnam's a little neighborhood in Minneapolis. Dedrick, anything else crazy going on?
Man, I'm about to sell this cartoon to Adult Swim.
Nice. Adult Swim went out of bankrupt about 3 years ago, by the way.
You said what?
Adult Swim is bankrupt, by the way. It's not a thing anymore.
I don't care where they get the money from, niggas. They told me they had the money. Alright, I don't give a fuck. Why the fuck? Oh, they were bankrupt. So was I, Red Band. I was bankrupt before I got here. Get how the niggas get off. Maybe Adult Swim went on Kill Tony. I don't know.
That's true. We saved Adult Swim's life. Dedrick, we absolutely love you. You're the fucking man. Thank you so much. Way to put a ribbon on the episode.
The new regular on Kill Tony.
Yeah, San O'Neill.
You been ripping it. I'm so proud of you, dog. I love you. Thank y'all so much.
Dedrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen, it is right. What a night. Pat O'Neill. Shield made history by being elevated from a golden ticket winner to a regular. It was a hell of an episode. How about one more time for the great Sam Talent, everybody? September 22nd, this novel comes out, but you can pre-order it right now. It's Brut, B-R-U-T. Where can they pre-order that? Amazon?
Amazon, Barnes & Noble. It's coming out from Random House, so you can get it anywhere, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
He's doing Buffalo, Chicago, Madison, and a bunch of other places. Go to punchuplive.com/Sam Talent with 2 L's. Remember, The Roast of Kevin Hart, May 10th on Netflix. It's must-see television. Yeah. And the Kill Tony Mania episode is already out on Netflix because it came out April 20th. And we're going to Madison Square Garden again. So make sure you get tickets for that if you're anywhere near the New York area. And a lot of other fun stuff coming and happening because the fun train never ends. How about one more time for the best Sam band in the land? Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there tonight. Oh my God, look at that. Sam Talent back in the day. That's old Sam.
Told me, man.
He was looking at a...
It's all
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up and Tony. It's
for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Oh, yeah. How about one more time for the best damn band in all the land, everybody? Thank you. Live here in the live music capital of the world, Austin, Texas. That's Carlos Sosa on the saxophone. It's